student, maybe until he started playing League of Legends a little bit more.
Hello,
But yeah,
everyone.
he's a really good student. He lived in a really rural area, so it was sometimes difficult for him to try to find places to be able to compete to kind of show his strength.
Are we in? Hi, Sunny.
On the ladder, had tryouts in Chengdu, tried that out. Eventually got
Let me just center myself. I feel like I'm sitting a little bit off
we look at T1
center. We're good. I also started the YouTube stream. Please let me know if we're like uber good. We're like 5 minutes away from the game. I'm actually early today. God bless.
Be it in the lane, be it with ganks, be it in team
We're
fights,
live on
be
both.
it kind of,
Nice.
he's in their brain, right? It's like, where is he now? Is he gonna
Faker is
flank us
still
with Orianna?
practicing
What's going on?
when
It's
he's
funny,
5 minutes
you
away
also
from
mentioned
game.
the Hong Q thing. Like that was the exact same incident there.
Thank you,
Where it's like,
Sunny.
send the
Hi,
junglers,
Tisco.
all
Hi,
these things, like, put in a
Squall.
much-
Hello,
like,
my
as much
early
pressure as
rats.
humanly possible into Faker's lane, but he is
Faker is
incredibly
still
smart about playing
practicing
around it.
5 minutes
Will have
away
the
from
wards
the
to be able to
actual
catch out or
game. That's
catch against
crazy,
it.
by the
And
way.
he's-
Yo,
for
get that
years
guy
upon
off. Get the
years upon
janitor
years
off
in
there.
international tournaments, he's had that experience. He knows
他是
what's
怎么还有
coming.
扫地的
He knows what's coming, and also
Hi,
T1
welcome. I have
in their
absolutely
draft,
nothing
one
to
thing that
do.
people are
Welcome.
like,
Please,
oh,
Shanks,
is it
I
going
need
to kinda
this.
hamstring their draft? I feel like they need to
Please.
get Baker
LPL,
on certain picks.
okay,
Thus
look,
far,
I like
has
T1
not
and
really
I
been a
also
problem
like
for T1,
AL.
and
AL has a
Baker
really
in
cool
particular,
story.
I love him
But
when
T1
he
is
on picks
T1.
like a signature
So I don't know
Orianna
who
or
actually
the
won
Talia.
winning.
You really see
I
how well he reads the
don't
map.
really
And
want
it
to
looks
see
like the
two
rest of the
Korean
team is
teams
also
in
just willing
finals
to
because I think
facilitate that
that's
for
like.
Carrier plays
And also,
a
we've
lot
already
of
seen
things. He
T1
can
Genji.
always
I don't
open
know.
up some
I
space in
low
the
key
draft.
want
Doran's willing to
AL
slam the
going to
Ornn when it
finals.
is
What do you guys
needed.
think?
So I do think we're
I
seeing
will
kind
not
of a new
be
beginning of this
there in the
T1
post-game
roster
interview.
integrating
No,
Ornn, but
I'm
we'll
in
see how they
America
can do
right
here.
now.
That is the big
Everyone
question.
say
Will
hi,
we
say
see the
hi.
T1 magic again? Let's see how
Hi,
the
Bob
fans
the
have voted
Builder.
on
Hi,
Mastercard
Pistachio. How are
GG
you
on
doing?
X and who
I'm
they're calling the
good.
match for.
Unfortunately, I got like a little pimple on my nose, so I had to switch my
79.1%.
glasses out
Oh,
for
my
contact
God.
lenses, and that means I can't see super clearly, so
Amazing.
hopefully I
Yes,
don't get any
there are
numbers
always so many
wrong.
T1 fans. I
I'm
will
so
say
drunk.
yesterday when-
You're always drunk. What are you saying?
Don't let him disrespect you like
I'm
that.
for whoever can beat Genji. I don't think either team can beat Genji because they both lost 3-2
And
against
some people were just here for fun.
Genji
To
as
see
those
Faker,
two
probably.
teams, right?
I will say,
Hi,
the
Michael.
fans' track
Hi,
record is
Mystic.
60.
Welcome. Hi,
Fans
Lena.
are amazing,
Any
amazing
cuties in the
fans.
chat?
Amazing.
The fans' track
You get your
record is
numbers wrong
67%
anyway?
correct. You can vote every
What
day
the-
at Mastercard GG on X to lock your
Aaron,
predictions
thank you for the
into
14 months. Thank
with
you
that,
so
we have
much. Welcome
3.5
back. Welcome back.
minutes
Do
so
you
we
have
can
double
really,
chat
really
open?
get into
No,
those
I don't because I don't
predictions,
have it on
right?
my
Because we can talk about
laptop.
the magic
So
on
I'm
one hand,
sorry.
and we can
We
talk
are
about
live
the
on
chips
both
the
Twitch
shoulder of the
and
members
YouTube
of
though
AL and the fact
for
that
this
they're the first
upcoming
team from
low
the
bracket
LPL,
finals
but
between
it doesn't
T1
always
and
work out
AL.
the way you think
Who's
it will.
winning?
Emily, you wanna kick us off?
I
Yeah,
hope
so I think
there's
actually
gonna be
going
both
by
a Chinese
performances
team
on
and a
the
Korean
tournament
team
by the
in
way
the
that these two
finals.
drafting
So
in particular go up
I
against each other.
really,
these are two teams that
really
do a
want
lot of
AL
preparation.
to
You've kind of
at
seen it
least.
in those drafts.
Yeah.
You
I
heard
want
Tommy
AL to
talking
win.
about it
I like
yesterday
T1,
on desk
but
when
I don't
assessing
want to
PLG,
watch
and
T1
then
versus
he didn't
Genji
leak
for finals
anything,
because we all know how that
and
goes.
looking
This
forward to
time.
T1, but
I
he
low
did
key
say
want to
that,
watch
you know, they are
AL
a formidable
versus
opponent. They're really
Genji，
trying
因为
to
真的已
prepare
经
and
进
draft.
决赛了嘛，所以我就想看 LPL 打 Genji。
I'm looking at this and I'm like, it should
Hi
be
Tisco,
AL.
hi Archer,
And
hi
instead of going
Tezu.
T1 3-6.
Hello Dust, hi
Got T1
cuties,
photo.
hi my cuties. How are we doing? Today is a
Yeah, we'll
Friday,
put you
right?
I mean, just
Look at my, I got my AL
I know,
jersey
it's so
already.
difficult.
like it's
我已
really,
经
really
把我的队
difficult
服
to
穿
fight
好了，
against
兄弟
them. I
们。
do think their preparation has been
The stands are
honestly
gonna
a lot
come for
better than I
you.
thought it was going
In
to.
what
Yeah.
way?
Doran, although again, he has
Food is
had
getting
some
in.
Doran
Wait, where is
moments
my food? Can I have
negative.
some
He's had
food?
just as many, if not more, Doran moments.
Hello,
positive,
小熊，欢迎
especially
欢
when it comes to
迎
some of these team fights.
Saturday
I'll go
morning in
next because I
Sydney.
think
Good morning,
maybe
good
Raz
morning.
has something spicy prepared, but
Okay.
I don't
Yeah, we
know.
don't.
All right.
I said
A
3-1
finals
for
without
T1. I just
Faker
think
is not a
I'm
final.
having a
Well,
really hard
technically,
time,
last year MSI there was no
choosing
Faker
or betting
for
against
MSI
them, I should
finals.
say, at an international tournament, and I did
I
not
don't
do
need
it last
food,
time,
you're
and I was
sweet
wrong
enough.
because Genji
That
was
doesn't make
better. I
sense.
do not think
Your
AL
food
will
doesn't
be
need to
better
be
with the way
sweet
they
for it
have
to be
been
food.
ramping
That's
up and
L
how-
Riz. That's actually
how
L Riz.
focused T1 is coming into these matches, but I could also
You already
be
jinxed them?
just completely wrong.
Wait, what's the
See,
desk
that's
saying?
my
So Shox is
question,
going
'cause
T1 3-1?
I came into today saying T1. Maybe I stick
Eh?
with them, maybe I don't.
All the
The
casters
reasoning
are
for
saying
it is I just
T1
felt like
win?
Doran on the top side
都
is
在
a
说
stronger
T1 会
individual
赢吗？
player,
真的假的？
a lot more
我的预测是
picks that he
3-2
has
吗？
ready for him. I thought
谁
that
3-2的
mid
问
lane
题？
Would also be
不知
something
道
that would be a little bit inconsistent
不
for
知道
AL side,
呀
sounds like
，Casters
T1
are
for
always
sure.
glazing
And I
T1.
still think maybe they're a better team fighter, but I saw yesterday.
I want AL to
AL is
win.
just getting better as
Oh,
a team.
Raz
AL
might
is
go.
unironically
AL 3-2. Actually, you know what?
the T1
I'm gonna
guys,
steal
the T1
Raz's.
guys.
vote. I also think it's gonna be AL 3-2. 我也预测一下 AL 3-2吧。AL 3-2, AL 3-2.
That was my last flip-flop days ago. I will not change my vote. I think
It's 1 a.m. and I'm getting chips and cheese. Wait, cheese? You really are a rat. Not my streamer against Faker. T1 husband is at home, but I'm here. Oh, that's so funny.
That's amazing. Can I just say how lucky we are to be seeing these matches at MSI?
我感觉因为 AL 就是另一个 CFO 吗？就是很不像 LPL。那 AL 像谁啊？T1 to Genji, you can defeat me at an international event. Genji, no, I know, but they can. Points to AL. Chat, give me a prediction before we even go into draft. 给个预测，兄弟们，给个预测。Like score prediction and who's taking the series.
Vancouver, are you ready?
Give me a team. Hi Mao. Hi 张琪。T1 AL. T1 3-1. T1. Everyone's a T1 frog. Also hi Mahir. What the hell? Mahir spotted. AL Genji in Vancouver for finals. Ooh. I would like to see some rivalry between the two regions. I don't know. I'm manifesting for LPL versus LCK for finals than I am for Faker to be in finals. Am I cursing it? I don't know. I'm watching you watching the games while also watching the games. That's so silly. It's MSIception. MSI. Yeah,
to find out who is
I don't want an LCK finals. Yeah. Wait, Shanks' signature sucks. Dude, who did that one? That's Kale's signature. Dude, these players got really noob signatures. 不是啊 ，AL 这边要不要去创一个签名啊？
It definitely is. And first of all, I just have to say this crowd.
Did you curse BLG too?
It seems like
I didn't curse BLG. BLG cursed themselves. My therapist told me. Whoa. That was super trippy. Alright, draft is starting. Chat, this is the lower bracket finals for MSI. There's only 3 teams left. T1, AL, winner goes to verse Genji in the MSI finals. So let's see. Both of these teams have versed Genji already previously, and they both went 2-3. Why are ads running? I'm gonna fire you. I'm joking. It's actually a banger. It's actually a banger. I don't think we've seen Shanks ever verse Faker in the pre-game interview. They specifically mentioned that Shanks has never versed Faker, so this is going to be the first time we see AL versus T1 in a best of 5. 第一次看 AL 打 T1， 尤其是香克斯去跟 Faker 对线。Rise and Nico ban Gwen insta-lock for Doran. Is Flandre gonna play Yax? No, I can't open up the pop-up chat. My laptop is a bit weird. So unfortunately, I'm only going to be focusing on Twitch chat today. Sorry guys, sorry. The stream setup is kind of scuffed for multi-streaming. Do you think he has a chance? Who has a better chance against Genji tomorrow? Honestly, I think they're both at equal footing, if that makes sense. 今天奶谁吗？我说实话，我想看 AL 进决赛，有没有说法 ？AL 进决赛 ，AL 进决赛。I can't open it, but I'm currently looking at my Twitch chat instead. T1 Genji at international finals would scare Chovy. Why would that be scary? Whoever wins this match has a better chance to play against Genji. Ooh, Lucio, that's barred. Yo, is that Basil? Is that Basil, bro? The crowd is like 80% T1 favored. Why did I not say flavored? Wukong Annie, they have like a super aggressive early 2v2. 直接一选安妮吗？现在我感觉安妮已经替代了狐狸。Annie completely took over Ari's like priority in draft.
That is a powerful pick.
Chovy is choking against anyone and everyone.
Here, though,
Yeah, I think I saw like the Church of Chovy guy on Twitter defending his king, saying that Chovy is like just having a very quiet MSI, which is true. I like the Galio into Annie. Galio Vi, I also really think Galio is super strong against Annie. 其实安妮打加里奥挺难受的，因为她可以跳走，她可以去怎么说解你的这个空吧。Galio can buffer Annie Q stun or Annie stun in general. Jace versus Gwen top. This game is kind of Asian, I'm not gonna lie.
True to his name on this champion. As AL round out their first half with the Jace.
I mean, some of Faker's most iconic
what are the fan signs saying?
I think back to 2017, the run that
can't
Faker
tell.
had at Worlds, playing Galio. He was everywhere.
Okay, bowling TV2. There's Jin. I think both sides can utilize a Jin. There's Varus. Callista is 10 feet in underground.
So let's get into the bottom lanes here.
看谁拿镜吧。
A bit deeper. Varus, of course, was already taken out
Rakan's
super
taken
early.
away.
So
They don't want
things
them
like
playing
Jin,
Xayah
both of
Rakan.
them have really prioritized those types of champions, especially if you're
Poppy
looking at some
ban.
sort of counter
Are they
engage.
gonna play
Maybe the Xayah type for
Rel?
Uma, definitely
他
very
们要
good
玩
at
瑞尔
counter
了呀
engage as well.
Carrier
Xayah
Rel
Rakan
maybe?
is a tried and true bot lane for this T1. So
Rel
makes a
MF
lot of
is
sense
also
they wanna get
okay,
rid of
I
the
know.
Rakan. I wonder if they
Just a
would
strong
consider something like
2v2.
a Karma. We've been seeing it rise
Ezreal
in priority a lot of times
yeah.
on how much they want to commit to the dive angle. Because
I think
is
AL
another
need like
champion that could also
AL
synergize
low-key
nicely with
need
what
the
T1
Rel.
have
They
tried
banned
so far.
Alistair. They're taking
People
Rel
often,
on
when they are
4.
these full dive comps, either go towards
They're taking
something
Rel
like
on
Kai'Sa,
4.
or you go to
Ash,
more defensive
Emma.
routes like Ezreal, Senna, these types of
You're
champions that
still
can help enable them
living
to
in
stay safe.
2022.
Been like a hole for
卢仙
Uma as far as
卢
this
仙
champion
加
pool.
个布隆
Those
也
like
行
not really
卢仙也
expecting that
行
one
但我
for
觉得
their
镜应该
side.
会
What
优
other
先
sort of
级会高一点嘛
protection
因为
bans do
镜
they
毕竟
need,
是
though?
counter 卢
Poppy
仙
is
的
definitely a very good
wait,
versatile
actually-
champion, as you say,
Wait,
so
I
many
actually had
dashes
this
could have a
myth
lot
debunked
of,
to me.
Yeah?
Chat.
I mean,
Does
we watched
Jin
Hope's Lucian
counter
yesterday.
Lucian?
It makes a lot
I
of sense
remember
they would wanna take that
asking
away from the pool.
the other
Now AL
day,
have a lot of
and
flexibility.
they said
Brawl
no.
Makes a lot of sense against dive.
But then
or
I
dive
always
at
had the
Beach. They're
opinion
also very good. It depends
that
if they want more defensive
Jin
tools or they want more
counters
engage.
Lucian. For
Right
some
now, it
reason,
seems
in
they wanna
some way,
channel a little bit
I
more in the
always
Pope
thought Jin
direction.
counters
Jin, a
Lucian.
very powerful
But then
laner
I
who
asked one of
volunteered
the pro
many
players,
matchups in
I
the
don't remember who I
current
asked,
meta,
but they
synergizes quite
specifically
nicely.
told me
Quite
that
nice
this
to
doesn't,
with champions like
this is
this.
not true.
Okay, we get a Rel hover over
That
here.
is the
so
Rel on
maybe
4.
some counter engage, invest in like
They're gonna
Braum or
take the
something
Jin.
towards the bomb side of the
I
map.
would
They
not play
already,
Jin
of
Braum. That
course,
shit sounds
have
like
several
ass.
options to themselves, but the early hover on the Jin, as we mentioned, both of them
There's a
have
Rakan and
really
Alistar.
preferred this champion. Lots of utility
Don't
from
really
the
like
bottom
Leona
lane,
here.
and they've been pretty
Maybe-
good at keeping their space.
Do you really play Braum with Jin just to counter the Rel bot lane though?
Right now, T1 are just taking the maximum amount of time.
Hi
that they
Jivan,
can to
welcome.
contemplate their
Welcome,
options towards the
welcome.
bot side of the map. The
안녕하세요.
Jin is going to be the lock-in. Of course, doesn't have any inherent dashes, so if AL can get on top of the Jin, it can be
I think
very
in a
difficult to
1v1
play,
Lucian
but
will
with
win.
champions like the Galio
I don't
being
know
able to provide
who
protection, and Bard
Jin
being an
can
effective
win
carry
against
so
in a
many times
1v1
before.
against any other AD carry
Be
because
very
it has
effective
the
at denying
reset
some of
mechanic.
those fast
the
engages
bullet
that AL
mechanic.
are planning with this Annie Wukong.
Surely,
Gary, really doing
Bard? Nah, he's gonna play
The
Nautilus.
Nautilus, of course, is the more offensive
He's
version.
gonna play Nautilus.
You can hook Rel out of
Kai
combos, and you can look for some point.
Yo, I don't like
CC
Kai'Sa here,
along
low-key.
with that Vi. Very critical when trying to shut down carries.
Do I like Kai'Sa?
Interesting that AL is considering the Kai'Sa right now. Of course, Hope
I have
very
a
well known
weird
for his
feeling
Kai'Sa,
about
one of his most
Kai'Sa on
played
5.
throughout this year. And I mean, it pairs nicely with
怎
the
么
dive
感
they
觉
have already
卡
built
上
up
这
with
吧
the
有
Annie,
点
the Wukong, and
输
the
出
Rel.
环境有点不太好呀。
And they're gonna
Okay,
lock
chat.
that one in.
We
Alright,
can't run ads, so
AL,
we're just
I
gonna
mean,
talk about
they've gone for a
composition.
very powerful
For people
mid
that are
game
just
spike
joining
with
in,
this type
we
of
are watching the
composition.
lower
Around
bracket
one item, they have
finals
so much
between
burst
T1 and
damage.
AL, with
Decisive
only
backline
3
access
teams
thanks to
remaining.
both the Rel
Gen G
and the
is
Wukong.
currently
But on
waiting
paper,
in the
the question is how
finals
effectively can they
for
use their
either
poke? With things
team
like the Kai'Sa
that
and
will
the
win
Jace
this best of
set up
5.
around these objectives, they have a lot of
How's your
long
day
range
been?
they can
Pretty
look to
chill.
try
I
and
had my
chip away
coffee.
at T1's HP.
泰坦这个下路挺无敌的吗？确实，我觉得这个5楼卡莎选的就是有点亏。T1 draft look better. I also think T1's draft looks a bit better, yeah. 我也觉得 T1 这个阵容会好打一点。 可能 T1 这个阵容伤害会有一点低 ，like your only concern is like their damage might be a little bit low. Hi QWE, welcome. Chat, whose draft do you guys like better? 你们更喜欢哪一边的阵容？第一小局的 BP 谁赢了 ？Who won first draft?
The drafts are done. The stage is set. T1 versus anyone's legend. Getting ready for the first game of what is sure to be an incredible series. MSI has delivered 5-game series after 5 games.
I would have liked Ales more if it wasn't Kaisa. Well, what would you have picked if it wasn't Kaisa, right? Because I can see the angle that they're going for. They're going for like a really fast one-shot engage onto anyone that gets anti-stun. I just don't know once Kaisa flies in if she can do anything.
There's a tremendous
Ezreal
pressure here.
Actually, yeah, Ezreal Jace would have been okay. Don't know if I like Kaisa flying right into the face of Lordless Vi and Galio. Seems a bit rough. Doesn't seem very possible. Hi, Bum Lufa. L 的打野压力超大嘛，一定要 gank。前线要抓人，前线要跟安妮抓人，但是也抓不了中单，因为中单可以直接就跳走那种说法。Mid lane can buffer your CC, so I don't even know if it's like super worth to gank mid lane. Ezreal can also buffer his hook. The Nautilus hook?
They absolutely have. This is the team that time after time
Tarzan got a ward on blow buff.
delivers against their greatest rivals. The
无法盾
LPL.
吗？就有点杀不动。
LPL
LPL win? I have an AL jersey on. I want AL to win, period. I want AL to win today, okay? 我今天想支持 AL, 因为我想看 AL 打真 G. LPL vs LCK. I want LPL vs LCK for finals. Guys, okay? Hear me out. Annie has phase rush, by the way. 安妮带的是加速诶。Yeah, that's a lot of auto attacks. Ale, do you have a lot of CC? They have.
Utilizing that range advantage, and we'll see how much
Oh,
he can
they have more.
down.
I
It
would
does feel
say.
like the mid lane is going to be key. And I feel like Shanks has been incredible so far.
Ale definitely have more damage. What is happening? Top lane 就他妈跌。多兰这个眼是什么意思 ？Who? What is this ward? What did Doran do with his ward?
Both of these supports very creative. Carrier, of course, he cooks a little bit harder. Both of them playing Spellbook in this first game.
Hard trading. Tarzan's already top lane. Doran flashes away. Ball lane. Losing 2v2 kill. 1 HP kill. Oh, they got first blood. He squeezed out a Q before he died.
The action is hot and heavy.
They got a last second CC. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What happened bot lane? How did they lose that so hard? It's a 1-for-1 kill between AD carries. Top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane.
Doran in trouble. Has no flash.
Guma usually
Farmer
looks
does
super
have
low.
his flash available, but he is incredibly low on mana. Guma
一血是
very
AL 的
low
吗
also.
To be fair,
Junglers could be in the It's a pause.
那你 To be fair, First Blood's been changed, so you don't get extra gold anymore. You just get feats of strength. That's the only like point of getting First Blood, especially in a 1-for-1 trade. 就以前的一血可能会多出100块钱，但是现在就是一血也是300，所以你跟他换血就换人头也差不多，就除了那个仙风what is first sand in Chinese？ 就那个加版的鞋子，就除了那个就也没什么用。玩仙姬吗？哦，叫仙姬吗 ？Which role is the best to get First Blood? All of them except support, because you're not supposed to be getting First Blood as support. 耳机是 Sony 吗？耳机是 Bose. Yeah, I don't really know about First Blood being like super important anymore when you're in a 1-for-1 trade. We can even buy with 300 gold boots, dude.
Hoping that they can really swing that top lane matchup early.
And that's something that I value so highly with junglers is adaptability and being flexible to the situation.
卡尔说鼠标有问题吗？真的假的？是卡尔暂停的。Did Kale pause? Mouse issue. Wait, serious?
if you can get punished, because there is a reason
Razor should get Black Widow Faker Edition. Yo, can I say something about Razor Mouse's mice? I think Razor mice are the one I got. It was too chunky. Oh, Kale went in and Carrier counter hooks. It's just Jin was reloading. 进 A 的太慢，然后卡莎叠自己被动了。
So the official reason on stage for the
reloading in Big 2025. Ah, it's just Kaisa just works so well in those.
Have no further issues as we go forward, but of course incredibly important for everything to be perfect.
应该不至于是小 K 暂停的吗？真的假的 ？Oh, my mouse is falling off the like table.
We have had some mice issues. All right, we are stocked.
Did someone mention mice? Yo, Doran's dead. Oh, he's dead. That was really nice vision from Tarzan. 他跳进去了，兄弟呀 ！Hold up, hold up. Let AL cook. Let AL cook.
During that, they had swapped over, so it is.
Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you.
Up there, but it's already too late after the action has.
My eyesight's really bad. I can't really see chat with my contact lenses. TBH, I'm sorry. They're lane swapping. Kaisa's hovering topside already. 卡莎来了，卡莎来了。
And I have to say,
when are you gonna be out of the interrogation room? Literally in 2 days, I'm gonna be flying out. I'm going EWC on the 13th, guys. 我过2天去沙特，兄弟们，去石油杯。
For Tarzan, of course, Owner is gonna finish up his clear and still have his CS lead, but. Doran will. Do
we have spellbook for spellbook? Yeah, it is spellbook.
Huge. You know, at worst, you maybe lose a scuttle. Faker gonna go in.
Shanks has flash, flash for flash, hook lands, he's fucking dead. Ooh, how does that work? 不是啊，这个能死吗？哪里 ？He didn't expect the phase rush. 这个假聊突然加速很恐怖啊！ 在沙特那边转机过，发现全机场都是中文吗？也不至于吧。He has flash, he's just dead. Doran choker? Ah? Is Doran choking on Gwen? Dude, Faker is too good at Galio. Fuck, Faker is literally like one of the best Galios, man. How does he even get that torn? 不是啊，多兰今天很奇怪啊。 Now he lost the whole wave top. He's 25 CS. 他少一波兵啊。
All right, we're gonna look at more of these volatile
$10 super from chat on YouTube. Really, I'm having your stream on at the bubble tea store. Oh my god, can I have no? Welcome to the bubble tea store. We are currently watching MSI 2025 lower bracket finals between LCK second seed T1 versus LPL first seed AL, and this is game number 1. Welcome in to all the bubble tea gang members. Gang gang. Gang gang. Thank you. I appreciate your super chat.
Tarzan is behind him. Doran though playing far enough back, looks like he will be safe.
Can I have a boba? Yo, can I have a boba?
AL have a really nice free.
I think the last time I had bubble tea was like.
Doran is in a very awkward position.
The last time I had bubble tea was in Sydney, man. Favorite bubble tea? I had a phase where I was obsessed with milk tea, and then I was obsessed with fruit tea, and then I'm back to being obsessed with milk tea, specifically jasmine milk tea. Can I get a cross map play on Jace? Jace is out of there, dude. Galio is also hovering bot side, so Jace just has to lose that wave. Just play safe, guys. Just play safe. Tell Mr. Top Laner to play safe. Didn't you buy 2 in Canada? Oh, I did buy 2 and I got explosive.
Neither of these guys can even get
explosion. I probably shouldn't. So now I know that I'm on the TV at a bubble tea store. I really don't want to say,
this beautiful use of the early spellbook teleport there
you know,
from Kyle,
explosive
who gets down and
personality.
makes sure Flandre cannot be dove there.
Anyway,
Faker now face checking. He's
ooh,
gonna
nice
find 2 members from
QW
AL. Do they have the
ulti
damage to knock
combo.
down the Galio? Faker trying to
Galleon,
kite it
I mean,
out. Looks
Galleon
like
has
he
flash,
just
but they don't
barely
have
will
enough
be able to
damage.
get back to the tower.
不是，他是
Carry
魔
on
卡，
Faker
不公平。
survives.
Faker has
He just wanted
nullifying.
to get a ward down. AL
What is
were
this
looking
called
to
again?
reset. They set up a trap,
Cloak?
but they didn't quite have
I don't
the
remember.
damage.
Amplifying.
That early
Wow.
non-magic mantle doing wonders.
What is that item
Kyle
called again? Yo, any
Carrier, they
helpers,
trade a
please?
bit. Shanks is
man.
going to need to catch this wave. and we find
Another
ourselves with
pause?
Another pause.
Null magic
Everyone's
mantle.
switching
Why
to
did I
track
say
balls.
like something else? I'm being a bit silly.
Clearly
Hi,
some
Unknown Rabbit.
peripheral issues
Welcome.
that I expect we will get resolved very, very shortly.
Uh-oh,
But
guys,
my
we're getting
goodness,
edged.
AL and T1 off to
今
the
天怎么
races
天
in
天
this
暂
game.
停啊？
It feels like that AL is getting the better ever so
Okay.
slightly, but T1 is not
Chat.
slowing down. They are cross-mapping
Because you were thinking of
appropriately. They did
nullifying
get
orb?
that first
Okay, fair
dragon.
enough. He
They're
probably
putting
has
the pressure they
nullifying
can
orb,
on
be real for a
Flandre, but
second.
as AL, just as you
Be
highlighted,
real,
they're
chat.
doing a good job, AL, of making sure that Flandre still has
At
access to that
least
farm.
I
Recognizing
want
that he's at risk
today's
of a dive,
series
they commit the
to
TP
be a
from the support,
5-game
and they escort
banger.
him through that
If
wave to
AL's
help
gonna
get that
lose,
push out.
I want
You
them to
expect that the
lose
Grubs is gonna be the next
with
big point of
respect,
contention.
walking out
Reset's
of the
gonna need to
gates.
come through,
Okay? I don't
and I
want
would
no
be surprised if T1
3-0
give that up without
embarrassment.
Yeah, so far,
Yesterday,
Doran is the one losing out the most,
BLG
in this
literally
game. Tarzan lost out
got
on a
bullied
little bit of
so
hand, but it
hard
was
for
well
losing
worth,
0-3
investment and
against
focus that they put
AL.
early.
It was
So the update
depressing
on
to
stage is
read.
that Doran is now having some
Eh,
mouse
Doran.
issues here. So we see
Doran's
the refs
having mouse
are there
issue
with him
again.
working through that.
Also, I have a question.
Hopefully we'll be able to get
For
that
all the
sorted out
friends
here
and
for
families
us
and
on
whoever,
stage
the
very
brothers, the
quickly.
sisters, the rats out there.
Why is this jungler always attacking me? Why is my mouse messing
Does-
up? Like,
Why do
But
wireless
Tarzan actually ran
mice
over and
work
unplugged
better
it. It was a
than
real-life hack.
normal
it
wired
was the pre-game
mice?
gang.
Because
Yeah.
all the pro
So
League of
efficient
Legends
with his
players
tactics.
I
So
know
efficient is crazy.
like
He's on a
using
recall, he's running
wireless
across stage,
mice.
he's unplugging
But
the
I
mouse.
also heard the argument that wireless
Now,
mice
the biggest
does not
concern I
react
would
as
say
fast
that
as
T1
wired
have
mice.
is that it's
就你们会去用
hope that God
无线
will
鼠标还是用那
He
种
got
带
a
线的
kill
鼠
in
标
the
吗
bot lane 2 versus 2, and he gets the kill up on towards the top side against Doran. And so this Kai'Sa, who in the early game, you know,
I also cannot
generally
believe
at her
that
weakest point, doesn't have
this
the
mouse
strongest
that I've
first
been
item
using for
first item spike
2 years
is getting invested
is
a
a
lot of
wireless
gold and is
mouse,
quickly
and I
ramping
did
up.
not
We've
realize
seen
it was a
what Hope is
wireless
capable of
mouse,
doing
and
if
I
he
was
gets
using
the
it
resources.
wired
Exactly. I mean, just yesterday,
for like
he was
literally 2
so
years
good
until one of my
against
recent streams where I
BLG.
took it off
You
and
know,
it
when he
worked.
got a lead, we saw him
其实
dominating.
以前
The
无
Lucian game was
线
stellar, but really the entire
技术不
series,
太好。
it felt like if he got an inch, he took a mile. And so definitely going to have to be
FPS
on point here.
needs a
on
lot
the
more
T1 side to
sensitivity
prevent Hope from
than
just
MOBA,
getting out of
like
control.
LOL.
Feels like everyone is staring
I mean,
at him at the moment.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay,
I'm not the
come
best
on.
FPS player. I'm like silver in all FPS games.
Game 1. If you've just joined us, it's T1 versus
Wired
AL.
wireless mouse,
It is a fight for the finals
literally.
of MSI.
I'm big on the
It would be a
mouse
rematch
review
for both teams
subreddit.
against
Wait,
JG,
you're
who
a
was able to get the better
celebrity
of both
on
of
the
them in
r/wireless
epic
mouse
five-game
subreddit?
series.
Do you have any? Do you have
A lot
any
of
like
people have a lot of
advice
hopes for this
for
series because
noob
both of these
mice
teams went
enjoyers?
5 games versus Gen G. Both of them dealt with
I'm sure
BLG
you
in
pop
3
heads in
games.
Valorant. I
So,
pop
Only
puss.
one of them has hope.
Exactly. There's only one hope.
Sorry, I'm on
on
the
that
bubble
stage.
tea TV. I keep forgetting. Anyway,
It's exciting. And
I
it's just
pop
crazy to
heads
think,
on
like,
Valorant. Yeah.
T1 definitely didn't have a.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bubble Tea guy. I'm
spring
sorry.
split. But in terms of expectations going into this tournament, so many thought that HLE would be the representative from the LCK alongside
Chat,
Gen G.
I don't know if
To
you
see
guys
T1 come
care
into the tournament,
about
a lot of
EWC,
the
but
conversation
I
that was hearing
got
was,
sent the groups today
regardless of what you think of their
by my
play,
friend,
it's
and I'm just
T1
gonna
is a
read out the
special
groups
event,
for you,
right? And, I mean, that's just the
because I
pedigree
might
they've
as
been
well
able
since
to,
we're in a
earn
pause.
themselves,
So
just because
EWC
of
is starting
how
on
they
the
always do
16th
level
of
up.
July, which
It's
is in
no
like
different
a
at this
week.
tournament. They get to play
And
the match longer. They
my
figure out
friend
the
sent
way
me
in
the
which they wanna
groups
play, and they bring some
for
of
the
what they've
EWC
established in the
stage.
LCK,
I
some
think
of the
top
new things that
4
they've
MSI,
learned,
so
and already they've just become a
BLG,
force to be
AL,
reckoned with here at
T1,
MSI.
They
Gen
absolutely
G
have, and they
go
just
straight
need to
to
do
the
it every
play,
single
go
time.
to like the next
The regular
stage. Anyway,
season struggles,
Group
when they
A,
have them, don't
FlyQuest
seem to translate to
G2
international.
Furious
It was the same
C9.
story going into Worlds
Group
last year, and they
B,
walked away
CFO
world
Koi,
champions.
Gam,
This team
HLE.
seems to thrive off of the doubt,
Koi
thrive
leaked them?
off of the
Oh, it
struggle.
wasn't announced? I
just
thought it was
makes them stronger.
announced.
Yeah, for like the whole
Okay, but like,
year, everyone
How
expecting
is Group
HLE
A
and Gen G to be the reps,
literally
but
3
into this game,
Western
with
teams
some
plus
fresh
Fury? I mean, I
mics
guess Fury
in
is
everybody's
LTA South
hands,
now.
and we've got our
And then
lanes
Group B is
finally
literally
answered and evened up.
Atomic
And I wanted
Bomb.
to
like,
talk a little bit
it's
more about the
terrifying.
junglers, 'cause
Hydrogen
already
Bomb
we've
versus
been
Coughing
seeing
Baby
cars that
groups,
have huge
dude.
impact
You
on
have
the top side
CFO,
of the map.
Gam,
But it was Owner.
Oh, sorry,
but so
CFO,
many
Koi,
people were
Gam, and
talking about
HLE
during
in
T1's
second group.
regular season, and Tarzan,
I don't
ever
understand
since
how
he
you have
joined
two
AL, it feels like AL
American
has
teams
completely
in Group A,
changed
and then you
their
have
approach,
two
the level of play
LCP
that
teams
they've
in Group
brought.
B.
And we got a really meaningful interview from Tabe yesterday where he talked about how important Tarzan is to this
Group
team.
A is set up to make G2 fail again or fall again. They're all best of ones. I did not know they were best of ones. But best of ones are like super prone to upsets.
So it could be a very meaningful match here for
G2
him.
will do great, right? Since I'm the witch, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I guess I'll do a quick prediction while we're still on the topic of EWC. Is it fair to say that I think from Group A, FlyQuest and G2 will make it out into the next stage, and in Group B, HLE and CFO will make it out of Group B? So the teams being eliminated will be C9 Furia, Koi, and Gam. I don't think Koi's gonna do well in the other one.
He was very shy and had some problems with communication. And when
In the other
Tarzan
group,
joined
sorry.
the team, he treated him like this
Koi's
younger
so
brother.
fucked,
And since
man.
Tarzan's Chinese is so good, he really
I'm gonna
improved
say that
the
C9 is
communication there,
giga
and
good
it's no wonder
and
that those
blasting a
two have
bunch
such
of
good synergy
teams.
within the game.
And they have become the best jungle support.
Then why didn't
they
they go to MS?
They
No,
have
I'm joking.
become
I'm joking.
incredible.
Meow, 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 meow,
And that is the
meow.
fun, I think,
Meow, meow,
of this
meow.
Anyone's Legend team, where
Two
there's
losses,
so
then
many
you're
players
out.
with these improbable stories.
Two
where it
wins, you're
feels
through.
like,
Two
you know,
losses,
they were
you're out. I
overlooked, or
see.
they were
I see,
underrated,
I see.
or they were passed by other teams, by
Yeah,
other
the
players.
groups are
and they've
pretty
come
unfair,
together
I
to be
won't
greater
lie.
than some of their
Yeah,
parts.
07 Group B,
Kyle here
07.
potentially in trouble. Is going to get hit by the deadly flourish. Hooked after, but it won't
So
be
T1
more than
got
just
first
a trade there.
dragon, and they
Doran
got 3
fighting
grubs.
down here with Flandre, taking the worst end of these trades.
Best
just
of
trying
one
to
is
stay
cool. I
relevant
wanna see
after
some
these two early
upsets.
ganks that Tarzan used
I
to put him
mean,
fight behind.
For the format, it's fine. It's fine. They don't have much time over at EWC. I get it. Kraken for Kaisa, Hayao.
though was able to get it pretty much uncontested.
Dude, anyone boots rush. 这按你直接出鞋子嘛。 Full on armor penetrate. Sorry, magic pen boots rush on Annie.
So nicely on that first item. The Trinity Force for the Wukong, the Malignants that we're expecting for Shanks.
Even the Valorant one started with best of one. I haven't been keeping up with the Valorant EWC side, but all I'm seeing on my feed is texture. So the player for Genji Valorant team, he was like crushing someone's key, and he was like, oh, he was like scared of the machine. It was so funny. Who's winning? I want AL to win. Anyone can be a legend. That should be their new that is their motto, I think. Anyone can be a legend. That's kind of cute. Kinda cool. Is Texture the one that's really funny on stream as well? Like he was playing some horror game and he was screaming 24/7.
Hook does connect. Deadly flourish
Nice
is going to
buffer
root,
away
buffered
from the
out there on
Jin
crash
W.
down by
He didn't
Kyle.
even buffer it, he just ran away.
Bring around the bot lane to make sure they can get this
T1
push out.
slow in the
Notice that Faker has
rotation.
the push in mid as well.
To be
So T1
fair,
will be
they're
first
on
to this objective.
they're
We look at
on the
minimap
right
and
track
AL
for
is in a
dragon
position to contest.
rushes.
Both top laners should
They're
have
starting
their
a
TPs available.
second dragon.
X-Flash used
Yeah,
by
he's
Carrier.
threatening. He's gonna pop the
What?
ulti here.
Ball lane, huh?
Is there.
Nani?
Here comes Faker's hero's entrance.
Oh,
The
he
CC
flashes
not
away
quite
just to
layers
ult back
down
up.
the
Yo,
field.
it might be okay.
Owner
Owner's dead. Yo,
in a
Owner's
lot
dead.
of trouble.
Yo.
Owner trying to survive, but he cannot do it.
Master
Tarzan
Bader?
knocked him down.
Hope
Carry
gets
the
a kill
Tarzan
here?
flashes
Dead
in,
ass?
cyclone on two. Faker
Okay,
gets the
stunned.
ball.
He gets another one. Oh, Guma killed him. Guma doesn't have ulti though. No, he does have ulti. What the fuck? I thought he used ulti earlier. My bad.
But it is action after action.
They
here in
have
game number
jungle
one.
for jungle and AD for mid laner. 2 for 2. Who got the kills? Gumayushi got 2, Hope got 2. 还好吧。双方 AD 捡2个头。Kaisa dying there is criminal. Kaisa living there, super clean, but then she just walked back in and died in the middle of everyone. How did Owner die? Owner 怎么死的? Owner was trying to look for a flank and just... Owner?
Owner, who was trying to rotate with the rest of the squad, gets countered there by Shanks and Tarzan.
And then the TPs from the
Okay,
top
I'm gonna
laners
pretend I
arrive.
did not
Tarzan
see
wants to
Owner
continue
doing
the
that.
chase. He gets a little too low as Guma's able to consistently dish out the damage. Doran, I thought that he was in so much danger
now we
on the
know how
backside.
Owner died.
He was able to
Oops.
create enough space between him and
Oopsie
AL.
poopsie, guys.
He was able to get away to safety. Now T1 not slowing the game down.
Owner.
Potential dive here. Carrier is behind him. Flandre in some trouble. Will he be able to cut
Hook.
it out? Flashes,
Nice
side
dodge on the
steps.
hook.
Well done by Flandre. Survives the pressure. And I have to highlight
I
Kyle in
am
that previous
hopeless.
fight. as Faker landed,
Not yet.
Flash stuns him to deny
Not
the
yet.
taunt follow-up
It's
onto
only game
Oak.
1 and it's
Kept
4 to
his
5.
AD carry alive for much longer, allowed
Low
him to
key,
put out that pressure in that fight.
Doran got a
Kyle
lot of gold.
already looking good in this
Doran's
game
low-key
number
back in the
And look at
game. He's a
T1's call. They made the effort
two
to
gold
put so much
diff. There's
more
a
money
$2
into this
difference
plan.
in top
They're
lane.
like,
Never mind,
on
$100
reset,
difference.
they'll go for the dragon, but we will get so much
1
more
for 1
money.
dragon,
All these
but then
plates of
Gwen's
solo
back in the
tower
game.
gold for
Faker
Doran.
dashes
That
under
was the
tower,
attack point
Kale's
for AL
rotating
early
over,
on in this
Faker's gonna get
game.
the wave.
Now Doran has actually taken
They
the
lost
gold
tower.
Much
这
needed
一
for
塔
Doran
没
on
了
the top
呀。
side of the map. Feats of strength now in T1's
They
favor.
get
And Faker not really at risk of a dive. The minion wave wasn't stacked enough, and on this Galio, he
They need
feels
1 more
tanky enough to
kill,
be able to
right?
weather
For
any
Feats
pressure.
of Strength. Sorry, I was struggling to find
Across
it.
the map right now, as
Thank
they
you for
fully
the
control
22
topside
months,
jungle,
Bummy,
leveraging the commitment on the
Wummy,
Flandre that they were able to
TY.
invest alongside.
Dude, my
setting up
eyesight's
nice
so bad with
defense
my
on the bot
contact
side. Yes, they will
lenses. These
concede
contact
a
lenses
lot
are
of vision
floating my
control,
eyesight
but no
up.
camps were stolen away. There is no cross map coming through from Tarzan.
One more
which means that
objective?
Ona just finding those
Oh,
jungle
it's
advantages
objective?
across the board.
T1 now only one
Oh, it is
objective
objective,
away
you're
here
right.
from the upgraded boots. I think they're
Sorry,
gonna have
I'm
their
like,
eyes
why my
on the Herald
glasses?
here.
I have a
spawning in 50
pimple
seconds,
right
which
here,
would get them
and I
the feats
swear
of
to
strength.
God, there's
Now,
only a
focus of
pimple here
gold
because of my
into Doran
glasses
resulted
irritating
in
it,
Pop the
and I
ulti
popped
here
it,
onto
so
Kyle.
I wanted to
Deadly
heal as
force
fast
will
as
not
possible,
connect.
so I decided to
Kyle
wear
looking
makeup
like he might be
over
able to get
and
out.
make it
Tarzan
even
could be in
worse.
some trouble.
Anyway,
Over the
so
wall.
I'm
There's
not
the
wearing
flash
glasses today.
forward, though. They're gonna try to fully send it. Faker
Wait,
right
Tarzan
now
just
with
straight up
ulti, though.
dead.
By Shanks on the side.
There's
Here
a
goes
double kill,
lightning.
by the way.
Tarzan's down. Kyle is sure
What
to
is my team
follow.
doing?
Faker may get slowed, but he will not be stopped.
Why was
Arrives all
Kale
the
going
same,
for
and T1
heavy
are looking
bot
like they
side
want
deep
more.
vision when Rift
They don't have
Herald
a
is
minion wave to
spawning?
play with. I think a dive against
There's
Shanks would be very
Dragon in
risky, but
3
they are
minutes,
just
but he
buying
went for a
time. They're trying to
Raptor
clear through the
War?
wave as quickly as they can. Shanks stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He has nowhere to go.
Goodbye, Shanks. Goodbye.
Shanks will try as he might. The rest
Bust
of
your
the numbers
load.
are coming
No,
in
he's
here
dead.
from AL. Can they get anything back? The CC is layered. Shanks gonna fall.
Play
Opens
safe
in the
bot.
area. Flandre takes it
Owner?
all on the top
Is he gonna
side.
get beat
But
by
for now,
Tibbers,
no
dude?
kills
No.
back.
Another tower is secured as well from T1. And just
I
like that,
couldn't
they
find,
ballooned
I
the
couldn't
gold
source my
lead.
pimple
They
patches, but
punish
I will go
Tarzan's
put a pimple patch
invade.
onto my
Did
nose
not have
once
the
we're
time
done.
or the
The
agency
pimple's
to move
quite
into that
small,
bot
so you
side
guys
jungle
can't
and
actually
threaten
see
that
it.
red.
Like, it's
And
right
T1 knew this.
there.
Look at the minimap. You can see the collapse is
Dude,
so much
Kale
stronger
going
because
for
all
this
of the
ward is
T1
so
members are on
greedy.
this side of the
卡尔
map.
这个也
There's no
棒
way for
的，
Flandre to get involved, and
有
he
点
is forced to catch
不把
the
对
wave.
面当
And
人呐。
T1, they
This
leave
is
no
super
prisoners.
T1
disrespectful
had
from
really good
Kale.
timers there because Doran had just reset.
You're
after
not meant to
spending
pop
all of
pimples.
that gold from
Well,
the top
here's the
side
thing.
play.
If
He
I
had a
let the
fully
pimple
finished
grow,
Riftmaker,
then it's
and they
never
had
gonna
plenty of
flatten.
long
If I
range
pop it,
CCs
it's
with the
gonna
Nautilus,
flatten
with the
and it's
Jin
gonna
to be able
scab
to
up and then
punish
it's gonna
the
fall off
invade
quicker.
heavily.
That's how my pimples work. Oh.
They're
Who's
just trying to keep
mouse?
everyone's heart rates down. It's
All
getting a
right.
little bit too
Who's
exciting.
How
Everyone take
many-
a deep breath.
How many mouse jokes can we make? Though?
Scars? At least scars aren't
We are
3D.
done.
Hi
Baker
King,
smiling, though, after
welcome.
that, of course, you know, them feeling the building of
又是谁的
momentum
鼠
here
标
in
出
game
问题
number
了
one.
吗？感觉是卡尔的鼠标
I
出问
like
题
hearing
了。
from his
Kale's
about Shanks coming into
mouse
this matchup where
exploded.
even though he is such a Faker fan, he's talked about how he just needs to stay true to
You
himself.
need to eat
Faker is
more
just another
onions. They
opponent,
have
and
something in
I feel
killing
like
acne.
He has had a lot of pressure
I
thrown towards him so far in this game.
have
and he's been
never
doing his
had
best,
so
but
many
on the side
pimples
lane, it feels like
on
T1
my
have been playing
face
around Faker and collapsing
until
under
I
pressure
got to
from this guy.
Vancouver, and I don't know if
Honestly,
it's
I
because
loved
I was
every Shanks
on my
interviews
period
that I have
or
seen.
if
My
I
favorite
was
one was the
I
one
don't
he
know
did with LPL English,
the
where he
air,
rocks up with his red tinted
the bed,
sunglasses,
Mhm.
and
the
they ask
hygiene,
him about
anything.
this
I
being
was
his
like
first
getting
international
pimples on my
tournament.
like
Oh,
forehead
Shanks,
and like
what sort of
like
impression
here,
do you want to
got one
leave
here. I
on
got
the
like
international
I
fans
usually
now that you're on this
get
big
one
stage?
pimple
And he gave a really
every
based answer.
2-3
He was like,
months.
You know what? I'm
I
not
got
too concerned with the
4
impression that I
pimples
leave
within
on
1
fans.
week,
What I
and they're
really
not
care about
giant
is being
cystic
a
pimples. They were
champion.
just like a little bump.
He is focused.
You are
on
permanently
winning. He is
talking
focused
about
on the
period. I
game,
tracked
on
your
the
cycle better
competition,
than my
and
girlfriend.
that is what's got him through all of these years.
My period came
to
super
rise
early,
up
by the way.
to
It's
the
supposed to be
international
now,
stage.
but
It
like
is just
it was 1 week
actually
early.
big.
What the
And
fuck?
he has been
Anyway, sorry,
playing
TMI.
incredible
I forgot that I'm on the TV screen.
I think he's one of, if not the best performing mid laner so
I
far
love
in the
bubble
tournament.
tea,
Shanks
period.
really
I
has
love
been
bubble
delivering.
tea. You look like
Another
Chovy
update,
today.
it is another
Thank you.
mouse issue for
Thank you.
Durant. So he is getting that looked at once
Early
more.
better than late? What's that like say? I saw this like tweet. It was like, at least I'm not pregnant. Life is bad, but at least I'm not pregnant. Wahoo!
they got a huge swing in momentum, and it really was just a punish on that Tarzan invade, because it's important to recognize that
maybe it was all the stress related to Vancouver and MSI. I don't know. Something was going on.
They threatened to dive onto Flandre while they didn't get the
Never
pick.
had so many
They funneled
pimples in
a
my
huge
life.
amount of gold into
Doran has a
Doran.
shit
They
mouse.
swung that
Is that a
matchup back in
HyperX
his
keyboard,
favor.
by the way? Is
And that
Doran
was
using
their opportunity
HyperX?
for AL
多兰
to
这个
invade on the bot
键盘
side,
的
which they did. They got deep vision,
牌
they
子
stole
是
away
哪
the
一
probes,
家的
and they were
HyperX
threatening a
吗
dive on a faker, but without a proper wave to really push a dive on, there wasn't much of a play there. But then they left the jungle. Tarzan then
I
moved back
haven't
to his
had a
other side of the
period
jungle,
in
but then
years.
moved
Am I
back towards T1's side.
pregante?
And as Kobe, you were saying, it was a matter of the resets
dead,
had already
man.
come through. He moved into an area of the map where T1
Time
was
to
already
switch
looking
from
to
mouse
reclaim
to
control
rat.
of, and T1, they just didn't waste any time. They immediately recognized the misposition and they punished it. And they converted it not only into 2 kills, but they got the bot tower, another kill on top of that.
League players are using bricks as mouses.
Yeah, and the reason why
I know that
like
there's this
T1's
one mouse that
original
looks like
topside
a
play,
web,
where they
and
send
it's like
multiple members
see-through,
sacrifice
and
the
it's
dragon,
super
is
lightweight.
because
Which brand is
Doran,
that?
the Gwen, is actually a critical part of this team comp, plays a very critical role here as far as the extra damage that they're
It's
going
so
to
cringe
need
with these
towards
poses.
the
I
mid
might
game
not
and
be able
towards
to
the
watch
late
2
game.
games. Chat, what
Because
time is it
Galio
for you
and
guys?
Jin
你
are
们现在
very
那边是几点?
burst-centric.
What
This
time is it
Gwen
for you guys?
has
Is it
the
getting worse with
opportunity
each
to be such a
delay
big
and
carry
pause,
as
or
we
is
get
it getting
to these
better
team
for
fights.
each delay and pause?
That's why it's so critical that we make sure his
1
mouse is
a.m.,
working.
2 a.m., 10 a.m. Hey, 10 a.m. is not bad. 10 a.m. you get to watch the series throughout the afternoon. Shut up.
For now.
3 a.m. Oh my god,
Ooh,
GG.
ominous, Verius.
GG to my European rats. How many pauses? This is
I
the
was gonna say,
third
you're gonna
pause
get
that
a
we've
chicken
had
ranch
so
or
far
you're
in
gonna
like a
upload
10-minute game.
85, winning his
I think we might have a
94th
record-breaking
tournament of
7
League of
pauses
Legends
within one
history.
game soon. You know, surprisingly, this MSI, there were barely any
as you said,
pauses.
we're just
I was
technically
actually talking to the
right now.
referee, I was
Heart
like,
rates
oh my
were
god,
very elevated.
we're so
You could
lucky
tell that
to not have any
T1
technical
fans in the
issues or
audience,
chrono
they've
breaks
decided and
throughout this
were
entire
that was just at
MSI.
the bar
And then I left,
draft,
and this
remember?
happened,
Okay.
so
It was already
my bad.
up and down right from the start of the draft. So the fact that T1 now leads this early game, it's we've got to take that breather, take that opportunity to reset.
And I gotta say,
Start smelling
this
the
tournament, I think, has been
mices.
way more competitive than I personally
is
was
that?
expecting.
Is
Coming
that-
into it, I was worried
is that
Gen
their
G
top
could
laner,
possibly just run
Flandre?
away with it. We
No,
saw
that's
HLE at
Kale.
first stand and how that looked, where they were not really
That's
challenged
Kale, right?
very
Yeah, it
heavily
is.
throughout that tournament.
Remember when
Then we
Kale
had
did that
AL
interview and
versus,
said that he
Gen
thinks
G.
the
We
2
had T1
Korean teams is
versus
going to be in
Gen
the
G, and you
finals?
see
He might
not
be
one
right.
team can challenge them,
He
but
will be
two
the
teams
one
can
to
challenge
make
them,
that a
push them to the
reality.
brink in a best
Maybe.
of 5. Gen G
还记
still
得卡尔就是接
undefeated
受采
on
访
the
说
year here,
他
but
觉得
both
两
these
支
teams
LCK 的队伍会进
one
决赛
nexus
吗
away from changing that. And
刚
you
刚
have
Faker
to
在
think
叫
that
什么
both of these teams
可能
believe
说
that if
兄
they
弟
get
这
the
把稳了
rematch,
吧？
they
不
will
知
be
道
the
哎。
ones hoisting the trophy.
If you guys find out what
We have
Faker
had
was
the
smiling
most
about earlier, can you
full
guys let me
5-game
know?
series of any international
Kale
ever.
can't play
It has
against
been incredible
Koreans.
to watch.
We're back.
So
All right. Everyone got a snack.
why am I stuttering?
Got
Same
their
for
drinks.
Tarzan, no?
We're ready for some more League
That's
of
kind of
Legends
mean.
here.
I'm not gonna say that.
As T1
Will
looking
Tarzan
very
beat
good
the
in this early
Korean
game.
spy
1.8K
allegations?
is the
Find out on the
advantage,
next
just 15 minutes in,
episode.
and one objective away from claiming feats here.
Now, of course,
T1 making really good map side lane plays
teams.
though.
But what's impressed me already in this game one is Carrier has
主
been
播
involved
不
in，
主
every
播能支
single
持一下
kill
T1
that
吗？
T1 have
我
been
太
able to
害
find.
怕了。
He has been leaving Guma
我想
isolated
AL
in the
赢
side
啊
lane so that he can roam around the map. He's been working closely with Faker specifically to
He
try
lost
and attack Shanks. And so far in this
130,000
game, they've
viewers.
succeeded, finding himself with a 0-2-1
Doesn't he
scoreline.
usually
Hope is the
hit
player that's just kind of been picking up
140
these kills where he can in the
like,
exchanges, but
around
right
average
now across the board it is T1
for
that
MSI.
find themselves with the gold
I want
lead.
to
A large
watch
part of that is 'cause of these two
anime
towers they were able
horse
to
girl
secure on
racing.
the third dragon on the horizon. Both
Are
teams
you a
will be setting their
furry
sights
dude?
on looking to grab that objective for themselves.
It is good that you mention Hope, though, because he just did his 2-item power spike. Now with the Rage Blade, the Kaisa very capable of making
那
some
这
of
里
these
不能
big
待了吗？
plays.
我去欧钢
They,
那
they have
不
so
要
much
啊，
CP on
哥
their
们儿，
team,
你
set
怎么
him
去
up
欧
with
钢那
Plasma.
里呀？就
So
因为
if
我
they can
支持
control
AL，
some
你什么
vision
意
here,
思啊？
that would be the
Why
first
am I
step in
losing
opening
viewers
up an
for
area
supporting
on the
AL?
map to be able to make that pick with. Kyle himself going to try and do that, but as you can see, very good vision toggle by the observers.
Ugh, I
T1
just dropped coffee
have
on
made
me.
it
Ugh.
difficult for them.
They really have, and Hope, as you said, on those two items because he has the free boots.
Ginsu
Guma on the other
and
side has slightly more gold. but he does not have
Kraken
free boots, did
before the
upgrade
next dragon
those
in 30
steel caps
seconds.
to try to survive
Flash
the
check,
dive
flash
that he knows
check.
is going to be
Everyone
coming
has
for
flash
him.
except for Nautilus. 就只有泰坦闪现没有好。
20 9 seconds now.
You don't have a very good record. Incorrect. I was challenger in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022. Incorrect. I have a magnificent record.
TP towards the middle lane.
There you go.
Gonna pick up an amp tone, so a bit of extra AP is now the
Put the
contest
fries
over
in the
this mid lane
bag, bro.
begins.
Yo, I want Chick-fil-A before I leave Atlanta. I'm eating Chick-fil-A tomorrow.
Look for the big stun play.
I love Chick-fil-A.
For T1 with the approach for AL is here.
Okay.
T1 pulling back out.
The exhaust is ready for Nautilus. 泰坦带个虚弱哎。They're looking mid lane. That's the Rift Herald popping off. Oh my god, they forced Wukong flash with that hook. Galio is wrapping around the back on a ward. Oh, their pink ward is gone. They lost vision. 他们这个针眼没了。Kale, what are you doing? Kale, no one can follow up to your rel engage. 卡尔，你在干什么？快闪出去！啊 ，Kale's dead. Kale's dead. Kale's fucking dead now. Kale's fucking dead now. Wait, how are these Shinos not landing? Wait! Maybe Kale can verse Koreans. These Shinos are not landing. Hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. He might be the goat. He might be the actual goat because he's playing a horse girl. Hold up. Wait, what? Guma didn't land a single ulti in that fight, I swear. He missed like 3. 进大招空3个子弹呢。Oh.
Carrier is here.
Ha, he has smite, Monka S. Is Carrier dead? He has flash, no? 小 K 是有闪现的喂。哎。What was that?
Incredibly, and Dragon number 2 going AL's way.
Laundry, you good?
To the momentum that T1 had been building.
Looks like on rel for a second. That's what I was thinking. I'm surprised neither Tarzan or Kale died.
Of course, you know, Tarzan got his blown really early there.
Interesting.
As well. So the Wukong got reduced.
They lost so many flashes that fight though. They lost rel flash and they lost Laundry flash and Wukong flash. 他们少3个人的产线。撞墙 dash 吗？谁刚才撞墙了？ This is the least Asian Jace without being what? You can't say that. You can't say that.
From Faker as Kyle
That's stereotyping.
The immediate backline response. Hook connects onto
I'm surprised Wukong doesn't die here. Oh, everything landed onto Hope for some reason. Jin? Guma? Guma? Lali? He actually missed all 3.
Gets the shutdown as well.
Guma needs to lock in, man. These ults, they're looking like my ults on Jin. 这跟我玩的劲差不多。刚才泰坦用 Q 去抓墙吗？哦，没看到，我还以为他要交手。以为必死的一般死不了，凭什么？凭什么？这个瑞尔这么送？ T1 only have world buff, not international buff. Incorrect. T1 also have a buff against Chinese teams. Period. They get like a, I don't know, a passive buff. Otacon rush from T1. Shanks is walking around. Jace Q lands. Doran already used his invuln. Wukong took the Otacon. Yo, worth low-key. Oh, Tarzan said he was gonna flash. Owner flashes out. Tarzan's dead. Guma Yushi free hitting. Yo, Guma's free hitting! Oh, Hope! Wait, I didn't even realize, but because Guma's so zoned out by Shanks, Hope gets a quadra kill? What? Wait, hold up. So they get Otacon. Kaisa gets a triple kill because he's a Chinese Kaisa player. And Gumiushi flashes. Oh, and Gumiushi flashes away. And nearly dies to Tiba.
T1 came so close.
Jojo Mate Hope might be Chinese. 哎，难道这就是 LPL 的卡莎 TP? It's a fucking TP, isn't it?
This is Carrier TPing in with the
Carrier
Summoner
TP,
Spellbook
he's
here.
gonna have to trade for Doran Loki. 他要跟多兰换头。
Carrier does arrive. Hope going to
Wait, Doran's won it
passive auto, the hook, the shutdown.
Okay, he had to dodge that hook. He had to dodge that hook, but he was point blank. 被勾到了 ，A 不出来，被勾到了。Fuck! Oh, I touched the mouse. Sorry. Go main.
No Krugs, no Wolves, no
Krugs, no
We look
Wolves.
at this fight, and it's Kael again with an engage. The hook from
Carry a hook
hits onto
out
the
of
other
con. That's
but he
awkward.
does get the
Look
ultimate
at
onto Hope,
Shanks.
forcing him out of
He
the
just
fight.
completely
Doran's able to do so
he
much damage
marks
into the
Jin
front
this
line
fight.
as the Galio engage comes through.
How
But this
did
choke point,
Hope
Shanks
pop off
drops
here?
a big
He
stun,
flew in,
forcing
gets
T1 to
double
retreat, but T1
taunted.
don't really care 'cause Guma's doing so much damage
They
on the back line.
aimed for
And look at the
Flandre
positioning
instead of
Hope.
Kaisa. Ooh,
Everything is
nice
thrown at him. He
flash.
flashes away
Carrier
from the
couldn't get
damage of
onto
the
Kaisa
Galio.
the entire
Shanks
fight.
just barely able to get the damage off to secure that kill on the back line as Hope walks away with a triple kill.
Yeah, Hope made sure that Shanks was going to
Tibra's
live
legit
after
carrying.
that
Yeah,
one,
Tibra's
chasing off
genuinely
the rest of
solo
T1. Guma
zoned
had to
out
retreat.
Gumi
Now, as we
Yushi.
get back out into the
为什
action,
么不
though,
去
we'll
草
see
丛
about
里
the
面去换
resets.
多蓝
So
呢
many flashes
他可能觉得
blown
就是
in
可以
that
躲掉
last
这个
fight.
Q 吧，
There
但是
will
走到人家
be
脸，走到人家
vulnerabilities
脸
here.
上去了
So。it puts so much importance
Hi Tom, welcome.
on the vision setup, and right now you can see Owner is moving in with Doran.
He's
Ooh.
gonna be spotted, and Tarzan looking here.
Is that
will
Black
be
Myth
finding
Wukong?
engage. Doran gonna have to try to kite
Is
back.
he
He's gonna be knocked out
searching
by the Cyclone. Shanks cannot
for
get
the
in range
scrolls?
just yet, and Tarzan now in trouble.
Okay,
Owner's
it's gonna be
go
1 for
forward
1.
to follow. Doran's
Shield?
incredibly low, but
Wait.
he's still surviving.
The
Owner
Locket
running
shield is
down the middle,
massive.
and here comes
Kaisa
Hope,
flew in.
and that might be the end
Double
of the hope for the
knockup.
fight.
Kaisa's
T1
wiping.
has
Kaisa's
it.
wiping.
Gotta run. This Kaisa
靠，
is
这
on a
卡
roll.
莎伤害
Kael's
巨
gonna
高，
set
兄弟
up
们，3件装
Nazi
3
Guma.
items on
Another
Kaisa just
real
wipes
fall.
and melts the
3 kills
team.
for AL. Wherever Hope
They can't
goes,
get
T1
onto
has
Kaisa.
none.
They blew their load onto a monkey.
As T1 look
他们
for a
技能
pick
全
onto
交给
Tarzan.
猴子了，
The
没伤害去打
collapse
卡
comes
莎
through
了，谁
thanks to
懂
the
啊
Kaisa ultimate, and he picks T1 apart once more.
？Okay, Dragons up.
Kills
Soul
on
point
that
for
Kaisa.
AL. It's
3
looking pretty
items
good.
completed
I was doubting
already.
this Kaisa pick,
He is
but
going to destroy them, and that's Dragon number 3.
T1
His
are
Dragon
hard
Soul
focusing
point. Here's another
Tarzan
look
throughout
at the
these fights.
2v2 that
If you guys
started
haven't
out.
noticed，
They
就是
wanted
T1 他
again
们
to
就是
go for
打团的时候
Doran
会
here
去
and get
硬
incredibly
开猴
low.
子，
T1
所以
get their
Hope 其
kills,
实
but look at the
他这个时机
reinforcements.
就是
Hope
大招
flies
飞
in
进去
on
的
the
时候也蛮
Kaisa,
好的。
is able to
Hope's
play
like
off the
timing on these
setup.
ults are
And
also
you can
pretty
see
good.
that Shanks
He like
was
waits
hesitant to drop
for
his combo right
T1
from the
to
start
blow their
because of that
CD
Gwen
onto Monkey, and then he
invulnerability that
like
she's
ulted.
provided. And that meant that
Never
because he
doubted
hesitated so
Chinese
long, Doran was
Kaisa.
almost able to get away to
That
safety,
do be
but as
true,
you
that
said,
do be
Hope
true.
comes
I've
in
never
just
doubted
at
a
the right
Chinese
time.
Kaisa before.
And while the kills are very close, the gold is very close. All of the gold is basically sitting on Hope, as the rest of T1 will still find ways to navigate these upcoming fights.
But as we watch these replays, AL is picking up Dragons. They are now on Soul Point here, and it is Cloud Soul,
Okay.
incredibly powerful for
T1
a lot
damage
of
check.
the champions that they are
T1
running.
damage check
Okay,
where
so when you have an AD carry that's super fed, what do? Vi ult and
they
Nautilus
just need to
ult are
like
very
put
good
the
tools
exhaust
at
onto
trying to
Kaisa when
shut
she
down
flies
that
in, and
Kaisa,
maybe
so
she
we
dies.
will be looking
就
at Hope's
得要
flash,
去看卡
at
莎
Hope
位置啊，卡莎一旦飞进去，套个虚，我感觉也可以杀
Hope
掉
has
了。
that terminus and likely
How
to
do you-
build towards GA
I guess you
next.
can
have to
outplay
think to
Nautilus
try
ult
to answer
and
all
Vile
of this
if you're
dive.
like
You know,
fast
Zonius
enough
would be
as
another
Kaisa.
option, but he is not going that route. Does have the BF, and I'm assuming that is going to be the GA.
Guma needs IE. He has
See
IE.
that Shanks is hesitant to
Guma
push
也
out
3 件
that
装
top
了。
lane.
They just gonna
Even
play for
though
Dragon.
AL
他们可以
are
等
hovering around the top side jungle,
小
and that's
龙。
because he
Will
recognizes how
T1
quickly
do a
the collapse
T1
of
Baron
T1 can
before
be,
the Dragon
with Owner
spawns?
on this Vi and Faker who
They
could quickly
TP'd
follow
for
up.
it. They
Baron is
freaking
going to be
TP'd.
started,
Kaisa
and this
W
will be
lens.
spotted out.
The T1
Tarzan's around the
classic.
area.
When the stakes are
They
high,
saw
they go to these
Tarzan
objectives,
on
they
a
force
ward. 他
their
们看到
opponents
对
to
面猴
respond.
子的位置了，兄弟
Flandre
们
on。the other side of the map is going to teleport. AL are here. Doran
Okay,
threatening
double
a flank
traps.
on the side.
It's hard for Tarzan
moving
to
in.
walk
The
into
Carrier is
BH.
marking him. Will T1 just try to finish it? Looks
Okay,
like
they're
gonna turn for
forcing the
Carrier
fight.
in trouble in the front line.
Exhaust
Owner's going
onto
to the back
Tarzan.
line.
Oh, onto Hope.
Turning
Oh
the
my god, that
fire
shield is massive.
T1
That
going
shield
to the
is
meat grinder. They
literally
stand no
massive. They don't
chance
have
at
damage.
all.
They don't have
It
damage.
is
No,
4
没伤害，没
kills
伤
for
害，没伤害。
AL.
They throw everything at
Well,
Hope. They put as
mid
much
inhibitor?
CC down as
See,
possible,
that's 30
yet it is
seconds.
still
Mid inhibitor?
not enough
不会一波
to
吧？
take
不至于
him
吧
down.
There's
He
no
doesn't
way.
pick up a kill,
Are
but
they
the
gonna
rest
try and
of
end
AL
on
is
this
there to
wave?
support him, and now they're running through the base.
Wait.
AL
20 seconds,
on the
15 on
march here,
Nautilus. Do they end at 26 minutes? Hold up. T-ba. Wait, it's fucking over. Wait, is this what G2 thought they were? That's game. They didn't even have grubs. 他们连虫子都没有拿就能结束游戏喂。哇塞 They didn't even have grubs and they ended the game so fast. Well, I guess it was a 4-0, to be fair. 4换0也差不多该结束了。Yo, Wait, I'm not the problem today. 我今天没有毒奶，有没有说话？有没有说话？ I'm not cursing the team, am I? I'm beating the allegations. Hold up. She's cooking today.
In this one, we'll see about the responses, about the changes.
Stop cooking.
Heading into game number 2.
No.
We now have Laura standing by with Coach Chabe to get his thoughts
we
on
have
game
an
1.
interview. Hold up.
Tabe, thank you so much for joining me after this game 1. Any comments on T1 for this one?
They were really strong.
哎，我感觉真的要进决赛了吗？只要我不奶，什么意思？只要我不奶？
So we really had to push all our limits and to
Ooh,
try
I
our best.
love Laura's outfit today. 今天女采访好好看哦，她这个头发发型。 造型
and Galio.
I don't think I've ever seen Laura's hair like this.
But Kaiser has really good
There's a cafe named Athena at my mall.
So all the
What do they sell there?
So I was very amazed by Hope's performance, and I think today
Hope will flaming
carry.
T1 in the interview
Game 1, Tabe,
while
thank you
the
so much.
players
I'm gonna let you
walk
join our
past
team.
him.
Shucks, what do you have?
I agree with the man. That's why he's a kingmaker. He knows.
Hi, Project
what
Ash.
positions
Oh, you're
to put
verified
his players
now?
in, and he gives them the
Big.
trust
Is that the
they
partner
will
badge?
carry. And Hope
Laura
did.
looks like a bodybuilder.
This is a
Dude,
true
all
carry
the
performance that
female
we've not
like
seen many of
broadcasting
this
talent,
MSI,
they're
I believe.
all
Yeah, and it's
buff
so
as hell. They're
amazing for
swole as hell.
Hope to be
I'm
the
probably
one
the
to really
least
step up
swole
here, right?
person
Because
out of the
looking at
whole
this
like
team, we're
talent
okay,
gang.
we can see standout performances from a lot of the other
Do we
players.
see it?
Hope's been
Do we see that little-
consistently good.
little chicken
This
fillet?
is his first breakout insane performance, and what a way to do it in game 1.
Do y'all see that?
And it's not as if they didn't try to stop him.
No.
Like Tabe said, there was Vi, Galio, the amount of times they tried to just stick onto him, but he, with like just narrowly escapes.
That's pretty
So
good. That's
it's
pretty
important
good.
to actually focus on the first replay, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every
Wait,
second
W
counts,
sponsor
and he
plug.
made
That's a
it
bone. That is not a
round.
bone. What are you saying,
This
dude?
team fight right
That's my
here.
muscle.
Yeah, and as you see, T1 initially looked like they are going to have the setup here, right? Like, Kyle does go in, but then Keria is able to get on the back line there. Galio comes
You're
from
not the
Faker.
least
Kyle
built
has to
broadcast
flash out.
talent.
Looks like
You're
a great
just
setup, right?
unbuilt.
I wanna call out
Are you saying I'm a
Shanks here because
fraud?
it's
I'm
kind
pretty
of
sure my
weird to
dog
say
is
that
more
someone has
buff than
crapped
you.
on Annie, but I think Shanks' Annie is
Look,
actually amazing.
But does
I
your
feel like
dog
he's
know how to
always
play
playing
Lulu
roles
in League of
really
Legends?
key
I don't
target
think so.
situations in so many of these team fights, and it allowed Hope to have so much space in a lot of these fights where he ended up getting kills.
Yeah, and it was just that snap engage that they had immediately. Sure, recognizing that T1's overstepping with
When
two
you
members,
flex,
but
your
this
muscles
Kyle,
get smaller?
immediate
Wait,
engage,
serious?
anti-ulti. Kaisa also just like moves over.
You're
from
right,
like
you're
the
superior.
wall just to be able to, like,
Indeed.
free fire onto two
Indeed.
members.
I'm
And
pretty
by the way,
sure
early game,
if you train
Kaisa
a
was
monkey
getting
to
fed.
play
The
League of
early kill that
Legends,
happened
they're
bot lane
smart
in
enough to
2v2,
play League, no?
and then the frozen wave
Okay,
wave
I don't know if
2v1
it's
into
true.
Doran.
I was
All of
on
the setup
Douyin one
for
day,
his
and Douyin
success
has
in
some
this
of the
game.
most
Can I
like
ask you about
wild
the two
streams
compositions
out
and
there.
why initially
And
it
I
was
shit
very
you
good
not,
for
I
T1 in terms of
literally
how they're
had
willing
like
to play these, used
a
Galio
monkey
also more of an
playing
offensive
Mobile
tool, right,
Legends
to
Bang
get
Bang,
the
not
content.
League, but
Where
Mobile
did their
Legends Bang Bang.
composition
And I
break
don't
apart?
know if it
Was
was
just
fake,
that
like
Kaisa
just
was
a
so
monkey
effective?
like
It seemed like
piloting
even in the
some
intricacies
keyboard
of
and a
the
mouse
engages, they could
with
just
like
couldn't get them
gameplay
all.
on top
A
of
little
it,
bit of that,
or if he
and I
was
think the goal
actually
lead
like
was
if it
starting
was
to
like
expand
faking
for
it
T1
or if it was
because
real.
not
Because
only
I
did
feel
they
like
get the full tower
a
top
monkey
side, they
could
weren't
play
able to get
Mobile
knocked
Legends
down
Bang
bot
Bang
side,
if
and
they
then
are
were
smart enough.
basically punishing the
Well, if they are
engage
trained
that,
enough to do
they
so.
were starting to see from AL.
Did you work
But
out in Canada
that
these days?
on a
Yes.
cost
Yeah.
fight,
I
if they were
was
fighting
working
into the
out
corner and really
religiously
couldn't
in
access the
Canada,
back line,
and I shit
like,
you not,
that was
I
allowing
literally
Kaisa to
met
just
the
free
entire
fire.
Genji
And that, to
play,
me,
like
was the
the
reason
whole
that
Genji
kind of broke the
roster
game open.
at the
They were fighting
gym
into a tri-bush that they couldn't really
more than 3
enter.
times.
Yeah, and so many
Specifically,
things go wrong
I
here
kept
for T1,
walking
despite the fact that,
into
like Brad
Ruler
said,
at the
they are in a
gym. It was very
position, they've
awkward.
set them back
I don't know if he
up
knows
pretty
me or
well.
remembers me
They're
from the
going to
JDG
take this
days.
Otacon
我不知道 Ruler
and
就是
a
会
few
不
things
会
go wrong in that.
还
Tarzan
记不记
actually
得
is
我
able to get
我
in,
23
right,
年
with
有
the
采访过
smite.
他
So
I think
he's able to get this
I
fight.
think
The fight
I've
still looks
interviewed
kinda
Ruler,
good.
or at
Maybe
least
they
I
can
met
play with
Ruler in
range, and
2023
then just
when he was on
watch
JDG.
Hope in this fight.
You
Again,
don't know
it
you
ends
little
up
bro.
being so
Okay.
close, and the key here is Shanks.
Wow.
Like, he is constantly
Working out in
stunning
Canada
off these
but no
targets
workout stream,
for
dude.
Hope
I
to
am
be able to go
genuinely
in
dying
and clean
every
them up.
time
And
I am
this
working
is
out. I'm
really
good,
how
man.
this composition wants to
I'm
work. We take a look at
good.
our 2 bot laners here. Hope with the 10-2 and 4 score line coming out of that.
How wild are
Absolutely
these
insane,
Douyin
and we
streams?
set up in the
I have like
pre-show how important this was for
65-year-old
Hope. The fact
aunties
that he does
playing
wanna
League of
get revenge
Legends and
specifically versus
smurfing on
T1, but
kids,
he
and
also
also
just wants
Valorant.
to
Like
get
they're
this big win
genuinely
for
over 60 years old and they're smurfing all kids in Valorant. Hope carry. Good. Hope game. Chat, do you have hope? 有没有希望，兄弟们？第一把不错哟，不错哟。Kaisa loves the CCCom. I also think Tarzan, I don't know if you guys even like care about this, but Tarzan genuinely tanked so many spells. Like he was actually baiting them super hard. Remember to mute the stream? Oh, true. Okay, I will mute the stream now actually. Stop cursing my team. Kitty root for L now? Yo, what does this have to do with me? Whose side are you on? 60 plus and better than me at League? T1 select blue side. Okay, so they're on blue side again. Tarzan kept getting 2 to 3 ults in 2 different team fights. Literally! Wukong Annie is like playing verse 5v7, all the clones and the Tibbers. T1B 大龙是把 AL 当 BOG 了吗? Okay, I don't get this meme. For some reason, there's like an ongoing meme. 就是可不可以跟我解释一下? There's this ongoing meme that BLG, because they lose against really like random teams, there's like this AI image of all the players being bald. 就是为什么有个剃头发的梗啊？就也是那种黑粉给他们起的梗，但是是什么梗呢？为什么没有声音？因为这个声音有音乐，这个音乐会被copyright. Also, chat, I realized I got into big trouble. 我发现我最近带了一波节奏哎，救命 I recently got into trouble, guys. I got into low-key, not controversy, but trouble. Was it the water bomb? No, it has nothing to do with my stream. It has something to do with my Twitter. 跟我直播没有关系，跟我在 X 上面发的东西有关系。If it's not live stream fails and I'm not interested, well, I guess I'll find it for you guys. It was on my Twitter. So, go into my Twitter. I was scrolling Douyin one day and I just found this image on Douyin and I was so shook. Like, I obviously saw this collaboration, right? And I was like, who made this, man? Like, who actually fucking made this? This is... What? Like, why would you put Jackie Love there? I even made it really clear that I was like, you know, kind of mad. 谁做的？这到底是谁做的？也没有去说杰克什么，就说这到底是谁做的？就很生气那种说法，就这种照片能做出来。And then it got reposted onto Chinese media, and the headline of Chinese Reddit was like, streamer Kitty hates Jackie Love. 就是解说 Katie 去什么黑杰克带节奏，是不是因为他之前被杰克的粉丝骂过，所以现在有仇 ？Saying like, is she hating and flaming Jackie Love now because when she was an active LPL caster, she was getting flamed by Jackie Love fans, so now she's taking revenge against Jackie Love? 在串，我不懂啊，就是我觉得我发这种照片就说这到底是谁做，就有点就是也不能说是搞笑吧，但是只能说就是这个照片有点逆天。It's a bit ridiculous. It's a bit ridiculous, this photo. And I literally got taken out of context and people are saying, I hate Jackie Love. 就是他们会拿这个 X 上面发的东西，然后会在他们自己的网站上号上说我讨厌杰克。You reposted this when you already had antis from Jackie Love's fan base? Crazy article. Anyway, I found that out at like 3 a.m. in the morning, so yay! 凌晨3点刷抖音刷到的，凌晨3点刷抖音是能刷到自己是什么概念呢？ Like I was literally doom scrolling at 3 a.m. on my Douyin, and I scrolled onto a video about myself. About myself. Did you clear this all up? No, because I don't think it's a big deal. It's just ridiculous the way they painted me. Because obviously they just want to stir shit up for the sake of stirring shit up. I think if you're just like a human, you would understand that that is not me flaming Jackie and me saying that photo is just ridiculous in general. It is not me flaming Jackie。其实也不用多说，杰克的粉丝都是这样子的嘛。就我也没有去回应，我觉得没必要去回应。但是我就觉得自己能凌晨3点能刷到自己的条，而且还是这样子的条，就有点离谱。This is a very ridiculous headline of myself. They're painting me in a bad light, guys. 你有看到光头 BLG 吗？就我刚才还在问你们为什么 BLG 输了会被骂剃光头啊？就是我其实自己也不太懂这个梗，应该是黑梗吧。You've had worse Douyin threads before? Dude, I've had Douyin threads of everything at this point. Tell them it was one of the fake Kitwees. True. Douyin has threads. Not threads, but like conversation/headliners. Kitty said Jacula fans are not human. No, stop trying to cancel me. Y'all are my biggest ops. Y'all are making me getting canceled. It's like how you went to Thailand for plastic surgery. Dude, okay, shouldn't I take it as a compliment for people saying that I got plastic surgery? Because technically, if you get plastic surgery, it's either 1, you're pretty, because obviously why would you look uglier after plastic surgery? Or 2, you're rich, because how would you do plastic surgery without money? Or they're saying I look botched. But even if I do look botched with plastic surgery, or if I allegedly had plastic surgery, then that still means I had the money to do plastic surgery. That still means I am not poor. Right, guys? It was for the bigger boobs, your call. They just don't know I wear double bras. Ha ha ha. They just don't know what a bra is. Okay, sorry, we're back.
For the duration here.
I'm excited.
A bit too much yapping, a bit too much coffee. I'm on my second coffee.
Get their hands on some playmakers. You know the magic is going to happen with both Vi and Wukong already taken out of the pool. Xin Zhao naturally rises.
If you were rich, you would go to Korea.
Early ban coming through from
GG.
AL. And also that
hi Tom, hi everyone, welcome. We are entering game number 2 between T1 and AL, with AL being 1 game up. 第2场马上要开始了，兄弟们。Did you start streaming before COVID? I think so. I started streaming in last year of high school.
Exactly. Let's see with some
okay,
of the picks
Talia
out,
ban, Nico ban,
so
Pantheon.
Okay, Talia ban again should require the Azir response. As expected, usually not wanting to give one without the other, unless you wanted to do some
honestly
stuff and try and get 2 for 1
Xin,
value.
did Xin just like fall off in meta? Because I feel like Pantheon is just the best jungler that's available in the pool right now. Xin fell off and Pantheon is just permaban every game. 就感觉把潘森都会被ban。赵信已经不是最高优先级的打野了。
T1 taking their time, thinking about how they want to close this one out. What will their priority be?
God of Dice, Doran. That's 369.
Galio gone naturally rises in priority as well.
不是骰子神不应该是369吗 Then loses to Pantheon Wukong Trundle. Yeah, I guess people just figured out Xin really well.
This will be the Rumble priority.
Azir ban. Did you guys see that Faker has an all-time win rate of 70% on Azir in his entire career? And it's also his like most played champion ever. 有没有看到 Faker 就是在整他的职业生涯里面玩沙皇的胜率是70%。Lucian first pick. Lucian first pick with no with no Nautilus. 没有泰坦就直接1楼选卢仙。
Definitely does kind of put you into a more counter engage and defensive mindset, but
Ironically, Easy Hoon would replace him for the Azir games, right? Back in the day,
this would put a lot of like.
Was it 2015?
From picking the Xin
was that 2015 SKT T1?
And some of the AD
I think it was specifically for Azir though, yeah. Like that was one of the big talking points.
My instincts are that AL might just have a Sion. Oh, okay.
Trundle
Could
blind.
also be the early Yorick. We did see this come through in their series yesterday.
It was 2015, nice. Still got it. My memory is not forwarding it up.
Alright. In the matchup against
Yorick.
Bin, he actually fell behind.
They're making Dorn play
Jax,
but Jax gets countered by Trundle. 他们想要多兰去玩武器，但是武器打巨魔有点难受。
You could still do Renekton as well. One of the nerfs to Yorick for this patch for MSI was the armor, and so you do have a couple more of those options.
And one of the things I like about the Trundle pairing with it is it's dissuading you from going towards the Cho'Gath and the Sion, which are two
Lucian
really
Braum when
stable,
Ezreal Karma is still up?
I'm thinking about AL just locking something like a Rakan here as well.
And I guess Rakan is open,
go
true.
For the blind Braum, obviously it's a fantastic pairing alongside the
2楼选不
Lucian. Faker's Rise. These do feel like a lot of denial picks, but we saw a composition.
I like the Orianna. Yo, I like AL's comp more so far. I like AL's comp. AL 是前面前3选感觉没问题啊。这个不如盲选有点奇怪。They're obviously gonna ban Rakan and Karma here. What else are you gonna play bot lane? 下路除了洛和卡尔玛能玩什么？
Flandre's Yorick at the top side. They actually don't even protection ban it early on here, going for the Nocturne.
I would have
instead,
preferred Aurora.
I guess they, as Azelle was already saying, they're not worried about the tank responses just because the Trundle already locked in. And instead they're worried about the potential dive against an Orianna.
There's
like
no
front to back is probably the style of play that they want to be playing.
要不要来个送球的？ I think AL should still play a champion that can get the ball onto the enemy team. But then playing a melee champion into Braum is not great. 塞纳塔姆吗？塞纳塔姆可能前期伤害有点低哦，因为8条本来自己伤害就不是超高的。塞纳塔姆。 Caitlyn Karma. I think it's a good Caitlyn game. I don't know about Karma being open. I don't know what else you. Oh, they left Karma open to ban Alistar. I guess
they are worried about just giving
they're scared of Kale getting Alistar to bring the ball in 就把info给ban掉，所以没有人送球啊。
Really good matchup into the Braum, and they're gonna lock that in.
要不女警，要不 EZ 选一个吧。Ezreal or Caitlyn, choose one. I think Hope is gonna play Caitlyn. 我感觉 Hope 应该会玩女警。It's easier to dive on Caitlyn, and you have Trundle, you might as well. Where is 369? 为什么那个牌子说369哥在哪里
？But having a bottom lane that is gonna be heavy pressure, double poke there with the Karma instead of getting in there engage.
369在上海啊，369。369 is in 上海 bro。跟中国的平台一起播吗？有点不方便，因为我说的英文会比较多，可能听不懂。 Isn't MSI Braum win rate insane? It's like 85, 90, 85%? 85%? 还真玩 insane. Okay, sure. I would have liked Caitlyn more on R5, but sure. Chat, we're gonna run ads. If you like to vote ads, make sure to hit on Twitch Prime to vote ads for the monthly turn to the TK. We'll be back for game number 2 between T1 and AL in the lower bracket finals at MSI. Currently, AL is 1-up, so I'll see you guys in just a second while we talk about the draw. So AL have a bit of a weird situation where they have 2 tier sackers, Orianna and Ezreal. I do think, like, I like the Renekton into the Yorick, because I can see a world where Lee Sin could also just like force flash top lane and Renekton might have an easier time. Caitlyn would have been better. I do like Caitlyn into Lee Sin and Renekton too, because they both have to go forward, right? And you have the whole like trap thing. 听说 Katie 穿谁的队服谁输，你就等着看嘛。I get why they pick Ezreal because he won't lock Lee Sin. You can just dash away.
I mean, it's such a different draft than game 1 for both sides. Both sides are very low on hard engage.
I think Hope's Ezreal very good
so many ways to start fights out.
What is that?
Wukong, all of
LCS?
this time teams are going to have to be more
但是我要是没有记错的话 ，Hope 的 EZ 玩的其实没有那么的顺手。Like he's definitely not your ruler, Pays, or Elk on Ezreal.
Long career, but we'll get into it with game 2 being so important.
Make some noise, get hype.
Jumping into
Chat, make
game
some
2.
noise.
Keeping an eye on early vision, always super important. You'll notice Flandre making his
So
way
you have
towards the
hella
bot lane,
prio
will drop
between
the
mid
ward
lane and
for
bot
his
lane for
bot
AL.
AL
塔赞可以下野区做点事情哦，中下都有线权的前期。Early game, mid bot prio would be really nice for Tarzan to play on.
It really does fit his style. Such a creative and flexible
Kind of
support
hard for
player.
Ezreal to play this
sneaking in
comp.
behind Tarzan.
I am worried that they might have a bit low of damage. I'm scared. 感觉 AL 这个阵容其实就是前期对线会强一点，但是装备也是，这伤害也不是很高呀。I think AL have a weird comp where they're really strong, like level 1 to 3, and then I think T1 are really strong off the first item. AL 前期1级到3级应该会很强，但是一到一件套了 ，T1 这边这个阵容就感觉可以开团了。
Still seems interesting to me.
I
Like
go to
it doesn't
Hong
quite
Kong.
compute in my brain that these T1
I
players
recently
are
went to
now
Hong Kong
such
last year.
veterans of international play because every time they show
我
up, they
上
have
次
such
MSI
deep
玩完
runs.
了，去的香港诶，
They've created such a
感
large
觉还行
fandom.
吧，香港也就
Everyone really
也就
following
那样
the
吧。I don't think Hong Kong
long
was
journey
super
that
fun.
they
I was like,
have
okay.
The journeys
It was
for
like-
the junglers in this game are
Compared to
both
all
going
the other
be
places I've traveled
top towards
to
that bottom. Of
for
course,
vacation,
the deep ward that we saw placed up by the
it was
rapid hit
It was not
will
like super
alert
like
T1
woohoo.
to Tarzan's pathing.
Exactly.
I'm only there for 3
Curious as to
days.
how Owner
Oh,
will
okay.
respond as the poke continues to
下
come
路
through.
很痛
Early
很
heal
痛。
used by Carrier to sidestep some of the poke coming out from Hope. As
Hong Kong is a nice
Faker
place
also
if you
just getting
like
some nice trades in the
eating.
middle lane. So T1
I
are pushing
love
mid
eating,
and
man.
top. You know, on the bot side of the map, it is Gumayushi and Carrier
It is
that are
just
being put
expensive
underneath their tower.
to eat food in Hong Kong as well. For people that's never been to Hong Kong, they a lot of their like really good authentic restaurants don't accept card. They do cash. 就很多在就是你要是在香港玩的话，很多他们那种很正宗的餐厅都不怎么收卡的。
Much more success.
I mean, 7 and 9 versus T1 is better than almost anyone does. This is a team that just wins time and time and time again.
Rise is already.
I like what Tabe has cooked up for AL. Doran looking for a trade once more against Flandre. The back and forth between the two top laners is they're left
我
isolated.
那
Keep
个
my eyes on the junglers.
叫什么？
Both plays are about to complete, and here we go.
广东话，广东话。广东话。Yeah, my Cantonese. Wait, Ezreal E's like that? Serious? W onto Gumayushi tags the Lucian. Trundle's kind of beating Lee Sin's ass, I'm not gonna lie. 广东话，兄弟们。Wait, any Cantonese speaking viewers?
So he's gonna be able to finish off this one. Owner actually gonna make a pass
well,
through
damn,
mid lane while
nice fit.
Tarzan
You look
actually finishes
so
the
different. You look
running up to the second
respectfully
one.
so
Who doesn't
hot.
get Scuttlecraft here?
Thank you. I'm
Should be
wearing
fine there.
the
Then the
AL
option usually for the
MSI
Trundle
jersey.
is
TY.
try and just
Hashtag
place down
sponsor.
a single
Hashtag
ward
ad.
by Raptors to see the second Raptor
It was
spawn,
actually
so
a
he could be there for the
sponsor.
second timer because Trundle
I'm
is
paid
so
to say
good
this. No,
at
I'm
going
not.
for 1v1s
Paid to
and
post about it.
invades. Lee Sin, of course, with the mobility.
Hong Kong food
sucks. What? I
like their food. 我其实蛮喜欢香港那边就是餐厅里面卖的吃的，就感觉很好吃。
Doran can set it up. Can
Wait,
Flandre look for the outplay?
stun lands Q. Oh, he is so hecking dead, bro.
It's first blood for Owner.
Great stun setup there. Very
well,
easy.
I was talking about the early game, but not under the tower, man.
For Owner, now he can just go for his reset as his camp.
哈哈 ，AL 队服哪里可以买？原本要买 BLG 的，现在太丢人了，不是你太搞笑了，哥。我这是送的，我这是送的。Someone in Chinese said, "Where do you buy the AL jersey?" I was originally planning to buy a BLG jersey, but now it's too embarrassing.
In a very awkward spot. The question mark ping coming through from AL on that top side. They're expecting the swap to come through, and his wave is just in a very dangerous position because of T1's ability to freeze it and potentially deny Flandre a lot.
We'll have champions there next year in China. That's so funny. Not funny. That's so fun. I love China. For events, they take esports super seriously.
They can actually hold this wave off the tower. Looks like Guma does want to thin the wave and potentially threaten that freeze.
换线了 lane swap, freezing the wave top lane.
Meanwhile, it's just going to be the rotation over for the bottom side. Ezreal laning into Renekton now, keeping it safe.
Ezreal bot lane.
Doran going for a little scouting mission down there first, making
much rather represent BLG over G2.
Heading towards this area.
T1 pressure well. They're going to start off this dragon immediately thanks to Doran and Faker getting pushed in their respective lanes.
Well, you know
and
what?
Because they've got the early support rotation here. Keria rotating over.
Nothing
since
wrong
Karma
with that.
showing so much in top side of the map.
How is T1 getting early dragons when you have Orianna, Ezreal, Karma?
Similar to what we saw in game 1.
有人 EZ 卡尔玛前期吃不了小龙，什么意思啊？那你？なんですか？
Starting off strong, and I would say this is kind of what we expected based on the draft. Faker and Doran able to get that early push.
They're gonna get spotted on a ward. Oh, they didn't get spotted on a ward. They're just straight up bringing Ryze ulti over. He has his own flash, but he's freaking cooked, man.
Guma Yushi gets the kill, and the maiden is going to be on cooldown for a very long time.
弗兰朵0-2-0，弗兰朵。 My Trundle was topside clearing while my top laner died, and now bot lane gets ganked with 2 different plays.
Just like that,
within
T1
30
pick up
seconds.
3 kills across the map. We talked about how you have to be very careful of this Ryze ultimate.
不是啊，
Faker doesn't waste
为什么
any
上
time.
单能
They've
抓
been
人，
utilizing
下
that
路也
pressure
能抓人啊
so well. They collapse on a
That's
Flandre
illegal.
who's
Making
isolated in the top lane.
plays on
And
2
they
sides of the
punish
map
on the bottom lane as well.
is illegal.
A 1k gold lead 7 minutes in.
There's been a lot of talk about Faker and his laning phase not being as strong as it has been in the past, but this guy knows how to win games. He is always in the right place at the right time.
This Faker guy looks pretty good at League of Legends. They should make like a whole documentary about him or something.
T1, making plays on both sides of the map simultaneously. And I use Austin, and on the reset timer, Owner going towards the bottom side, getting one there as well. T1 building another early lead.
Remember his Silas game versus that other team? Does that team start with B and end with LG? What are you saying, man?
Engage tools here though, so Tarzan can show up, but as long as T1 respect the fact that he is there, there's no Alistar to set him up. There's no Nautilus to lock them down.
You can root for G2 and Valorant. They're actually good. Didn't G2 make like finals or something? No, like this one time. I don't think they recently made finals.
The Grub's being collapsed on by T1.
Okay, Grub start.
Yeah, Doran is running up here.
T1 stole one. T1 stole one. Okay! Oh, the Braum passive value, bro. 布隆被动了。哎呀 ，one person. Ryze is just zoning them out. 这个瑞兹1打4。Ryze is 1v4. Okay, bro.
And someone is going to have to answer Flandre in the bot lane because no one has TP right now from T1.
Ryze
so
was genuinely
1v4 there. On top here. Doran is behind him. They know that they're going to give up plates on bot side.
Is this a play for T1? That's a dead kill. Car 死了耶 Hope 也死了呀 Hope has Barret, but he's just straight up dead.
The Croc is here, and he is hungry.
It's Doran extending the play. He was pushing mid lane, then goes up through the jungle here, as you say, to trap them behind the secondary tower. They do sacrifice something on the bottom side, a little bit of turret plate money to Flandre, but very worth for T1.
My winning bot lane is 0-3-0, and Flandre got camped to infinity.
They are looking to fight where they
下
can.
路
We
0-3-0 上
This
单
Braum can provide so much value in these
压力很
extended
大
fights.
呀，
And
不
after
是
chipping
啊
away at AL's HP bar, they knew that they could chase.
右
for
边
more.
这
A
几个英
healthy
雄
gold
拿的没有
lead, the
料
Dragon
吗
spawning in about a minute and
？I
15
don't think Hope
seconds.
is like
And T1
super.
in a
When you
fantastic
think of
position
Hope, you
here in
don't
the
think of
early game.
Ezreal. You know, you think of.
Doran at the center of much
What
of
did he
the
play
action here,
in
involved in all
2022
but one of
Worlds
the kills.
against
Significant
T1?
gold lead, even though he gave up some plates and CS on the bot side to make that move. He's been put in a position to succeed here, and the pressure will be on him to do so.
Was 2022 Affiliates meta? Was that Affiliates Jinx meta? It was, right? 22年是不是进个4打2飞版本 ？Like hella hyper carry meta. I don't remember. At that like short-term memory.
And get those deeper wards through the jungle. Owner now going to replace some of his own.
Area sitting on that spellbook Ghost. Could give him an opportunity to go a little bit more aggressive if he sees one. But for now, both teams, I think, content to just continue farming here.
Okay, speaking about affiliates, every day when I'm on Douyin, I can scroll onto Leave's stream.
So we'll at least be able to spot a
Leave
potential
选手
approach
会
from
天天
T1
在
if they go
抖
for
音
it.
上直播
Oh, no, with the
Leave is
Sky finish,
constantly
he's so
streaming
strong on this
on
Lee Sin.
Douyin.
Notice that he's just abandoned his topside camps, made a beeline
Did you
towards
use
the bot
blinding
lane,
makeup?
with
You look
Tarzan
so
being
pale right
spotted
now.
on the top
No,
side
it's
as
the
well.
light
There should be an
in this
uncontested
room.
dragon that
I was
T1
really
will start
washed.
immediately. Good vision coverage around the river, and Carrier recognizes he doesn't need to be around the dragon, so instead he
Okay,
can
a
make his way
dive
towards
top
try and
lane.
prevent the
Can
dive.
they
And T1 are
cook?
calling Carrier
No
over to
flash
help
on
Doran
Renekton.
defend.
Oh, he cleared the
Doran in
whole
a lot of
last
trouble,
wave,
pops the
man.
ulti, slices out to safety. Carrier
Oh,
goes
he
in,
cleared the
hits the
whole
ulti.
wave,
Tarzan in
dude.
trouble, but Flandre
Carrier
is the
is
one tanking the turret for
第
now.
五
Carrier
里龙吗？
pops
我
the
真的
ghost
第五
just
里
to
龙
get
吗？
there in time and use the flash to help save Doran.
Great allocation of resources here from T1. Braum is so good at defending. They call for the rotation from Carrier. He gets there
Now
initially.
they're gonna make a second play.
That's gonna be enough.
They're making
They
a
will
Cosma
hold it while
play.
taking the dragon
Shanks in
bottom
trouble.
side.
Shockwave connects onto Faker, but
This
Shanks has nowhere
Lee
to go.
Sin is smurfing.
By Faker.
不是啊，
Knocked down by
盲僧
Owner.
通天
Another
带啊，
successful
小
play in the
带
side
啊
lanes from T1.
This
They
Lee Sin is a
extend it to
booster,
6
dude.
kills, and AL is getting
This is
nothing
like
on
when
the
you're playing your
crosshair.
decay
A few
games in
camps are being
Diamond and
stolen,
you
but
fucking
Doran
verse a challenger
is just a
booster.
monster.
GG.
And with Carrier at his back, this play feels impossible.
Why is the scoreboard
for
0
AL.
to 0 to 0 to 0 to 0?
T1
What happened
in a
to the
fantastic
scoreboard?
spot, reading the
Bring it
movements
back.
here, and now Tarzan is in
上单
trouble,
怎么是
has
0比
no
0啊
flash, and he's got nowhere
Are we
to go.
actually
You
back to
have
0
think
0?
slowed down and stunned
When
up,
life
and Carrier takes him
resets
down,
to
but
0?
on the other
Oh.
side,
Oh, we're back in
Doran gets
reality.
knocked down
Oh.
by Kyle and Flandre.
被打回
Flandre, though,
现实了
potentially has
靠
overextended here. Guma gonna look for the chase. He's sped up by Kyle. And Carrier connect on the winner's fight.
Oh,
He can.
Carrier
He is slowed
queued
down. Guma
backwards
trying to get in
with the
range.
Q
The dash
lands.
not there just yet.
Another
Looks like
one.
they will be able to walk it out.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Go.
a little bit of an overextension there. Tarzan goes really deep into the jungle, but because Guma
At least
had
they got a
not fully
kill.
recalled, he gets punished. They get the extra kill, and that means they can push back out for more turret
完了
play
呀
time！
这个前
At
期
least a
这个
little
这
bit
个
of
巨魔
tower
EZ 卡尔
damage.
玛前期没有优势，感觉记了
He's
呀。
confident in the one
Either
versus two.
T1
He doesn't
will
even have
Giga
Carrier
Stomp
near him.
or
Got it.
lose.
But with how
Will
strong
either
he is
lose
on
or
the
Giga Stomp
Lucian,
their enemy.
he is now
They
level
normally
9, Hope just
they
ticking
never
over as
normally
well.
lose.
I mean, T1 is accelerating this game at a rapid pace.
What is that
13
supposed to
minutes
mean?
in,
How do
the
you
kills are
normally
7-1.
lose?
And bear in mind, while Tarzan
How-
was on the top side,
Are you
trying
calling
to make a play
T1
happen, he was
freaks?
able to steal away a Grom. Owner just took his entire bot side jungle.
How do you lose
He has nearly
normally?
a
I feel like
full
every
level
game that
over
is
Tarzan
lost is
right
just
now
like
on this
super
Lee Sin.
fucked up.
He's continuing to ramp up.
Anyways, I
feels
guess
like that as we get
losing
closer to this
is
Herald,
when
this
you're
third
fly quest
dragon,
in game
T1 can
5
just
against
force these fights that
BLG.
AL is not strong
That's
enough
losing
to
losing.
contest just yet.
They
真
absolutely
的，
will,
我
and
我
they
前几
already
天在
have
机
the
场看
features
Fly
ready,
Quest
have
打
those
BLG
upgraded
第5
boots
场，真的
through
太
T1.
可惜了。
A lot of
虽然
magical
BP
footwear
做地
though,
图
so not a lot，of
但
value
是
grab from it
还是
just
挺
yet,
可惜
but
的
will be
Like
coming
Fly
through
Quest
soon,
was
you have
dropped
to
in game
think,
5
as
was just
Tarzan in
not
the
it,
area,
but it was like
trying
still
to see
super
if
sad
Doran
to watch
would
them
go too
lose, you know?
aggressive. But Owner and Carrier are here as well. Tarzan will spot them. Kyle
Okay,
there,
that's
trying
a
to keep him
Q
safe.
land from
Tarzan
Lee
now is the
Sin.
target. Will be able to back up.
Karma
Nice pillar, buying some time
RQ
as Carrier will
with
pop his
Mikhails?
barrier
Come
there
on.
with the spellbook
You know better.
and stay safe.
You know better,
I feel
Carl.
like with these compositions and with the early
No more
lead
RQing.
that T1 have, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They get to choose basically whatever fight is going to take place because AL have so
They either
few
big
ways
flip
of
or
actually
they
forcing the
insta-die.
issue in their favor
They
for
don't
actually choosing the moment.
lose that
Andre
ugly.
locking down Faker. Looks like
I've
he wants
seen
position for an
uglier
all-in. He's
teams.
trying to chase after Faker here, who is in
Okay.
some trouble. He's going to go for
The
the
cat's
more.
meow,
Can he actually
meow,
interrupt it?
meow,
He
meow,
cannot.
meow.
Doesn't have his
Oh,
cage
meow.
available. You can bump him with the edge of it, but didn't have it up. Faker
Flandre is using the Panda Chroma
getting some pressure down
while playing for the Panda team, guys.
Here to back him up.
顺昌哥用的这个炫彩是熊猫炫彩，黑白。Ow! What the heck? He's dead to Tarzan. Faker 死了。Wait, actually, Carry is a Chad. He just walks up. Oh my god, wait, Carry is a Giga Chad. Carry 好勇啊，直接往前走吗 ？How is Renekton 1v2ing? Shanks just take tower shot because they couldn't get rid of the tower. 真的是扛塔哎，不是啊。Lucian's also they're so cooked. They're so cooked. This is what. Can they kill Braum here with Arc? No. Oh, he healed, bro. He healed.
The collapse from T1.
4-4-1. Haha. Double TP bot.
They lose 4 members in that exchange.
Fucked, man.
And it all started with them trying to
不是香克斯在干嘛？香克斯怎么突然扛塔了 ？What was Shanks doing here? They couldn't get the tower. 这个塔。Oh, Doran instantly cleared the way. 多兰第一秒把线给清了，香克斯扛塔把线给清。Ah, that was really well played by Doran, actually.
And you'll see there on the mini map, Hope the Ezreal cannot join, so he just goes back to push the mid wave.
We talked about how strong he is at this point in the game, and you can see while Flandre still does a lot of damage thanks to the Maiden, it wasn't quite enough.
Wait, the whole crowd are T1 fans, dude. 现场的粉丝全是 T1 的粉丝啊！没有吗？他 W 咬住了。
Flandre didn't focus down the tower when Shanks arrived. So when Doran stunned him, the tower was on him. The tower bot lane lived with 10 HP down there. So that got so much extra damage to help Doran knock Shanks down immediately.
不是什么意思？你在说他盲僧怎么 ？Hi, Berza. Thank you.
Dragon number 3 for themselves with a large gold lead with so much CC to their advantage. Should be able to push in on.
You guys are all going to Japan? Where's the invite, dude?
Earlier, they've got objective bounties on it, so they can hope.
Low key, it's been a while since I've been to Japan. I kind of want to go. 有点想去日本玩了，兄弟们。The last time I was in Japan was 2023. 23年年底去的日本。You can come to Japan with me, Kitty. No, bro, how about you lock in on League of Legends? Dude, they're doing negative damage. Shahele! Damn, Shanks is honestly neat. Press ult and leave. That's my attitude right now. You're invited. Going in September, just let me know.
T1 is recognizing the strength of their composition. It's good at skirmishing. That was a 2 versus 3, and they just
快给 AL 想想办法。
Smaller fights is where they can really outplay their opponents and get the better when it comes to the damage. And
主要是上下都崩了呀，怎么办呢？上下一起崩了。I hate this full scaling comp with Trundle. This comp is very weird. Ezreal Karma, very, very strong until Lucian hits level 2 and then like level 3 pretty much. So Ezreal Karma, unless you dive the enemy team at level 2, then Ezreal Karma start getting outscaled by one item Lucian. Because one item on Lucian is definitely way stronger than one item on Ezreal, right? 2 items with the Muramana completed for Ezreal is where he spikes. So T1 have this window where they're able to force more fights and have way more damage than AL because they decided to pick Ezreal, Orianna, 2 tier stackers. Well, I guess he doesn't have tier this game. Plus a Yorick, where Yorick is strictly playing for side lane.
The prerequisite vision here through the blue quadrant of AL, and again, since AL.
I really scale in real life.
Plan is to split push with Flandre or try and walk right into them. And hope for a good shockwave.
So you're gonna peak when you're 100 years old?
They do just that. They fully take over jungle vision, take out that outer tower, and will set themselves up nicely.
Do you peak at 100 years old?
Drive it in for a second charge here, and this tier 2 tower not long for the world.
Then they got 2 successful ganks onto Yorick. Yeah, they weren't able to make the same play onto Lucian Braum because they did not win lane or trades hard enough for them to get that angle. And then they got lane swapped on, right? So.
2 towers in the mid lane. and extending that gold lead to nearly 5,000.
The last time I was in
Faker,
Osaka, I'm
trouble.
pretty sure I had COVID 30. Like at the,
and Faker does get
I don't know.
The gold goes to Tarzan.
I had COVID on steroid. I was actually dying. 上次去大阪真的要差点没嘎掉。
after taking so much in the middle lane. Top tower still relatively healthy. Guma pushing in another wave in mid. Artican about to spawn on the top side of the rift. AL going to look to recall, but we know T1, they are not afraid to force this objective.
It's time to put the fries in the bag, chat. 感觉可以去考虑一下下一把 BP 了，这把已经结束了，兄弟们。3 dragons at 20 minutes with the next dragon in 1 minute 40.
We'll see if they can find their way in. Carrier
感觉这把已经可以去考虑下一把了。 That's a nice choke for Rome. Oh my god, you got a 2-man kick. Hope is in Narnia. Dashes onto Keria. Oh wait, Lee Sin died? 哎，李信怎么突然死掉了 ？Okay, never mind. I don't know what Hope is doing this fight. I don't know what Hope is doing. Hope is losing 1v1 to Keria, and he was staring at the menacingly. Hope 这个怎么说？ 这波有点奇怪。Okay, but just get your Otacon, reset, get your dragon, push mid, get your Baron and end the game. 把这条厄塔还给吃掉，再回家吃小龙，拿龙魂，再回家，再去吃大龙，应该差不多结束了。Rise was running the fight. 3-1 or Silver Scrapes. Fuck, I predicted 3-2 AL. 我预测的是3-2 AL 获胜，谁懂 ？Wait, Rise really is running this fight. He was on a mega flame, while Hope is struggling against Rome. 后克，你在干什么？后克
after picking up Hope at the back end of this fight as Shanks falls on the top side to Faker.
We came into this series.
It'll go to 5. It always does. That's true. Honestly, MSI this year has been super fun to watch. No, 你们不觉得今年的 MSI 还是蛮精彩的吗？就很多打满的局面。A lot of game buys, a lot of close series between the top teams. IMO.
He's just
like,
playing in the
top
face
teams,
of AL,
like
making them
top
waste spells on him, making them
6
dump
teams,
damage
yeah,
into
they're
him.
considered top teams,
AL
right?
Gonna look for a cross map play. Faker did spend his flash in the last fight. The pillar is good.
Is there
Can he
CC for
realm
this
warp
guy?
out to safety? The tether not in time. Faker is safe. The soul is claimed. It's all T1 all the time.
Well played by Faker. He goes first to proc his phase rush. That means that they have to use the pillar, and as soon as the pillar is used, he knows he can proc his ultimate and get out.
I mean, AL, it feels like that they are out of options in this
What do
game.
you actually do
We've
here?
already talked so much
Chat,
about the
if you were
limited
Tabe,
engagement. They're just gonna
what
run
would
an
you
AL once
tell
more.
your players? 假如你是 Tabe 教练，这把打完你会跟你们全员说什么 What would you say to your players?
There, but Kyle is going to be left for the Wolves. Keria still is chasing as Guma is coming through the jungle. They want everyone
Every
here.
result, wait, hold up. Kale is getting soloed by Owner. 盲僧小戴呀，玩不了啊 ，Dew. Every result was what I picked in the bracket, except for MKOI losing to CFO.
They do have Shanks split pushing in bottom lane.
You believed in MKOI?
For AL, try and get as many resources as you possibly can, and
You're
then get everyone here ready for the defense.
Sorry, I was there
as well.
I
was
once a European believer, but
T1 are not giving them time.
no
They are just
more.
forcing their hand, constantly showing up, taking down towers, forcing objectives.
This is very not. This is not giving AL. AL is a very skirmish-heavy early game team. Playing Karma, Orianna, Ezreal, York is not AL. AL 这个阵容选的就不是很像 AL 的打法，就前期没有开团的，也没有那种就是硬开的英雄，就很奇怪。因为 AL 前期会跟 Tarzan 去找节奏，会去带节奏的。Like AL is the type of team where they will send Kayle with Tarzan to force a lot of skirmishes and fights to start on their conditions. But this game, it's just not an AL comp.
I've had a vice grip over this game, and they have not relieved that pressure. As AL
MKOI are good, but CFO look like a top 5 team in the world. IMO.
Incredibly proactive.
Do you guys think if CFO won against
often at the same time as Faker making plays on the other side of the map, and now that they have this control,
do you guys think CFO can win against AL, I think was the conversation. Do you think CFO is better than BLG? 你们觉得 CFO 有打败 AL 的说法吗？ If, like, let's say theoretically we put CFO against AL in some world, will that series be close?
For an angle on the Baron here with the double smite to try to secure it, and I think that's why he was
我觉得有可能吗
so loose with the spending of
AL crushed BLG.
Spawns and T1 will not waste any time.
有难度，
Just
好
like
吧
the Adakan, they're going to start the
AL
objective
crushes
off,
them.
put the
Okay.
pressure onto AL once
Fair
more.
enough lah.
Immediately, but AL
Okay, that's a
gonna
T1
have to try to get
Baron.
over here in a
That's a
hurry.
T1
Tarzan
Baron.
has no
Ezreal
flash, which
did
will
like
be critical.
-2
Can he even
damage.
get there in time? It doesn't look like it. It's going down way
If I'm
too fast.
Tarzan,
AL
I'm
realizes
flashing in
Owner
for
goes
it,
out
but
to
he
try to
doesn't
kick
have
Tarzan away,
flash.
but he wasn't even there.
塔赞有闪现直接往
Claim the
往前
Baron.
闪
And
了
they
呀
can counter with the teleport. Put a stop to the split push. Faker is there.
Will they be able to find the chase down? The Cloud
Probably
Soul here gonna
CFO is
pay
a 6
dividends.
team
As you can
after
see, Owner running
HLE.
through the jungle. They're
I
going to
can see
force out the
that.
defensive TP. Owner now turning back with Doran. He's going in on Tarzan. Tarzan in some trouble here as Hope is knocked up by Keria. But it's Gumayushi now firing. Gumayushi dashing forward, trying to pump the damage
Depends
in.
on the day.
Doran and Keria are
BLG
low,
most
AL will
inconsistent
survive the
team I've
onslaught
ever
and
seen.
back
Good day
off.
they beat everyone,
From
or they
Shanks
get
was good,
destroyed.
but he just doesn't have the damage to do anything significant in the fight. It did slow down T1 a little
That
bit,
is true.
allowing for AL to escape.
BLG
But
have
T1
definitely
continue with their relentless pressure and Faker
been the
back
most
to pushing in the
inconsistent
bottom lane.
ever out of their like last 3 years.
Honestly,
一 才2届
right
吗
now, AL,？
我说
they
实话，
need
这
to
把还没有
send
结束，已经是一个
multiple
神奇
people
的
into one area of the map. But
存在了。
they're gonna look for Doran. He's got his flash, so it should be fairly difficult. to catch
Okay,
him.
you are very pretty to watch, but this is over. Good night. Thank you, thank you. It's okay. The gameplay may be ugly, but I'm here to be pretty for
Keria
you.
steps forward and just pushes Shanks back.
There you go.
Pops the barrier with that Summoner Spellbook, just constantly rotating through these spells. You can see Doran just fighting.
Y'all are forgetting FlyQuest. That is true. FlyQuest had a really good series against BLG.
There is the slice, the dice. Tarzan in a lot of trouble. Owner is going to be here as well, as Tarzan seems to have overstayed his welcome, has no flash, and looks like there is no way out whatsoever.
This game is so
Owner
over.
takes it, jungle diff.
Yoink! Thank you very much. And yeah, we're seeing this because there's not a lot that
对
AL
面
can
打
do
野
from
巨
behind with this
肥，
composition,
完。
and so the little
I knew
rotation
something was
over
wrong
with
when
the
you
extra
play
speed
Ezreal
from the
Karma
Cloud
and you
Soul.
fucking lose first
Another
dragon, man.
pick for
感觉
T1.
前期
I mean,
EZ
if
Karma
you
能
are
掉
an
小龙
AL
就已经
fan,
很
don't
奇
look
怪
at
了。
Guma's items. Just avoid eyes from that area
Avoid
of the map
Guma's
because
items.
this man
He's
is
okay.
monstrous
3k
right
gold
now.
lead.
He
3k is
extremely
like
fed,
a
and if things weren't dire
Gucci
before,
baggy. It's fine.
dynamization
It's fine.
like that, it
At
feels
least it's not
more
an
than dire
Irma's
now.
baggy,
Elder
not
spawning at
10k.
55, and you have to imagine the team will continue to do what they've done throughout this series. Objective spawn, objective start.
Yeah, immediately. No reason to hesitate.
Is the something wrong Karma
And honestly,
going 0 and
Medius, if
5?
you are an AL
Well,
fan, probably
no.
start
Karma
visualizing the
is
next
pretty
game.
useless
Yeah, there's a lot of
in
places
a
you don't
comp
wanna
where
look.
they can all
Yeah.
dash onto
Yeah,
a
the
Karma.
two-level lead for
However,
Faker, the additional
I do
item for him,
think
the additional item
them
for
dropping
Owner.
first dragon is
They
not
are
a good
ahead
sign because
everywhere, not to
doesn't
mention the
Orianna
Cloud Soul,
technically
which is gonna make it
win
incredibly
lane against
difficult to
Rise
escape
early?
a losing fight here.
Orianna should get pushed
Keria
against
again,
Rise
just
early.
posturing so
八
aggressively,
条
always
前期
stepping
不是
forward
可
in
以
the
去
face there
推睿
of
智的
Hope
线
and the rest
吗
of AL. They're just trying to thin out the waves here, see if
No.
there's any sort of an opportunity for them to get over.
Because I was watching that Rise was already
Elder
but
start
then
here for T1.
but then
Tarzan
Orianna
critically
was
has
getting
no
hella
flash,
outtraded.
so if
就
T1 go
发条
for
换
it
血
early,
换不动，换不
it's
动。
really hard to imagine how Tarzan would even be able to get to the pit.
The damage just continues to come through.
I haven't
Hope
seen a good
doing what
Karma
he can
game
to
since
chip away at the
Arden's
HP
meta.
bars of T1, but it's not really going to
Good
stick.
Karma
Our
game.
observers highlighting for us how little AL can see on the map. The Elder will begin.
The only Karma
The
I
suffocation
remember
of vision in
is
full effect
when
as
Faker
AL
was playing
trying to
Karma
force their
mid
way into
and
the river.
Ruler
They have to
flash
just full send it.
ulted
This is the hope.
Faker
The
in
Elder
mid
Dragon
lane.
fight.
That's
Are
the
they
only
trying to get his
Karma
way
I
in, but T1
remember.
eyes on the Elder. They have claimed it now.
28 minute Elder Dragon， 28分钟远古龙是什么概念呢？ I go to sleep now. I have one message for you. It better be a good message or you're banned. Oh, I don't know if you guys care. Chat. The funniest thing happened after BLG lost yesterday. It was so silly, man. Tell your editor to stop using Giga airbrushing photos when you're already really pretty. Okay, thank you.
T1 battling
Okay.
back here. It was a strong
It's
start
1-1，
for
完了，
AL,
不会
but
不
it's
会3比
T1
1吧？
in
怎么感觉
game
事情
two,
不妙啊，
absolute
兄弟们
domination.
？23比4啊 ，23 to 4。
T1 have tied us up.
Okay, chat. I don't know if you guys care, but the funniest thing after yesterday was after BLG lost 0-3 against AL, BLG Wei, like the player Wei, went on to Zitai's co-stream, so a Chinese co-streamer, like probably the biggest co-streamer in China. And he deadass dropped one of the most expensive gifts that you could pay for, and he was first in the donation list. He paid like either 500 or 1,000 for one gift. 就是小薇刷礼物给姿态刷礼物，真的超离谱啊！大火箭是的，大火箭，感谢小薇送的火箭。Drink water. I only have coffee.
From top to bottom too, because I actually
Oh,
love
Wei is rich. 火箭到底是多少钱啊 ？How much is a rocket in 虎牙 ？I actually don't know. 1000多吗？哇塞！不是0比3杀个1000多的火箭。Well, I guess the thing he like paid for was 1,000 RMB. For people that don't know, 1,000 RMB is around 200 Australian dollars, but it's also just the most expensive singular gift that you can pay someone. Faker playing Rise equals win. What is this? Whoa! Whoa! Too fast! Too fast!
Yeah.
Owner was everywhere. How do you match it with any other champion? You have to make a cross map play. You can't just take it up the ass on both sides of the map. If you let them do whatever they want, then what's the point? What's the fucking point, man? You have to force a play, like a desperation play. It has to work, but the way T1 was playing was super disciplined.
They didn't really fight them early at all. They tried at grubs. They decided to play away from dragons, so ended up T1's getting first Drake. They tried to dive top, but Braum was there.
Choose Pantheon? No, Pantheon is permabanned this series, and I think Pantheon is going to stay permabanned. 潘森这一整场 BO5 应该不会让他不会让开吧？叫什么 ？Carrier stopped them playing offensive lineman. 斗鱼超级火箭2000，火箭500，飞机100。那他可能刷的是超级火箭的，我感觉长得很像超级火箭，不像普通火箭。It was super. It was a very big rocket. It did not look like the normal $500 rocket. If I've ever seen a rocket, it was a premium one. Trundle's finding to Lee saying just can't play with 2-tier champions. Yeah, that was also one of my concerns going to this game.
The follow through with Doran.
Waiting for a Faker Victor game. Faker Victor game. Victor seriously dropped down in Prio. Orianna has kind of replaced Victor's presence in the draft. 现在就不玩维克托了，都玩发条了。还有更高级的礼物，比如龙卷风。它的价格是1万是2000吧，2000澳币吧。Holy shit! What is this? Champion damage? This no dragons. 4-0 dragons. Alright, chat. If you're top 8, what do you say to your players? 你们要是现在是 top 8教练，你会跟你选手说什么 ？Just play. There's not gonna be Varus. There's not gonna be Pantheon. 没有维鲁斯，没有潘森。要不来个树吧 ？Maybe like a Maokai or a Nefiri. that can literally go under tower and then
that really snowballed against them. I thought it was a great recovery this one.
Yeah, and so lucky for us,
Drop
we get at least
tower
4
aggro,
games
question mark.
of this matchup as we see that the crowd has so
Play
many sides
better.
for both teams. I guess it will over-index a little bit towards
Fuck
Faker
it, we
and
played
T1,
Bard.
but nevertheless, Emily, it just goes to show how important this matchup is for both fan bases, and I am really happy with
My
the 4 games
fault
at least.
game.
Yeah, I've seen so many cool Flandra and Shanks signs.
Yeah.
Oh, that is cute.
Nice. Yeah. Shout out to the person who had the picture of Flandra from Snake.
Yeah.
Back in like 2015.
Snake.
A deep dive on that one.
He was on Snake.
But for me, then AL,
Wait.
looking at this, right? You obviously lost
Snake
so
was a
much
team,
control
right?
in this early game. I'm
Look at
looking to
Dorat. Wait, is his
regroup
name
and seeing
Dorat
what
now,
we
not
can do to
Doran
kind of
anymore?
stay in the game early against this T1 power.
Yeah,
Play
absolutely.
better
I think
or
AL
no
has one
break.
thing on their mind, and
COSTREAM
it's make sure they can stymie
五星的衣
that
服
early
啊
power that T1 brought, that they can get to
尴尬
those team fights that they love and cherish so much. And AL will be moving on to the blue side as we head into game
They
3.
were a team. Yeah, I remember seeing a Snake Esports slithering around. Something that I found was really interesting in Atlanta, because I'm currently in Atlanta, is every portion, like every little community, depending on which sector you live in Atlanta, has their own custom house number plate. So, for example, like a neighboring city near my brother's city, they have dragon number plates, like wooden dragon number plates for in front of their houses, and it's like their whole thing. The whole neighborhood has it. And another one that is apparently very popular is the sun. They have like half a sun, like half a circle, with like spiky ends that represents like the light rays, and they have a little bit of a blue board on top to signify, like, to symbolize the sky. And I didn't realize, but like a lot of these neighborhoods share the same logo, or the same logo for their house plating, and apparently it's like there's a hierarchy. 感觉猪女这些 L 这边不太可以选嘛，就感觉这个阵容，你要是想玩猪妹的话，也可以配个阿卡丽，反正就是中期带点节奏的英雄，对 AL 是好处，对 AL 是好事呀。Which one is rank 1? Apparently the one with the sun is like super rank 1, super high up there. It's super high up there. 他们喜欢强势一点，但是这个下路打团没伤害吗？没办法，这个卡尔玛加 EZ 一级加2级打不过对面，就感觉卢仙要强起来了。尤其卢仙一键装那么强，就 Lucian Heart Spikes level 3 onwards, plus his first item is just one of his biggest spikes ever. Series prediction, I'm kind of biased, as you guys can tell. I want AL to win, because I do want to see AL versus Gen G, which are the 2 first seed representatives of both the LPL and the LCK. It does look like a 50-50 though. 你们不觉得5-5开吗？就第一把 AL 就是几个头来着忘了。Both games so far have been major stomps from both sides. I still think it's quite like it's anyone's what's it called? Anyone's series. Anyone can take it, you know? 塔赞没有节奏就 GG 了吗？确实，我也是，我赞同。我感觉塔赞前期发挥的，塔赞前期发育很重要。AL literally, what's it called? AL thrives of Tarzan's ability to bring up the tempo in the early game. So Tarzan pretty much makes or breaks the team. 塔赞才是 AL 的主角。Who would you call your favorite player from AL and T1 respectively? My favorite player from T1 is Faker, and my favorite player from AL. Is it okay to say Flandre because he likes Shuhua? I should have asked him, what's your favorite G Idol song? 我应该问一下盛强哥喜欢 G Idol 的哪首歌? I should have asked him. I was thinking about it today. I was like, oh, I got to talk to Flandre the other day. And I was like, I should have asked him, like, what's your favorite G Idol song to my brother? What did I miss? You missed everything. You missed me. Chat, the new Blackpink and Twice song came out today. Blackpink 和 Twice 出新歌了喂 I did not miss you, chill. Excuse me? Flandre, yeah, I'm fucking tomboy. Really? Yes. The new Blackpink plus Twice song came out. Is it good? Honestly, I kind of vibe with the song from Blackpink. It's called Jump. Someone said in chat. It's called Jump. It's not really a song. It's more like a EDM, like, club song. There's not a lot of singing. It's a lot of, like, beats. A lot of background, like, music. There's not a lot of singing. So 感觉 Blackpink 刚出的那首歌就不是也没有就是很多歌词，就是纯在那里在酒吧或者在那蹦迪的那种酒吧跳舞的那种 BGM. It's definitely EDM, yeah. Twice's song is alright. Twice's song is okay. I think I liked Twice's song is okay. I wasn't too big of a fan. Like, I've only given I gave it one listen. I've heard Blackpink's song like more than 4 or 5 times. Twice's song I might need to listen to a couple more times. I really like the new Islet song. It's called Do the Dance. It really reminds me of Sailor Moon. Why do I feel like Genji will be another H Elite, or am I tripping? Can you elaborate? 主播要学舒华跳舞吗？算了，我骨头跳不动啊。One Pixel is doing 360k case opening. So he spent $360,000 on cases and he's opening all $360,000 of cases.
See if they can find their way in. Carrier not allowing.
Are you gonna learn the new Islet song? Honestly, low-key, I kind of want to learn. Itzy's dropped as well. Itzy's one was okay. It's not my type of song, but it's like 360 to Val. 360 to gambling? To gacha?
Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in. He takes him out just as his teammates.
Oh, that's a cute sign. Who is that? It's Ari, no? 现场全是 T1 的粉丝。Any AL fans? 有没有 AL 的粉丝 ？Hope for Cage Rule something something Faker AL LPL Faker, please be the Nunu to my Willem. It's Kesha.
I love what we saw from T1, the aggression, the constant skirmishing. I think that a comp like that is really difficult to pilot, and they made it look seamless. Like, we talked about it in the draft, both sides didn't really have a lot of reliable engaged tools, yet T1 just kept finding
got
these
dropped so hard.
skirmishes, these
Yeah, I
fights,
was vibing
and
with
every
Itzy
single
when they
time they
first
were able to
debuted. They
outplay
fell off
AL.
super hard. It's because of JYP management.
Just so aggressive, always positioning in their face, knowing AL doesn't really have
Was
any
that
good
Kesha?
lockdown. He can't
Yes,
really be
man.
punished.
Kesha's in Vancouver. That was
Pushing
Kesha
forward,
holding
always
the
forcing their
Willem
hand.
sign.
You can't just ignore him,
some
or he's going
tea?
to tag you with
Can I
Winter's
have
Fight, slow
some
you
tea?
down, and they
Can
would
I
just
have
have
some?
to try to fight through him.
Same thing with Owner. He had so much
Earl
confidence
Grey?
on Lee Sin in his mobility because there was no one to put a stop to it.
来了第3把 BP, game number 3, Ambessa ban, Pantheon permaban, plus the Varus probably gone. 就感觉 T1 不让 AL 带节奏。
Have to imagine so.
You don't want to
but
see
we are
what's under
getting later
Kesha's
into the
jacket?
series, and sometimes other picks.
They dressed up as a
have
maid or
priority on the
something?
ban
What's going
list.
on?
The Talia, though, gonna remain on the side of AL. We know
Talia
that
ban.
Shanks is also an
Ooh.
Azir player, and so
Give me
T1 gonna
Sejuani
respect
Akali,
that.
fuck it, we bull bro.
The
猪
question
妹
is,
加个阿卡丽直接来吧。
will things like Poppy make their way onto the ban table? Xin Zhao, the Rumble still available in the draft.
Nico also
Kind of
yet
aura
be
for
banned
T1
out,
to
has been on that
ban
ban
your
list
Azir
through
when
the
they
first
have
2
Faker
games.
on their team as well.
Well, would love to get his hands on the champion. Is
Kasha
it first pick
EU.
worthy? Perhaps. Right now, AL taking their time thinking about how they want to
Okay,
round out
that
their
girl
first
in the
phase of
black
bans.
jersey was cute.
Yeah, we've
Wait,
got Rumble,
I'm the girl in a
Varus,
black jersey. Are you talking about me?
priorities
Watashi?
pretty dang high. Twisted Fate actually
I'm the
making
girl in a
his
black
way
jersey
here.
too.
Now the question is, will they
Oh
ban
my
Nico,
god,
or
what
will
does
he
this
ban
shirt
Varus?
say?
Nico is up,
Don't
Varus is
touch
up,
me,
so they are
kitten.
potentially looking
I'm
for a trade
edging.
of those 2 champions.
They're forcing
Where did he
AL
get
to
that
have to choose.
shirt?
A lot
Move?
of OP
What the
picks
fuck?
still available. I feel like
TF
AL
ban.
will go for
Ooh,
the
they
Varus.
left Varus
It's
open. 他
evident
们让对
throughout
面
this
拿维
tournament
鲁
that they
斯，
think
他们
Varus
想
is
拿位。They
incredibly
want to
strong.
play Vi
And
into
so,
Varus. They're
if
literally
it is-
doing the
if
same
they
thing
have no intention of
that
taking it,
AL
they
did
will
to
ban it
BLG
away, and if
yesterday,
it's
where
open, they'll
Tabe
grab
was
it.
like,
This
we're gonna
does mean
leave
that the
3
Nico is
OP
available
champions
for T1.
open.
We
We're
know
gonna
that
let
Carrier
them play
is an avid
Varus
Nico
Novi.
player, and without
Oh,
any
wait, there's
hesitation,
Novi.
they're gonna grab that.
Oh.
And there's the Rumble.
Anyway,
Sorry, the
we're
Jarvan.
gonna let them
My
have
brain's
Varus
already
and we're
thinking
just
a
gonna
step ahead.
fuck
I like
the
Rumble
Varus
right
by
now.
playing something that
Seems
can
like the prime
engage onto an
combination of
immobile AD
Rumble
carry.
combo in the making
Same
for
idea,
T1.
same idea.
Exactly. Already
没有位
Jarvan and Nico，
但是
pretty
有
good
开
combo
团
together
的兄
themselves.
弟，有开团的，就
The Poppy
故意
here
让
trying
你去
to
玩
block
维鲁
some
斯，
Jarvan
然后咱们自己再选一个什么什么东西去
So
抓你
uniquely
这个维鲁斯，对
powerful
吧？
in the meta
就
because
跟
not only
昨
are
天
you a
AL 的
main
这
bully,
个
but you also still bring
逻
that
辑很
explosive
相
engage, and
似
no
啊
other champions really
It's
do
very
that right now.
similar to the logic that AL was using against BLG
A
yesterday.
few range champions that really gets tons of priority. But there we
Oopsie.
go. We break up that Rumble
Oh,
combination with the Jarvan.
do they have skewers? 没有烤肉啦。
Away.
I wonder
波
if
比
Maybe
上路
that'll
吗
be like an Ornn for
不至于
Doran
吧
then, I'm guessing, because Galio's
Leona,
already out.
Varus plus
So
Rumble.
T1,
Are they
that would
gonna?
be like the next
What do you
possible
play
answer
into Jarvan?
a Rumble usually.
as well.
Yeah.
Do you really just play Poppy as
Safe if they want
Tarzan?
just that tanky front line on the top
塔赞的
side.
波比
Did
玩的也
mention
不
that
错
all
呀。
both very viable options into the Rumble.
This is the counter matchup that Whippo spoke about, wishing that he had actually, let through the Rumble
Where is
earlier in their
369?
match and tried to bring out this Ornn. So we'll see, how he's
T1
going to be
banning
able to
Bard
actually
is so
perform on it.
weird.
Doran
To be
very
fair,
solid on
I
these
think
tanks, and
Kale's
it can be quite a good
Bard
matchup.
not bad.
T1 though quick to
Oh, they
remove the
banned-
Poppy. You've
they
already
banned,
seen how many
Poppy,
dashes
Poppy,
are coming
Poppy,
through
Poppy.
from the side of T1, and they do not want to have to
369在
deal
家
with that.
看
The
直播吗？
disengage that Poppy
69
provides against this much engage as well is good to be rid of. AL, you
What are they gonna
imagine
play
that
jungle?
the AD carry pool
梦魇
will be
吗
their direction. Maybe a misfortune could be a good ban.
MF
Xayah
for
potentially as well.
T1. Yeah, I could
Corki
see that
gonna be the
working.
one to make
Kale's
its way
Bard
onto
is
the
good, but
list.
why are you
Yeah,
banning on
quirky burst
3?
damage there, along with the definitely very potent there with the Nico. Honestly, so many options down there.
Wait,
but
that guy has
we're
a
whittling
carry.
away at a
This
lot of these
this girl has a
engaged
carry Nico sign.
champions. Silas gonna get
要玩
taken
蝎
off.
子吗？就玩烤肉了呀。They're gonna
Makes
play
a lot of
Skarner
sense.
Rumble, the skewer
Right,
comp.
a lot of really
Maybe
good
I'm thinking
ultimates to
like
steal,
because
especially
T1 have a
Nico. We've seen
major
Silas has had
AoE
huge
dive comp.
impact in the draft,
Bard has the
especially.
anti
Other
AoE
AD carries that
dive
they could
comp
consider.
ultimate
I mean, we
question
already
mark and
mentioned
can
Misfortune,
also just
Xayah,
E the Varus
maybe Senna
away.
for Gumayushi, but you wouldn't typically pair it up
I don't know, I'm
alongside
thinking
the
of
Nico.
all the
They're
possibilities.
thinking more team fight, and so they want to take the Civet away. This does mean that Gumayushi still has a lot
Oh
of
my
options
god, that's a
available to it.
T1
We've talked a
boarding
lot about
pass
the
back
wombo
to
combo potential.
Korea for
Aurora fits
T1.
neatly into
有
this
人
comp.
画了一个，有人画了一张
Caitlyn, always
机
an
票
option
送给
for
T1
Guma as
回
well, as
家，
you
我
get deeper and
天
deeper
哦
into Fearless, and definitely could
Oh
go
my god,
for
it's
one of those
Aurora.
pushing lanes.
Kalista,
It's
too, everyone's
Aurora.
favorite.
He said the word.
Everyone's favorite if you're an
Ew,
AL fan.
Kalista, you'll censor that shit. Don't
Definitely,
ever say that
pick
champion
has
in front of
not
my
done very
face
well
ever
at
again.
MSI, 0-10. It's actually the losingest champion of all time.
Losing.
The
Yeah,
losingest
that is a
champion.
beautiful descriptor.
I think
The champion with the most games played ever in MSI history without getting a win.
That's
Kalista.
crazy.
The previous record was actually Malphite at 0-8. Kalista is 0-10 now.
Victor,
That is a fun fact.
Victor
It is
Skarner.
Not for the Kalista players,
维
but for
克
everyone
托
else.
加维鲁
I
斯
do
会不
love
会有点
this,
太
this
好
Aurora
抓
takeaway
啦
as well for T1.
What?
Shanks has been
Varus
so good
Victor
on it, Margaret
into
as well. So they're
Jarvan
just gonna up, okay,
Ornn
fine.
double
You take my
immobile? now.
Now I'll take the Victor that you spammed so much.
I will say that you've got a Victor and a Varus into Jarvan. That does make me worried for AL. It's so much locked down on the side of T1. If those flashes are not available, Oh, you saw the hover. You all saw it.
I don't like what AL just did with mid lane.
Wait, you guys don't want T1 to lock Kalista?
Definitely not going to be the case, but this team comp is so well set up for a misfortune that you mentioned way earlier, this Wombo combo. They have so many avenues for engage, and as you're rightly pointing out, these carries on AL
双没有位移的是双 C 没有位移怎么玩 ？Oh my god, there's a Shaker cosplay.
Even that much peel on their
有人 cos 小丑。
This definitely looks like it is
This
going
is
to
circle
be
gaming.
dangerous for Shanks and Hope as far as their positioning.
They have triple immobile carries technically. Rumble can't really get away with no flash either. 兰博没有闪现也活不了呀。
Leona, Xin, Varus Ultimate, Rumble to follow up on the engages. You've got
T1 have a Venn diagram going on. Alright, chat, we're gonna run ads. If you like to avoid ads, make sure you tune on Twitch Prime to avoid ads for the month. If you don't think that's okay, we will be back for game number 3 between AL and T1. It is now a best of 3 between these two teams, with the scoreline being 1-1.
Impressive early games, the way that they've been able to navigate skirmishes, and also with impressive team fighting of their own. I'm excited to see how they match up here in game 3.
小担心，我有点小担心。
With the opportunity to move to match point here.
I'm feeling a little worried for AL, guys. It's not giving a good feeling.
Absolutely delivering. The winner will move on, of course, to face against Gen G in the grand final tomorrow for a chance at taking the MSI title.
Victor versus Aurora. Bot lane is Varus, Leona. I haven't played the furry game yet. No.
That will be hype. We'll get a follow-up on a full 5-game series.
Worth noting, Hope is going to be playing Poke Varus here. Does have the comment.
Poke Varus.
So will not be playing
they want
hit.
Flandre and Shinx to kill Ornn.
Make it a little bit harder to get through this Ornn, but AL also have multiple damage threats. When you think of Jarvan, sure, if he gets onto a Varus, he can do a lot of damage.
But
Xin Zhao, I feel, provides so much threat onto the backline as well. And when you pair that up with things like a Rumble, high AP damage from the top side.
Who the fuck is setting up for Rumble outside of Leona? Kayle literally needs to play perfect. 卡尔这个女坦得要，
Shanks actually with the highest win rate.
就是开团要很极端呐。
His first time getting to play against his idol Faker, who he met earlier at the event.
Kayle is quite literally the only source of setup that allows Rumble to place his ult. Unless Flandre is like super crazy on Rumble, right? But I don't really like his Rumble either. 我其实不太喜欢看盛昌哥玩兰博 His ults have been sus. 他大招扔的有点歪。 Leona E lands, Varus Q, ooh, heal to dodge the Varus Q, interesting. 很痛很痛很痛痛痛痛痛痛。Did she just get PTA off?
So good with the Nico. And with the power of the early MF here, they get the health lead, they get control of the minion wave for pushing for level 2.
And I just love Carrot using the heal
Double
there, not only for the early HP, but also for the move speed to actually sidestep that piercing arrow from Hope. So a very health positive trade from Carrier there, using that summoner at level 1.
Meanwhile, Faker also pushing early here on the Aurora. All that
主要
burst
是左边 poke 好多吗？
available.
不是啊，人家开团方式这么多，也不让你 poke 呀。AL's comp is like super poke heavy, but how is T1 ever gonna let them poke when they have Jarvan, Ornn, and Nico? 就感觉 T1 这个阵容开团的方式这么多，也不会让你 poke 很久啊，然后就那么嘎了。
Faker to trade back if Shanks doesn't over-aggress in the lane.
And we did just see AL just saw Owner on the ward on Raptors.
Fighting AL, you gotta somehow make it to the point where this Varus and Victor hurts. Ooh, major trading from Shanks. Major trade. 是换血换的蛮猛啊，香克斯。
Faker does level up to 3, but as you said, Vedius can be very difficult in these range matchups. Generally, we have seen Aurora picked as an answer to melee matchups. Where you really can bully out. It's very difficult for Faker to actually close the gap.
They need to draw someone that can engage. Technically, that's Leona and Varus, right? Varus, Leona double utility bot lane for the chokes. 维鲁斯家女坦自带控的呀，感觉兔子玩的好，最好的是 Zeka 和 BDD。
The cannon going down, and Faker gets to clean it up.
Best Aurora player that I've seen.
Like that.
Wait, what?
All of these
Did he
dodges
cancel
that Faker is
base?
If one of those lasers had hit, he could have maybe threatened 4 and all.
Didn't we recently watch one of the best Aurora players ever? Who was it? 最近有看过，就是感觉是一兔，但是我忘了是谁了。What the fuck? Guma just dies there? Ah! He flashed into the Varus Q. 哪里？
With that weirding and Tarzan continuing to scrap with Owner.
Those 3v3s on the bottom.
Oh my god! Oh, the E didn't land. The E didn't land. Oh my Monka Gigas.
Will survive.
Carry 闪现 Q 闪现 E 没有中。
Push
in the way, push in the way. 要推一下线哦。
Revisit, and currently I see a Xin on my screen.
They're looking. No one's fooled by that minion. It's going to give you extra gold. They're locking them down, and they are knocking them down. 300 gold from a minion.
Look,
first time I've seen that one.
Huge. Volley no flash. 下路没有闪现。 节奏好起来了，兄弟们 ！L 前期好起来了，变成小兵跑有点可爱嘛。刚才小 K 暴打 AL 也能不要暴打 AL 求求你了。Doesn't T1 just get fisted here? Here, like in this specific game or in this specific context?
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
in this game,
those bot lane skirmishes can snowball
I can see a world where
Carrot going for that flash play on
AL are mispositioned and Jarvan can get some good wombo combos off. They have a lot of CC. Or knockup, Jarvan EQ, Nico knockup, like they have a lot of CC to deck on top of each other. T1 这边 AOE 很多。 And you only have one flash, right? If T1's smart, they force the flash out of either Shinx or Varus, and they re-engage when this guy has no flash. 就是 T1 要是聪明一点的话，可以去用一个大招去逼闪现，然后再用另一个大招去继续抓他，然后这个人应该就抓死了。Ideally, it would be Victor because Varus can go edging of night. 维鲁斯可以自己出个盾，所以不好抓，可能就会抓维克托，就没有闪现的维克托。
Unrelenting with his push. I love how even though he's at like prime risk of a gank, he's saying, no, I'm fine. I have my ulti. Ulti's going to be dropped to push him back. That is a very low Aurora.
Yeah, Faker has no teleport.
I think he's going to have to... No, he is not. He's like, you don't have enough mana. Wants to catch this wave, and now I expect both mid laners to reset. Doran has made his way into mid. They really want to contest this dragon.
See if they're going to be able to do it. Owner is going to be first there to actually pull it.
Faker.
Tarzan in the area, though. Andre is up on that top side, but has his teleport available, and Faker is still quite low.
Victor is completely human. 维克托没有蓝 buff 怎么玩呢？ Oh.
Here comes Dorian with the
Varus has no flash.
The combo is perfect onto Hope. Beautifully done by Dorian. Knocks him up, flashes in, knocks him up again. Is going to TP right back up to topside. But Flandre could
it's a robbery in broad daylight.
Really he knows after the bottom lane exchanges, no flash on that Varus means no dodging on his ultimate right up against the wall. Just nails it.
He just got murdered in broad daylight. 大白天的。
I love this plan from T1 and the TP back to top lane means that Doran doesn't really lose much off the
nice
back of it.
roam timer from Doran though.
Flandre TP early to bot
got
lane,
Dragon, got the kill, right before the Varus flashes up in like 40 seconds.
The farm swinging the way of Guma Yushi with about a 2-wave advantage, and after getting that kill, he now holds the gold.
Chat, I'm gonna teach you a Chinese word. When you say the name Guma Yushi,
by the early skirmish,
Y
and the low mobility carries there
means fish.
Still on the reset
Guma Yushi.
Tarzan's feeling fairly healthy, gets back out, gets his scuttle crab before the spawn.
Like you're doing like the poke face, you know.
AL are here very early. They've got Kyle already positioned, so plenty of vision advantage for AL towards the spawn of grubs.
兔子抽饼和 Faker 玩的都没那种感觉嘛？哎，那前几天谁玩个兔子抽嘛？不会就是香克斯的兔子吧 ？It might be Shanks' Aurora that was like literally the best Aurora at the tournament。好像就是老香的兔子玩的，就是巨亮眼。前几天 ，It was Shanks, right? I believe so.
don't know if T1 are going to contest or not. I mean, Doran is still on that bot side. They're definitely fishing around, seeing is there an angle to at least steal one grub. But Flandre is in range.
I forgot who Shanks was versing on the Aurora.
Shanks, proxy electrocute.
But it was an actual fathering session.
Bot side as he realizes the grubs are ours. T1 not going to commit without their top laner.
Yep. And after they finish up here,
was it
AL
Koi?
already sending Rumble back down.
Was it Koi? It might have been Koi. 我要是没有记错的话 ，AL 是不是有打过 Koi？ 然后香格斯玩了一把兔子，就是那种暴打。Either way, whoever wins the series will definitely deliver a banger against Genji. Technically, both teams in this current series went to 5 games against Genji in one of their previous
to dissuade any sort of an engage.
Kyle is very far away from level 6. Carrier has already secured
Hey
it.
Kitty, wanted to hop in and say I was really happy to see you on an
midwave.
official broadcast again. You were locked in for that translation and you did really great. I hope you enjoyed the rest of it. I appreciate it. Hopefully I have more opportunities in the future to do more of that.
The later we get
Thank
into
you.
it,
You're
we're
so
going to see these two comps
You're so
interact with
sweet.
AL having this range advantage, trying to use some poke Varus, trying to get a little bit of extra damage on T1 before the fight starts out. But T1 have such good long range engage.
Did he cancel
with
the
Ornn
base? He
ultimate
did cancel
and
the
flank
base.
capabilities with the Aurora as well as the Nico, that it's going to be T1 playing the side lanes, trying to
Dragon's
play
up
the
in 2
flanks
minutes.
to find their engage and force the
I'm
fights
still
onto
of the
longer
opinion
range
that I think
AL.
T1's comp is way easier to play. 感觉 T1 这个阵容是按大招就差不多赢了呀。Shanks is not going defensive item until like item 3. 香格斯金身应该要很久才会出吧。I missed you on stage? Yes! You did! Chat! I was on stage for the CFO translation when CFO won against Koi. Against Koi. I know they're called M Koi, but I just called them Koi, I'm sorry. Sorry. 第二天要 edge up 9嘛，要抽盾了呀，否则太容易死了，维鲁斯。感觉 T1 打团就要抓维克托。
A lot of the pings from AL though look like a deep play. You know, they've got super deep
1
vision
minute on
through this red
Dragon.
quadrant of the jungle.
然后感觉 T1 後期they have an Ornn. I don't know if they scale better. I doubt they scale better. Victor is quite strong late game.
Anyone trying to retake vision, but T1 not exposing themselves as Dragon is spawning.
She's also the background voice of Sheep Esports interviews for CFO. Okay, to be fair, oh wait, dive? To be fair, it was super embarrassing in that CFO interview with Sheep Esports because I've never done translations for media outlets after game. So when I think the interviewer for Sheep Esports told me that I'll be holding the microphone to translate, I thought they were going to put my words into subtitles. 就是会把我说的就翻译完的话写成弹幕。我没有想到他会放在视频里面，就 I didn't think he was gonna put it in the video. So I was whispering the entire interview. 就采访的时候一直在偷偷说话，像断气了一样 ，like I was out of breath. So I just sound really sick. Oh my god, that's a major wombo combo to Keria.
And now they have their eyes on the Dragon.
The synergy between these two, Kyle and Tarzan,
you did better in the driver interview. Honestly, I perfectly imitated Hyoin Kyoma perfectly. Because they mentioned Steinsgate and driver was imitating Hyoin Kyoma, and I literally nailed that impersonation.
Get close to that brush. Doesn't look like it. He is hugging the wall. And
Aren't Faker and Jisun in-laws?
Feels like he has
How does
some
that
sort
work?
of idea that maybe there could be someone in the side brush. Now that
TPP
TPP is going to be coming in,
from
Hope
Awawa.
has got to run for it.
兔子来了
Pops the ghost blade.
Parasol
Great
onto
ulti
Jarvan.
to buy some time here. As Keria coming in. Can he find him with the Pop Blossom? Yes, he can. There are the Tangle Barbs and the Cataclysm. Everything and the kitchen sink thrown at Hope.
And the kitchen sink? What does that mean? What does the caster mean by and the kitchen sink?
For the life of Hope.
Hope doesn't even flash. I'm surprised that he popped the barrier. I feel like that he'd accepted the fact that even if I flash
Why
this,
use
that
barrier
Jarvan's
there?
gonna EQ ult me and there was no way I was
If he
getting out of
flashes
this anyway.
there,
But this is part of the risk,
he
so we
just
talked about
dies the
draft.
next fight
We
in
have
the
a
exact
Varus and
same
Victor,
way.
these
他这一波
champions,
交
once that
闪现，
flash is
下一波
gone,
还
there are a
是
lot of
同
tools
一
that
个
T1 have
死
to
法。
lock these carries down.
It just means everything is thrown at them. I think Hope's flash is broken. It's just such a miserable game to play. Barris into Ornn, Jarvan, Aurora, Nico. 丟你老母，玩不了。Play safe, deadass.
So much of that rumble poke. Doran already getting involved early, made that roam to help get a kill down on that bot side. That early catch onto Hope. And still
do you not know the saying?
Behind. So Shanks,
I've never heard of.
Feel like he's gonna have to get a lot of work done in this one. Hope is gonna be the main target, I think.
I don't throw in the kitchen sink. I'm gonna get my ass whooped if I throw the kitchen sink.
While I don't love the Rod of Ages build on the Victor against this comp, it makes a ton of sense.
At least AL didn't play Renata.
Additional
Renata is currently 0 and 8, and Kalista is 0 and 10. So Kalista and Renata added together have 0 wins and 18 losses in total. 因为娜塔这个英雄现在是0胜8负，滑板鞋是0胜10负。Throw everything and the kitchen sink. Oh, I think I've heard of that one, but not like throw kitchen sink, you know?
Of course, they're still working on the proto belt for Keria, which is the last real
I learned a new
extra tool that they
slang from the CFO players. I learned a new slang.
Aurora and Nico engage.
很
Very interesting. Guma does go for the standard blood piercer, but then is going into lethality second here. So, more commonly we do just see full AD items, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, these types of things. The AD scaling on the MF ultimate is so powerful.
Doesn't mean trash.
Really interested to see, is this just like a collector? Does he feel like he needs an Edge of Night or something to stay safe? What is the option here that he's really looking for?
I learned new slang from the CFO players. 乐色是不是垃圾的意思 It's perverted.
So just that extra bit of power in this early game may also be the motivation for this itemization. We'll keep track of whether he chooses to upgrade.
Yeah, and T1 are really looking to burst the enemy carries. So first objective, blow Shanks and Hope's flashes. Then
I'm getting better at swearing in Chinese.
Burst damage, so
just you guys wait.
There to add that little bit of extra damage on top of the Aurora if they can get that flank.
If AL do get the Herald here, they would have
one day I will be
they just
fluent
need one
in
more objective. So I think
Chinese
T1 looking to contest this. You can see that Shanks is the one matching Doran on that bottom
side
because Flandre does
forget
not
about
have his
the
teleport,
boba shop?
So
okay, surely they didn't get it
right.
right.
Start this up first. Baker
it's okay. I'm gonna pretend they didn't get it.
Some early damage does go across the veil and gets back.
Unless you guys are translating wrong, I don't see anything wrong with saying something that means trash, no?
From AL, specifically from Kyle and Tarzan. Where whenever they see one of these engagers from
fluent in anime Japanese and flame Chinese,
or Faker over
my
here,
goat, that's right. I am a trilingual queen.
Chip away at a little bit of the resources available to T1 because they're the ones that do have the extra range with the poke.
Honestly, I'm craving boba so bad. Tomorrow I'm gonna get Chick-fil-A. 明天中午点炸鸡，谁懂啊 Tomorrow I'll be going to Chick-fil-A and I'm gonna get their chicken tendies and I'm gonna get their sauce and I'm gonna 劝饭 Oh, TP flanks onto Tarzan. Oh, Tarzan's so dead, man. Wait, actually they trade. Not bad. Damage from the Rumble was super good. 哇塞，蓝火伤害巨高，谁懂？就他妈得 Faker missed Q, I think. Faker Q 没中哎，他在好硬啊！我靠 ，Tarzan super tanky by the way. 7-3, 7-3. Tarzan used his taunt.
T1, they thought the Hex Gates were their ticket into the flank, but they go for Tarzan.
They dove way too hard, and Guma Sushi was not there.
That's going to be the Herald
根本没到啊
AL for sure. Dragon is
He didn't die. I thought Tarzan. Okay, sorry. I'm cursing it.
Play here. Hope getting very low.
Bullet time, ripped out there. As Keria is back here with Guma, was looking for an angle to finish off Hope, couldn't find.
Get the chicken biscuit. What is this chicken biscuit? You should teach your niece and nephew League.
No. During this replay, T1 will probably be taking a drag.
Look at this Rumble 哦，这兰博大招其实放的不错哎。Wait, Gumi Yushi was there. I just didn't see him. Guma 到了，但我没看到哎。Oh, he got instantly zoned out by Victor-san. 没看到，没看到，It was a 5v5. Straight up 5v5. Chick-fil-A, the chicken sandwich is so good. It's a chicken in a biscuit. Ew. Why would I ever never
flew
have
to
a
the other side
savory
to try to escape there from
biscuit.
Tarzan, which potentially ended up costing him his life.
Ew.
I will also say that the damage from Hope, very scary. It took off a chunk of Owner's HP when he was so
I was
close
at the
to getting
grocery
away
store
as
the other
well.
day, and I found the
7-3
Oreo
the kill
X
difference.
Selena
AL
Gomez
with a 3K
collaboration.
gold lead off the back of this Herald.
你们认不认识？就
We're trying to
是
finish it.
美国的歌手 Selena
We will not be able to
Gomez。
find it.
就我前几天去
Tarzan
超市
navigates through the
逛街，
jungle.
跟我嫂子
Drifts
逛街
left.，
然后看那个奥利奥跟 Selena Gomez 合作的味道。It was like a Selena Gomez limited edition
Too close to the sun.
Yeah.
flavored Oreo. And then I also took a photo of something else. I took a photo of a Pringle box. 就是还有薯片的味道。It's called limited edition Pringles beer can chicken， 就是啤酒鸡味道的薯片。
They didn't even get the summoner
啤酒
spells
鸡
off
就
of Shanks and
I don't
Hope,
know, like
because Tarzan was able to shrug it off with his ultimate
beer
and the big
can
counter
chicken.
engage from AL. So T1
does
still
the
has so
beer
much
taste like
more
chicken, or
work
does
to
the chicken
do
taste like beer?
to be able to find a successful team fight for themselves? And
Pringles
AL,
or Lay's? It
now
was
with
Pringles.
this gold lead, now with this
I have
map
the
lead as
photo.
well, getting down these turrets, having so much more room to work with, they will feel very confident.
So far in this series, we've seen T1 rush Arakan. Game 1, Game 2, it spawned, they forced a fight. I imagine in this game, they're not going to be as quick to force that objective. Given that you're this far behind, of course, you still want to try and force the fight where you can.
American
Arakan can put you in some serious danger.
Variety when it comes to food, like the flavor variety is very diverse.
Start these objectives if they think it's a good angle. If they feel like, hey, we need
They
to force a
shove
fight,
their
they're
beer
going to
can
go to the
in the
objective, they're
chicken,
gonna look
then
for a turn.
cook
And
it.
T1 has turned so many
Wait,
games in their
what do
history
you mean?
through that confident shot calling.
Don't say it like
If
that.
I was them, I would be hoping that AL starts something up and then they can look for a flank. But we will see.
I mean, in terms of itemization right
the
now,
beer can is
it's
inside
not
of
that
a
different
chicken
between the
full
two
of beer.
teams. Of course, the gold
Then
lead
where
looks
does the
scarier than it
can
actually is, but there's still
go?
a few components coming through from AL.
Then where does the
collector
can
was
go? The
completed
can doesn't
for,
evaporate. 你要是把
Gubayushi,
酒
so we will
就
have
是
that
啤
slight
酒
execute
塞在
towards
鸡
the
肉
end
里
of
面
it.，
这个
But it's Tarzan,
瓶
where a
子
lot
去
of the
哪
gold lead
里
is sitting. He is the
呀
one that
？Where
has
does
that
the
fully
cup
completed Black
go?
Cleaver. And given that he's got 4 kills, he's going to be
It's
a tough
not
one
all the
to
way
deal
inside,
with.
just like.
T1 setting
Are
a
we
vision
sure
around
you
this
guys are
Arakan.
talking about chicken?
Yeah, I like this because then
You guys
if
are talking
AL
about
try
chicken,
and start
right?
something up and make use of their advantage, then maybe T1 could find their dream
你们
flank.
很乐色
Maybe they
哎
wait for the
You guys are very
Otacon to
乐
shred
色
a little
哦。
resistances off of AL
You're
to
talking
make
about
up
chicken
for the
deadass?
gold
Check
deficit.
Google images.
And they
I
do have a
do
lot
not
of
want to
flowers
see a
already
beer
picked up
can
off the
shoved
rift.
up a chicken.
So if they could maybe smite steal or something,
No.
that'd
Where do you buy
effectively-
Alpo jerseys? I
I'm
stole
kind of
this one.
surprised that T1 was able to
Don't
find
use
so
the
many.
actual can. Then how does the beer
Tarzan
go
now
in?
saying this space belongs to
Have you
AL.
seen raw
They will
chicken?
clear out this vision. They will push out that bot wave. And now
Maybe.
the pressure is being put onto this bot
How do you
tier
usually
1.
cook a whole
Having all
chicken
those extra
then?
petals,
What's
that's
wrong
the
with you?
advantage of
I
the
don't
pushing
eat a whole
lanes that they
chicken.
had
I eat
early on in the
only a
game.
part of the chicken.
Baker
I
getting
don't
poked
shove
out, though. It's gonna be
beer
hard to
up
defend this tower on the next
chickens.
wave, potentially.
Yeah, the siege here from AL with their
Imagine
range
a
advantage
chicken
looks
with a
very
skewer,
good.
but the skewer is a beer can.
Baker on the side, just trying to zone out any potential dive, as it's Guma's job to
Okay,
clear out this wave, though. But
they're
Tarzan
playing
and Kyle
Monkey
are behind them. They're
Balloon
gonna go
to
in
Defense
immediately onto
Tower,
Baker.
whatever that
Chuck him
game
out to
is.
half HP. Owner
Oh.
cannot connect on the flag.
Wait,
Drag
Shanks
carry,
can
and
cook
now
them here.
getting
香克斯
engaged
这
on.
里
He's
伤
getting
害
forced down by
输出
Shanks,
环
and
境
he
很
is
好
just
哎
gone.
你可go one
Shanks
tap
released him from
Look at
his world,
Shanks
and Baker goes between
这
worlds and
多
tries to start the fight. Guma
这多妈
running from
得
Tarzan. Doran is here.
Doran is
Kyle
super
low,
late to the
but it's
fight
AL again,
Shanks is
crushing the
cooking
fight, it
Baker's
feels like.
cheeks
Guma
right now
flashes back to the tower.
香克
Doran
斯
him
伤
gonna
害
try to hold
巨
their
高啊
ground
谁
here,
懂
but
啊
it's a 2v5. They need to
Oh,
cut
it's
the
so
wave.
over the
Guma trying to heal up as much
minions
as he
are
can,
on the
but
tower
Tarzan
as well
flashes in,
Oh my
and
god this game is won
ultimate knock up there from Doran.
It's
But
won
the heroics are not to
赢
be.
了呀
Doran falls as well.
11 to
AL
3
lose no one.
Jarvan's
They'll get the
behind
tower,
Nico
and they will
04
get the Otacon.
Tarzan
对面
is
辅助
such
0
a
杠4
champ.
啊
He
赢了
just
赢
walks
了
up to them, starts fighting between towers, chunking out multiple people.
It's
and
honestly
AL
crazy to
pick
think that there's a
T1
possibility
apart.
that BLG got eliminated yesterday and now T1's
Carrier
about
and
to
Faker are
potentially
still
be
alive,
put on match
considering
point 野辅
fishing
打得
for
好
exit
呀
kills, but they
我跟
will
你说
not
L 的
find
灵魂
any.
就
We
是
look back at this play, and
野
as you
辅
highlighted, Kobe,
联动
Tarzan
前
with
期
the
野辅
aggression
联动一旦
immediately
起来
onto
卡
Faker,
在爽
sidesteps the
局
knock-up
随
from
便打
Owner,
随
and
便
with the
开
arrival of the Rumble,
人家就是
the
carry
combo
懂吗
dropped onto carrier, he's eviscerated from the fight. fight, and it turns into this one-sided affair for AL.
Yeah, that Leona combo into Varus.
主要是这波多兰其实也来得蛮晚的 ，Doran is literally like lost to the fight.
AL running them out
Was Kanavi
of
and
their
AL?
own defense
No,
here.
Kanavi
As you know, they
was
also finished up on the tower afterwards, so bunch of kills.
Top esports?
Plus the tower, plus the cheer from the coaching staff. And AL
Kanavi 好
will
像
feel
是偷
very
国的
comfortable
吧
now.
，24年。
Doran could be
Kanavi
in some trouble.
跟
Equalizer
Wait,
being
is
a drop,
Kanavi?
but
Kanavi's in
potentially
top
could walk
esports
this
this
out.
year. What?
Andre,
I don't
though,
remember what
overheating,
team
slowing
Kanavi
him
was on
down with
last
the
year.
Electro Harpoon, and they are going to commit the
Oh
Arcane
my
Storm,
goodness.
and he is not
Shanks
going
just
to be
ate
able to
him
get out
up.
of this one. He is tanky, but not tanky enough. T1 though trying to
24
fight back on the other
年
side.
可
Took
纳
the
比是
top
京
tier
东
1
的吗？
for a bounty, and are going to be looking for this top tier 2 as well.
Did you guys see what they did to the JDG roster? They bombed it. 京东的阵容真的不是阵容，名单真的爆炸了。
T1 would not hesitate
那个
to
小
dive,
徐
so
like a
instead,
super
AL will just accept the loss.
mediocre
They'll concede the gold, as
top
they're able to
laner,
at the
like
very least trade it back on the
very
bot side of the
mediocre
map.
top laner. Shun,
We mentioned it in
Scout,
the earlier game, but
Pays,
this
and
must feel
Wink.
so good for
They're legit
Tarzan.
hostaging
Absolute
Pays while he's in
monster game
China.
for him
这
versus
纯绑架
T1,
小
a team that cost
纯
him a lot
绑
of
架
heartache.
Pays 在京东那边，上单找的小徐，自己的辅助是 Wink， 人家 Roller 来上单是369，辅助是顶级，就是叫什么
Looks like they
like,
should be able to
what's
close
peak
in
again?
on the rest of the map.
Peak?
Baron will approach in just 20 seconds. AL can move over with their advantage.
就米神状态最好的那一
Take vision control first.
那一段时间叫什么？叫顶峰吗？不叫，不是啊，叫
The flank. Where is it going to come from?
巅峰。就米神巅峰时期加369上单，现在配子一到京东，来个小徐，来个 Wink。But probably had to cut budget to pay off scouts. Dead. JDG do be very expensive and a lot of money. They're like the equivalent of Amazon in China. For people that do not know, Jingdong is the Amazon of China.
Stealing away what they can. T1 though with decent vision coverage still around this Baron objective.
If T1 brings out Game 4 Silas, it's over. Why have I seen that one before? Against a Chinese team.
6 times he made it to a regional final,
remind
losing
me.
all 6.
Do not
the
remind
7th
me.
was the
咱
one
们
he
第4 把
finally is able to take this split
还
with
是别
AL.
选塞拉斯
And
了，
it was a
感觉
heroic game
会
4 from him.
触
One
动
of the most incredible
PTSD。
Zed jungle performances I have ever seen to get his team across that finish line, to get that first regional trophy. I had felt he was the best player in the world to not win
Can
a regional
T1 come
title.
back?
That has been checked, and
Can
now
T1 come
he's
back this
on the
game?
hunt for the
Victor is
international title.
2.5 items.
It's been heartwarming to listen to all the interviews coming
He's
from this
sitting
team.
on Seekers and is going
we mentioned the earlier
Magic
Tabe
Pen
one
Raid.
talking about his leadership qualities.
这把应该翻不了了吧？
So closely.
This game is
And Tarzan
unlosable for
himself
AL, right?
Talked about from the day that he joined AL,
Jarvan's 2
he
behind.
wanted to take responsibility
打野
for the team and use all of his strength
经纪有点
to
太
go
落后了，
together
应
to
该
the
输不了
international
吧
stage. And now they are here,
Right,
and they're
guys?
showing that strength, Vedius.
Of course, even if they do in this game, T1 is a force to be reckoned with, and they've been pushed to these positions before, and they found
Nice vision control from
miracles. They have
T1. T1 这个视野做得不
miracles.
错。
There is a
大龙
reason
根本看不
why
见。
Faker has
They
so
can't
many
see
world
Baron.
championships to his name as they go in.
Oh, onto Shanks, but he has Seekers. That's a one-time Seeker. Nico caught, Nico dead, Nico popped. Doran's trying to zone out Hope. Kale 1 HP, Kale's alive. No, Kale died to MF50. It's a 2 for 1. 2换1。香克斯没有精神，香克斯我们17级了。Level 17 versus level 14.
Tarzan on the
17级打14级。
trying to buy some space for his carries, but he's getting slowed down, and Doran's in a lot of trouble now. Mondre's going to overheat, and Doran may just
literally
follow the
4 levels apart. Sorry, 3 levels apart now. To be fair, Shanks is hacking because he has a lot of gauges, but still, it's so fucking crazy, you know? How did AL get Varus Rumble and Zin? They first picked Nico and Jarvan. Nico Jarvan. They purposefully let Varus open to drop Nico Jarvan, which are 2 very strong, aggressive early duo that can get onto Varus. So they weren't that
so far this game that T1
unhappy
have
with the trade.
To go for the big fight for themselves,
塔
tried
赞
to
没
go
有
for
老
their picks
没有
earlier
毛
with the Hex Gates,
没
or
毛
just now. It has just been better responses from AL. Of course, now T1, they know they need to make that surprise play, and so they choose their moment. They make their play.
没毛
But
病
as you say, Shanks just gets his Zonias off.
你是不是少打一个字
getting stunned in the fight mean that he couldn't get that follow up as well was
I'm
he does do a good job of keeping
I'm
hope out of the
seriously
fight,
getting like ESL, like I'm getting serious
，he does get himself a shutdown onto Kyle.
没毛病吧？他被说的没毛病，打得好的意思吗？啊，下次。 可不可以全打出来呀？下次不要少打字好吗？很变态。Doran's already dead. We're not completely with. Wait, it's a two-man knockup, but Shanks is free hitting 香克斯随便输出，随便输出。Tarzan's fucking them up, bro. 我靠，有战神呐！ Oh my god, it's over. Is it game over? Is it 지지습니다? 3-1? 一波啦，要播。Wait, this is like the first time I've never had. This is the first time I've had like no jersey curse. 哦，第一次没有毒奶耶！哇塞，好爽 ！Oh my god, I'm so happy. Wait, is this what it feels like to not be a curse?
Trying to clear out the wave, is able to cut the minions. That may buy them some time, but the grubs there doing some work as well, still tanking up the tower. It's enough. Owner kills the minions, and they decide we're going to go for the dragon instead.
Owner with the defense there buys them some time, but AL will take the dragon in the aftermath. Here's another look. They full send actually on Doran, and Doran survives for so long that it does open up the counterattack possibilities.
1号种子能赢2号种子很正常啊。Someone on Hupu is for sure gonna say first seed beating a second seed team is normal and expected. Someone will for sure say that. I'm from the future. 我已经猜到了，我是穿越回来的。1号种子赢2号种子没问题呀，有什么问题吗？
Exactly. He takes down Guma. He W flashes to finish off Doran.
If T1 comes back next game, we're blaming you. That's not my fault.
They actually did not
赵信就等 MF 开大嘛，可以。卡赞这把战神谁懂 ？Tarzan is literally like God of War this game.
T1 are going to TP for it. They have Kyle in
Tarzan's trying to beat the allegations of being a Korean spy. Oh my god, Guma Yushi just completely railed KO there. No flash! Okay. They're trying to kill Hope, but Hope is dodging everything. Oh, it's over. Shanks is free hitting again. 香克斯伤害巨高，谁懂啊？20层、22层、24层 ，24 stacks on Medjai's. Ice cold. Any minions? 兵线呢？I think it's GG思密达。要播了，W1，他亮 W1 的标，谁懂啊？香克斯 ，Oh my god, Shanks is emoting with the W1 logo. That's so fucking funny, dude. 哇塞，太屌了！Wait，AL's gonna do it。为什么亮 W1 吗？你可能不知，香克斯是 W1 那边的之前的选手，然后当年的 W1 好像是在常规赛0-16的战绩。So for people that do not know, Shanks played on WE for like 2 years, and within one of the years, Shanks went 0 wins in the regular season with 16 losses. 16 losses. He has a lot of history with WE. 香克斯以前是 WE 的选手，然后被 AL 买走了。And then for the next year, I think WE had a better team where they actually made play-ins or playoffs, and then they were like hard stuck 10th place. 就是香克斯也有打进过季后赛，但是他只能就是永远 他的WWE 那个实力就只能打到第10名左右吧，然后就被淘汰了。He was always a decent player though. He was always the best looking player on a losing roster, if that makes sense. 香克斯其实当时在 WWE 的时候还是算不错的了，就是 Oh my god, what's happening with the HUD? T1 can come back, but unfortunately, this is not Worlds.
Aurora, Nico,
For your information, AL, the best way I can describe it is AL is an organization that was hard stuck in Bronze 5 for 3 years. I started casting League of Legends, oh sorry, maybe not 3 years, 2 years at least. I started casting LPL in 2023. I shit you not, AL was literally bottom 3 org for so many splits in a row. And AL, I don't know where they squeezed out this money to buy Tabe, Shanks, Hope, Flandre, Tarzan. Like, I don't know where they got this money. 我不知道 AL 这钱哪里来的。今年突然挤出了一个这么个阵容。They got Tabe. That's the like big turning point because Tabe used to coach for BLG and BLG kicked Tabe because he believed that he deserved the highest paying salary for any coach in the LPL because that year BLG did incredibly well against LCK teams at MSI. They came second, losing to JDG, and then they came top 4 at Worlds, also beating Genji, I believe. So they had a really good track record in 2023, so Tabe was asking for a higher salary. And then BLG was like, no, fuck off. So Tabe was unemployed for like half a year or 1 year. And then AL suddenly picked him up, brings these, I would actually call them LPL rejects, kind of, you know? Flandre was inactive for 2 years or 1 year after winning with EDG. No team wanted him. Tarzan literally had one of the worst Worlds run in 2023. He was accused of win trading with T1. That's how bad he played alongside Scout. Hope had traumatizing games on JDG against T1 as well. Like, literally all of these players were bothered by T1 at one point. Except for Flandre. I guess Flandre won Worlds, but then he like lost his relevancy. And Kale is an import from the LCK because he couldn't beat any LCK support, so he decided to join LPL. And Shanks, which we just explained, he was also on WE for many years where he was not even making playoffs half the time. So my brother and I were actually having this conversation where it's crazy that Tabe joins AL and he brings this team because he's not a hardcore League fan. He's not a hardcore LoL esports fan. He doesn't really know who Flandre, like, he should know who Flandre is. Flandre won Worlds. Doesn't know who Tarzan is. Doesn't know who Shanks is. Doesn't know who Hope is. Doesn't know who Kale is. But Tabe can bring these guys to potentially an MSI finals from nothing. Isn't that crazy? Isn't the narrative crazy?
Solar Flare, pause here. Because the big thing is that Keria is one of these two huge backline threats with Pop Blossom. He was not able to get it off in this fight.
圣枪哥也有打得不错，圣枪哥。圣枪哥会比对面杨节奏快一点。Flandre was quicker to place than Doran. 是的，那个时候他们打赢了 T1。是的，当年的 BLG 23年 MSI。双杀 LCK 的故事应该都听过吧 ？KDA 18， 18的 KD， 哈哈哈哈 18， 有小戴。Goal difference at 20 minutes, 1,800.
Monumental that they find themselves on match point.
To be fair, T1 always lose to... Wait, who did T1 lose to last year? BLG, right? 感觉每一年就这几年 T1 打 LPL 在什么在半决赛打 LPL 好像没赢过 They lost to BLG. They lost to BLG again. and they're potentially going to lose against AL. Like, T1 have a pretty sad track record at MSI so far. 好像年年都被 LPL 的队伍淘汰 ，LPLG 淘汰2年，然后今年 AL 赛点。Am I speaking too early? Am I speaking too early? Like, am I cursing the game? 我是不是说话太早了？就都。I'm gonna shut up. I think I'm speaking too much. I will shut up. T1 今年的 MSI 表现不好吧？还好吧？我感觉今年其实每个大赛区的那种真季啊、真季 T1、BLG 状态都很一般呢。What is this nightmare tweet? Nico, clone betraying T1, Tarzan got a Sundered Sky heal for 355 HP. What? Where's my mouse? Ah! Oh, I don't have Twitch open. Well, hold up.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
点不开 Okay. Ah, my eyes!
Tarzan was beautiful.
I don't blame Nico, I blame Sundered Sky for being OP. Wait, am I supposed to mute this? Oops, I forgot to mute. Golden Road includes first stand. Is it time to talk about... Well, I guess no team can complete the Golden Road this year because HLE won first stand and then completely bombed out. Wait, who are the teams and orgs that were the closest to completing the Golden Road? Was it genuinely G2 2019 and JDG 2023? And no one else has come close? I think those are the only two teams that are the closest to ever completing the Golden Road. They all like bombed out during Worlds. Oh, G2 was closer because they were in finals. Oh, true. I forgot G2 finals are where. 忘了 G2 19年打进了决赛。我都忘了，我说实话，我忘了。Dude, I really need more coffee. I've been really liking cold brew. I don't know what cold brew is called in Chinese, but cold brew has a more nutty taste and it's also lighter compared to Americano. And I've been really liking it. Cold brew is so good. Literally, it gives me the same amount of caffeine from what I can feel with milk. I don't mind it with or without milk, but I've been drinking more almond milk than oat milk. Cold brew is boring. You're boring! What the heck? G2 only lost one best of 5 that year. Well, technically, JDG also only lost one best of 5 that year. But then they lost in semifinals, not finals. I'm just a... JDG 2023. But yeah. I've been drinking 2 coffees a day every single day. Don't know. 最近一天喝2杯咖啡，会不会有点太多了？ 2 coffees a day, is that too much? I'm like low-key like tweaking. AL 2-1 legit. AL's on match point. 赛点了喂，谁懂？ Cold brew tastes like ass. Let's be real here. First of all, cold brew does not taste like ass. 2, what if ass tastes good? 3, why do you know what ass tastes like? What can I say? I enjoy life to the fullest. How the tables have turned. I have been getting literally the worst sleep ever. I've been sleeping at like 3 a.m. 4 a.m. 就我每天凌晨3点4点才睡觉，睡眠巨拉。Oh, I don't know. My sleep has been so bad recently.
About to half HP. Owner cannot
it's definitely the 2 coffees.
Getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks, and he is just gone.
The coffee is so tasty. I live next to a coffee store right now.
Running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again. Crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the way. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can.
I have a kind of cold and hardly sleep because I have a stuffed nose. I have a stuffed heart. Ooh, that drawing is so cute. When's the next game? The next game is right now. The next series. There are so many babies. The next series is going to be tomorrow. 明天的决赛, Your interrogation room is next to a coffee store. Yeah, it is. It's like a 5-minute walk. But it's like 33 degrees in Atlanta. It's so disgusting. 美国现在33度而且还巨潮热，真的很恶心。With Shinji support. Panda. Thank you, Sunny. I appreciate it.
Who thinks that AL is gonna win the next one?
Oh, she actually drew a Shanks. 来了。来了。疯了 ！AO 连续玩 BO5 4天吗？他们已经打4天了吗 ？Wait, have AO played? If they win today, will they play 4 consecutive days in a row? 他们真的已经连续打了4天吗？
Are looking locked in and trying to prevent any sort of a comeback from T1.
就连着3天，连3天很累啊。
Previous game to then the one we just had because T1 had been so strong in the previous one, but then AL just threw it down here.
3
responded to every T1 move. Advantage
3 different days is
AL.
3 consecutive days is still really tiring.
Can't afford to underestimate T1.
I guess it wasn't that tiring yesterday 啦，我是3-0啦。昨天3-0应该也不算很累吧？哈哈哈哈哈哈。Alright, chat, lock in game 4 match point, game 4 match point. 赛点了，兄弟们，第4把开始。TF Poppy Ben, Poppy Ben. There's still a Rakan. 可以玩洛，兄弟们，洛。
Interesting stat, T1.
Pantheon promo banned. Azir has not been picked yet.
All time.
Oh, well, Azir's banned.
You know, this is a team known for being so clutch.
I don't have a meeting tomorrow. What are you guys saying? Take it to DMs. Don't say it in the Twitch chat. Don't expose my schedule in the Twitch chat, please.
Are we going to see the Talia Azir double ban again?
EWC 赛程弄得很怪嘛，还好吧？就我觉得虽然就是打进决赛的2支战队非常非常的累。 但是上次前年去年在去年的石油杯是常规赛打一半飞过去的那种东西。
Alternatively, like, because when I think about the playmakers, a lot of them kind of fall into the wayside. You could consider something.
You're not going to the finals? Of course, I'm not going to the finals, dude. I'm a fucking bronze tooth noob.
We were talking about AL kind of being forced
Corky
to ban
flex.
and it's going to be the Corky first pick.
Yeah, you start to, the deeper you go into Fearless, looking at what champions they're going to get early for
I haven't seen a successful Corky mid in like 10 years. 应该是飞机下路吧，感觉飞机中单不好打。
Question is what supports
Ambessa 锁头
coming through from AL. The Corky reminder can be flexed into mid lane.
They're gonna play Silas Alistair.
Our expectation
有
is
牛啊
that it's being played
他们要
towards the
抢
bot
牛
side.
吗？ They're gonna take Alistar on 3.
Seen many of the other champions that have come through.
People rarely go Corki mid now. Then why did CFO drop Corki mid and bomb out?
Control mages got the Victor and the Orianna. Curious as to what direction he's going to go.
I only remember one Corki
be a bit
mid
of a
game.
denial pick. If you think that, hey, Alistar could be
I don't really
high
like
prior,
blind Silas.
really honestly,
Silas with
limit some
Sejuani.
of the options, I think, for T1.
Do you play Sejuani or do you play Alistar on 3?
Is the focus.
三楼要玩猪妹还是玩
Very good champion for Carrier here. The Rakan locked in.
Also quite good into the Alistar as well. So with the same logic in mind, if you expect AL to be leaning more towards that Alistar, they've already prepared for it.
Oh, do you guys know?
2v2 lane
Okay, my brother owns a corgi. I don't know what corgi is called in Chinese. 就是我哥的小狗，它是那种就是飞机不是有个皮肤，就是它的飞机是一条狗，然后屁股非常大。我哥就有一个就是一个品种的狗，毛开。What the hell? 毛开on 3 over Sejuani? What the hell?
Matchups. Now you have the opportunity to go for protection bans here. Of course, there is still the thought that hey, Faker could be the one playing Corki. We have mostly been seeing it in the bot lane, but occasionally in pro play this year, it still is being played.
The corgi is not allowed in my room, I think. The corgi always stops right outside of my room. 就是我哥家的狗狗从来不会进我的房间，就会在门口蹲着。
Would it be Zed? Maybe into Maokai? We have seen
Faker 要阿卡丽了吗？感觉可以啊，但是阿卡丽打大树有点恶。What about the cat? The cat is also so cute. The cat meows like a. The cat is a boy cat, but.
I think right now,
my brother's cat has the girliest meow I've ever heard in my life. 不是，你们在说什么？我在说我哥家的小狗狗。什么？哎呀，别说了，别说了，待会儿又要被骂说什么我讨厌选手，然后故意去骂他们了。
A rush of a Mikhail
he has a black cat, he does.
To be able to have someone
Senna Tom? Senna Alistar?
I love how animated Tabe gets with his players.
He's right next to them,
standing, really having that conversation about what do you think is the best pick right now, and it's going to be the scaling Senna. So AL leaning towards the style that they found success with in this series.
AL could go Blitzcrank here. That is true. You're right. They have Maokai, but Blitzcrank Senna is not super duper.
Incredibly well.
Well,
sort of split push threat that could be there also. Nocturne, I do think makes some sense if you wanted to play alongside that Jax towards side lanes.
他发育很慢吗？
dive though. Instead, they're gonna go for the Lilia.
Zyrakan into triple melee, quarter melee. 没问题啊，瞎打3个手短的。
When it comes to Gumayushi and Carrier, a bot lane that they absolutely adore.
I don't like Blitzcrank Senna. It's very counterproductive. Like Senna tries to make as much range as possible, and you just bring the I mean, Blitzcrank Maokai is very strong.
Because the earlier problem I was talking about,
不是你玩的塔姆。
It looks so dangerous for any of these members to be in front with a Maokai ultimate. It poses so many problems. So AL, they can go for the safety option here.
I'm not gonna run ads or super head. Okay, we will not be running ads. We're gonna talk about draft. This is game 4, match point for either side. Match point for AL. Sorry, I'm cooked. I'm tweaking.
T1 have a decent number of split push options with Jax gonna be.
卡尔玩硬辅都算 OK 吧，都算 OK 吧。但是你不觉得这把莉莉娅爽极吗 ？Lilia is genuinely going to have a field day. Lilia into Quadra melee, like exactly what Azale is saying right now. However, I do think T1's composition overall does not make a lot of sense. 就感觉 T1 这个阵容选的就是这5个英雄选的，没有什么融合度 ，like it doesn't have a lot of synergy together. But Lilia can definitely 1v9 this game. 感觉 Lilia 可以 carry. But
match point for
AL has the mojo, you know?
Going to be looking to
AL has the mental mojo going for them. Go, go, go. That meme is literally stuck in my head. Go, go, go.
Many world championships over the last few years, but it is crucial to remember the word world championships.
日亚不肥就还好吧，肥起来玩不了。对啊，对面手4个手短的根本玩不了。塞纳发育还慢，看看吧，看看吧。Let's see if Owner can carry. Owner's been having a pretty decent MSI run. 大欧。
If they can knock T1 out here and make their way to the finals.
You can even see AL was looking for some early game.
We're totally gonna see a 9-man sleep. That is Spica playing for.
See if someone would step forward for a deep ward.
What team was Spica on back in the day?
Pre-planned plays in a high-intensity game like this, it can make all the difference.
Yeah. Was it TSM or was it FlyQuest? I don't remember. It was TSM.
Advantage goes a very long way.
Goodness.
Owner does get the ward on the enemy Raptors. Of course, Raptors a big target for Lilia throughout the game.
Will you support Genji tomorrow? Well, it depends on which team. Average pro career length for Shanks' career: 167 games. X 423 games.
For a lot longer than this, and why you ask, is this important? To me, I think it
when
is
did
important
Shanks debut in the LPL? 香克斯在 LPL 的首发是哪年呢？ When did Shanks debut in the LPL? I actually don't know when he started.
And early days in his career, he was
to succeed, you have to go through failure. I've taken a lot of hits in my career, but right now I have only one goal.
I think would have been replaced. Would have been
I didn't want to read it anyways.
In the history of the LPL. But
I didn't want to read it anyways.
Those difficulties, prove himself.
He started in 2021. 他21年开始打
and now has risen to the point where he's
Bro, read faster. I'll read your mom. Shut up.
Shut up. T1 and getting
I suck
to his
at reading.
first international finals, and I just think that journey is so impressive.
He showed incredible determination to get to this point. And as he said at the end of the last game, that's why he flashed the WE emote there.
I got bit by mosquito. 被蚊子咬了，好痒啊！
have the honor to go up against one of his idols. I mean, so many an idol to so many in the world of League of Legends.
Scratch it for me.
Faker
帮我挠
has
一下。
accomplished so much.
超痒。
The greatest of all time to ever play the esport. And facing across from him in lane is that man pushing him underneath his tower.
I didn't see any Genji t-shirts. It's because I literally got sponsored by Li Ning to wear the LPL shirts.
Already in the 1v1.
Yeah,
李宁那边给我送了两件 LPL 的队服啊，打广告诶。Did you have one of those mosquito bite suckers? Sucker?
Yeah, I love the aggression there. They know that the Maokai started on top side, so he's going to be clearing down towards bot. That's why he's going for
actually,
this
I think I have like a
T1 bot lane will just back off, knowing again, hey, they are the ones that would be targeted. You get that early demolish, you get that early play.
I have my
and he's even able to kind of stack that next wave together because he did that semi-proxy. And we'll be able to TP back to a wave pushing towards him very likely.
My medicine bag that I take everywhere for traveling. I have this Korean pimple cream. I have my eczema cream. I have my second eczema cream. I have pills. I don't know.
It is going to be Guma and Keria catching up on top side.
And Flandre has to push this top wave as quickly as he can, because if he doesn't, then he's in some serious threat.
Look what I have.
The wave is Guma going to catch this wave. Speaking of danger,
both top laners in
I forgot I had this.
Here. Doran, didn't spot the Maokai as he was walking over, but he was desperately trying to crash that wave. Wasn't quite able to do it. And T1 clearly have a freeze here against Flandre, trying to hold that as much as they can. Flandre is in experience range, but is not obviously able to walk up and CS some of these minions. And Doran is trying to stay around, see if he can actually find an angle to get a crash here. Flandre is going to get rooted up there by Guma.
Smelling a
not
vapor
looking for
rub.
the kill, but they are continuing to poke him down.
Yeah, Jax does have
it's
an
like
easier
Tiger Bomb
time
and
in the
Vapor
2v1,
Rub.
but
What is happening to Doran? 多兰，你在干什么？多兰，多兰要被甜死了 ！Oh my goodness, bro！ 还有可以跳一下，除了要高，真的差点没死人哦。感觉多兰这一系列打的比赛一般嘛，今天状态很奇怪哦。今天的状态非常奇怪。
Because they do want Owner to
super
keep
duper
on
strong.
farming,
I'm awake.
Get back up to his other side of the map. As you saw pings down there from AL, Tarzan already going into that jungle as Doran under attack and teleported
only if it's your mom's couch.
Double TP. They're actually, oh no, excuse me.
Anyway,
one TP is going to go mid lane, one is going to go bot lane.
They're flanking. I mean, they're tower diving.
Doran get the perfectly timed counter-strike to try to survive this. Leap
Who's tanking? Hope is tanking. He dropped it. Okay, counter-strike is finished. They're resetting the aggro. 4 seconds. 4-second rule. Hope. Who the fuck was tanking it? Kale was tanking, and then Hope flashes away and he loses a whole wave, and Jax is gonna drop out on the wave. He's gonna be like 2 waves behind. Call 小两波兵线。
Shanks gonna go and try and catch this top wave. T1 still hold on to the gold lead for now, but
I will go outside 1 minute this week and immediately get bit by mosquitoes. Why am I so tasty? Wait, is it true that people with specific blood are more prone to getting mosquito bites? 这是我妈曾经跟我说过，就是 O 型血的人会更招蚊子的。 Like mosquitoes love blood type O.
Yeah,
is that true? What blood type are you guys? 你们的血型都是什么？
I
only know that only female mosquitoes bite. That is true.
Now, T1 hold on to their little bit of gold.
What is your blood type?
Evened up so much.
Is that like sensitive information to ask for? I don't know. Surely it's not.
He's trying to run for it, but the Absconded Duck is going to connect. Leap strike back. Can he get out of range of the Abyssal Dive? Just barely. Doran, by the skin of his teeth,
A-type and I get blasted,
B
and I really get bitten.
Barely does Doran escape. Shanks quick to push in this top wave. Junglers hovering around the bot side of the map as the TP will come through from Tom Kench to help keep
Fuck if I know what my blood type is. What if you need a blood transfusion? You should know what your blood type is.
And he is going to be able to get
blood type is more of a Korean thing, no? Is it? My mom seriously believes in like blood type determining people's personality. My mom is like, oh, B-type blood people are very introverted and like very shy. Is that true? Any B-type gang? 我妈跟我说 B 型血的人很害羞，然后很内向，哎，真假 ？She's also Chinese. She's a
really nice disadvantage and has been able to pressure the tower for plates here. And T1 going to be using those pushing waves to start up this dragon here. Again, getting a relatively early dragon to start off game 4.
That says AB, not SB.
This early against that dragon as a Maokai is a risky thing to do. With Faker being as strong as he is, AL don't want to run the risk of going for that fight. Plates-wise, it has been Faker that's gotten a bunch. He got 1 in bot lane, gets 1 in mid. Guma also grabbing 2 plates topside, shared with Carrier.
AB 读成 SB.
Yeah, and Flandre still has not been able to get a single recall off for a purchase. He's all the way to level 6 with no buy, so it's just
最早是血
shield
型，
that he is
然
holding
后
on
是
to.
星座，现在是 MBTI。
Flandre in some trouble there. Will get knocked low. Will now likely base. Faker staying around, fishing with another rocket. Does get some poke on him.
Yeah, the unrelenting pressure here, constantly whittling away. And
Flandre is getting camped. 助けてください。Tarzan is getting all the Warpies topside.
Goes back in
没有
again.
救一下的。
Yeah, T1 being relentless here with their pressure. Just
一代又一代的
non-stop
迷
poking
眼
and prodding.
不
Guma
不是
and
不是
Owner
不
though
是不是
showing up. Don't want to give over the full 3 grubs.
但我最近
Tarzan
真的
has
有
them
很
too.
努力的去
But Owner will be able to
研
come
究
in and grab one of his own.
MBTI.
And
I've
let's talk
been
about
seriously
Jovi
putting
interview that
in
he did,
effort
where
to
he
learn
was talking
about
his
MBTI.
expectations for who he would face in the finals. He was expecting that it would be anyone's legends. He said they are the most likely
Yeah,
to
I
make it up
believe
into the
anyone's
finals,
legends are the
his
most likely to make it
longtime
at finals.
regional
All
rivals
5
of
players
T1,
of their team
which I
showing
think
great
did surprise
performance,
some
and their
players, but AL has
teamwork
been
is
playing
really
at such
good,
an
so they're
incredible
the ones
level.
we're watching
There was a
out
lot
the
of
most.
talk too
Chovita
between those
our
two
man.
teams
Is
at
that
the
Sheep
beginning of the
Esports?
tournament about how their scrims were going. They were both very
最惨的是 O 型血
complimentary
吗
of each other.
我就是 O 型血
reverse
哎
curse each other. No, you're really good. No, I insist. You are really good.
You are the best.
Yeah, and clearly both have demonstrated an absolute excellence in the level of play. And right now we find ourselves in a very
Why
slow-paced
are you
early
looking
game.
for a
No one
significant
quick to
other? What are you saying?
force anything, and that makes sense when you've got a double AD carry.
It's because I've moved on from star signs. I am not the type of person to go up and be like, oh, you're an INFJ, we cannot be friends. Oh, you're ENTP, we cannot be friends. I'm not that type of person yet. Like, oh, you're Cancer, oh, you're Gemini. No. I'm not that ill yet.
One dragon for T1. Flandre once again under a bit of pressure from Carrier and Faker.
My mom just DM me as long as AL Mark Faker, they will win. 我妈刚才给我发微信，她说 AL 把 Faker 看住就赢了。
Shanks and Kyle trying
My
to
mom
butter him
is
up, though. He's
watching
now down to
this
half
series.
HP.
我妈竟然在
They
看
definitely
呢。
want to consider this angle. Owner, though, is going to be spotted. He's moving down, so it could be a
Wait,
risky dive.
maybe my mom should go be a coach for like Fnatic or something.
Here, so
我妈可以去当教练
not going to overforce anything. Here comes
She's in the chat.
Rakan supports teleport as well
hi.
with Spellbook just in case.
Hi.
They're going to get their reset
Mommy?
off once again.
Yeah, literally
Both
mommy.
of these top lane carry champions
我妈应该在看
1v2s
呢。
for so long means low income for each of them.
When do we have
People always
mom
talk about
stream?
Lilia as this really fast farmer.
Maybe.
I think people sometimes underestimate how
My
quickly
mom
Maokai
agreed
can farm.
to
You know,
playing
Maokai has
League
actually
though. She's
stayed
like, you gotta
pretty
teach
much
me how to
dead
play this
even
game one day.
Alongside this, Tarzan has just been power farming. Already has the Lee injuries completed.
我妈有问过我什么时候带我玩游戏，我挺想玩的。
And again, that ultimate is going to be such a critical part of how these team fights do go when we get the meetup. 疯狂上分吗？
不是啊，我太菜了，我带不动啊。我玩那种就是中单下午感觉洗不动。Does she understand the game? She does. She also recognizes a lot of the really popular players. And my mom is a big Tabe fan. 我妈是 Tabe 的巨大粉丝。Like my mom believed that Tabe was the reason why BLG won a lot of their series throughout 2023, and it was a big shame that they kicked Tabe from BLG. 就我妈当年，特别看好 Tabe 教练，然后 BLG 竟然把 Tabe 教练给踢了，她就非常不同意这个观点。
Is within kill range for Doran.
Nice root does land there on Guma, and Doran, as you say, has Flandre quite low, but is trading back well. Doran was trying to posture, see, is there an angle for a dive? Is there an angle to
Firefrost
proc
dad
up
plays
demolish?
support and
Couldn't
got
find
to gold or platinum
opportunity to go
OTP Sona? Love me a Sona main.
A player that
I
whenever
love Sona.
T1 is in these
Mom
situations
insane
is the
ball
one that we often
knowledge.
turn to.
Shanks looking aggressive, but Keria is here once again.
Okay, I don't even know. Wait, hold up. Shanks is out.
There's the Senna ultimate to cover.
My mom really likes these people in League of Legends. My mom really likes me and Faker, Tabe,
for that dragon fight might be a target.
And
keep track of that as the TP's return. There's the rocket belt completed with the Trinity Force finished for Faker. A big spike.
Cage roll. I think my mom watches Cage roll too.
Kyle caught out here in a lot of trouble.
Kyle, oh my god, run.
In comes Tarzan with the Maokai ultimate. It does connect.
Oh, Kale's so fucking dead, man. Sleepy time! He's rooted though, he might be okay. Oh, he got sniped, he got headshot. Who's winning bot 2v2? Shanks is 1v2! Oh my god, he's 1v2 for the fucking team! 海贼王，这就是海贼王的男人 Oh my god, Shanks is fighting the One Piece. Shanks is fighting the One Piece! Oh my god, he's still alive, he's gonna heal! Oh my god, it's so crazy, bro. It's so fucking crazy. Oh, it's so one, by the way. 赢了呀！哇塞，他想找 One Piece，兄弟们！ Oh my god, Shanks is actually feeling himself on stage, bro. 哇塞，打得越来越爽。谁懂啊？香克斯难道？哎 ，He has my app.
Won't have a way out, but he definitely had a way in. And he grabs the second dragon against the odds for T1.
We said it, Venius, never count out T1. Keria gets a very early spellbook enjoyer. Keria makes use of it.
I mean, it is a nice steal, but when we take stock of the game,
Two
the
dragons?
swing in AL's
他们
favor,
怎么突然
the
两条龙
Maokai
啊
ultimate rooting up
？Dude,
Keria,
killing
who starts off
Kale
engaged
this
onto
entire fight
Kyle.
genuinely
He flashes
cost them
away.
so much.
Then
卡尔真
you
的
see the Rakan
扛了
getting
很久，
rooted
谁
up.
懂啊
Shanks goes for a
Did he
1v1
get
against
Unleashed
Faker,
Smite? I'm not
steals away the
sure.
Rakan ultimate, knocks them both
Oh my
up,
god!
but
他偷洛的大招
Charles
去
interrupting
打
the
后
bar,
排
and then Shanks
He stole
sidestepping
Rakano
and
to
then getting
fight
the lockdown on
Faker
Faker to
and
secure the kill.
Keria in the back
Gets the
line.
kill and the flash
How does
there
he
at the end,
survive here?
too.
他怎么会这么多
Worked
血啊
around the minions to make sure he could get the
Oh, he
stun,
slowed
flashing
Guma
away,
Yushi,
buying so much
forces
time.
Guma
He got
Yushi to
Guma's
flash
and
ulti.
ultimate out.
Imagine if Flandre
And
landed
draws
all
in
into
the
the
extra
missing
members
all.
of
弗兰夺这个
T1,
大招扔
making
歪了，
T1
要是感
commit
觉
so
第一
heavily
时间中了，
to
应该
take
也
it down.
死
Even
不了
gets
那么快
Doran's。flash at the very end there as well.
Something I wanted to track here.
Oh, look at
Both
Tabe.
charges were used by
Ah,
Tarzan in that fight. I think T1 must have noticed that, and that's, I think, why Keria goes. He had no smite.
800.
Both of them were used.
So
T1 noticed that in the midst of the fight. That is pretty incredible to be tracking the summoners that closely.
So, AL with a small gold lead for now. Faker still has the edge over Shanks. That Trinity Force still something to be reckoned with.
Okay, how is Silas so tanky? Because
Because
he is destined to find the One Piece, bro. He is a main protagonist tonight. 他就是动漫的主角，香克斯。We got the Rift Herald. T1 got. I knew it said G2 for a second. Wait, Shanks is dead. 完了，睡着了，香克斯。Did they pick up the Rift Herald? I think they did. 他们好像先锋已经捡到了喂。哎 ，Anti Synergy。哎。 大树的 Q 跟塞纳的 W。Oh my god, there's Guma out. He has ulti. Ah, they're so low. Hope wants to kill Guma Sushi. Ah, oh my god. Ow, ow. How many people? It was a 1-for-1. 1换1. And T1 gets Rift Herald. It's honestly not bad. Oh my gosh. If Hope did not miss his W here, they get at least 2 kills.
And they do what I think they should do.
茂凯的 Q 跟塞纳 W 没有沟通好。Look at Senna W plus Maokai Q next.
And Keria is quick to punish
有
him.
种是
Being isolated from the rest of his team, T1 think that they can get a little more.
哎
Yeah,
呀
you see AL members moving in 2 different calls right there. Because Tarzan was leaving the play, Shanks still going in, and the early
Flandre
teleport that
wasn't
came
here.
from
弗兰多来得
Doran
太
meant
晚
that
了。
he was completely sectioned off. So Shanks going
Oh,
down at the
double root
beginning.
as well from Zaya. Wait,
But
fighting,
they still
fighting.
got the chase down kill.
Flandre? Oh my god, he dodged the ult. Jesus Christ. 扭掉了，兄弟们。
My goodness, the action is really kicking off here. They're trying to
Is that
keep the
shit
Herald
rooted?
away. I
No,
don't think they're going to stop it. The tower secured for T1.
Honestly,
And the
even
gold
though
difference
AL
remains close. This
is
is what we
ahead
like to
in
see
4
here in
kills,
Game 4. T1 continue
600
to
gold
fight
diff
back
with 2
against the
towers being
momentum
down,
AL
or
built up to
nearing
game
2
4.
towers to be down.
They're actually looking here
That's
for
a
Faker.
TP.
Faker is pretty far back, but is now going to spot Shanks here.
Faker has
collapsing.
flash.
He's going to immediately have to flash.
Double
out.
knockup,
There's the abyssal
but he's
dive. Charm
charmed.
comes through there from Keria trying to peel for
Shanks,
Faker. Faker still has
no flash.
nothing to get
被
away.
吞了。
Get gobbled up here by Kyle and knocked down by Flandre.
That was a nice play from Kale. Wow.
Beautiful from Kyle. He lands the slow into the abyssal
He
dive
ate Faker.
and serves up Faker on a silver platter.
But T1, they're not the type of team to slow
T1
down.
is doing
All
well
that
on the
pressure is being
objective
put on the
department.
Faker. They
Deadass,
were pressuring
bot
the
tower,
bot
mid
side
tower,
of the
top
map.
tower, 1
They
HP,
secured their
plus
second
Rift Herald,
tower of the
plus
game.
double
They
dragon. I
push in
think
this
they're
bot
fine.
wave, and now they have great
我说实
position
话，我
around
感
the
觉
dragon.
T1 这把其
Spawning
实
in
还没有
48
输
They also
，2
got
条龙
the
加
feats of strength here with their Herald play
先
in mid
锋
lane, but Hope
加
trying
2 座
to get
塔
a，tower back.
上单
Shanks took that top lane
榜一海
one.
就那么一滴血。
Owner looking, can't really find much of anything. The dragon going to be spawning here in 30.
T1
And
finally
T1
losing
will
to
have their
LP on a
eyes
best
on
of
it.
5.
They are on their way to
T1
a
don't have the
potential
same
early soul
buff
thanks
they
to the steal
had
from
in
Keria,
Worlds
and would
compared to when
love
they're at
to
MSI.
get that third dragon.
Dragon could be huge for T1.
Okay, Dragon in
to
20
find
seconds.
their
火龙
way
魂
back.
哦，
Keria
怎么
here
说？怎么说？
Also very deep in enemy territory.
I can't
They've
believe
got a lot
Keria
of
got the
defensive
second
vision for
dragon.
AL.
小
They
K
got the
其实
one
这
on
把
the blue
也
buff.
蛮勇的，第二条龙被
That's
偷
about
走
it.
了。
So the approach to Dragon will be very dark for AL.
Ooh,
He's
he stole
committed.
Rakano.
Shanks
That's
steals away Keria's
huge.
ultimate. Probably one of the best options he has available.
Ooh.
The backline access that he has. Oh wow, he is testing
He tried to predict the
Keria's
Rakan
mechanics.
W.
Able to sidestep that one. The mid push will come through
Okay,
from T1.
Jax is
The
pushing
bot
in
push as
bot
well.
wave.
T1
Pretty good
pushing
wave
on all
management
sides,
from
keeping the pressure
T1.
up
Really
onto
nice
AL.
setup from T1 as well.
Baker Valves forward does get a
Ow!
nice little bit of chunk there
很
onto
痛
Hope.
啊 They're
As
fighting,
Doran
but
could be
they're
in some trouble.
forcing
He
up the
section off. He
Doran.
may be
他们想
overstayed his
抓
welcome here.
多兰，又是你多兰。They triple ulted，就他们只要3个大招打一个多兰，然后他还跑了。He fucking ran out. Wait, what time is it? I'm gonna get kicked.
They didn't kill Doran, who has his TP.
It's 11 o'clock.
Exactly. He can just recall and teleport back. He won't have a flash for the actual fight, but the battle over the brush to start it out. He's teleporting behind them.
He is teleporting
TP
very
from
deep. Hope spots
Doran.
it. Will AL try to
多
turn
兰又
on
来
it.
多兰。
Looks for the root, can't quite find it. Tarzan marking Doran right now as
S,
T1 now
S.
have the inside track
AL
towards
are
the
missing
dragon.
3
Owner getting his
ultis.
movement speed
Rakan,
stats
sorry,
here off of the
Silas
Raptor.
ults in
Taking a
5
little carry,
seconds.
trying to go in. Shanks
Nice
on the side is trouble.
interrupt
Doran
on
has
the
caught him out.
Rakan
As
W,
Carries
but
in the
Shanks is
midst of
literally
everyone.
getting his
Trying
ass
to
beat
get
on the
back out to
side.
safety. Shanks still
像
battling
个
with Doran. They're
4ED 写
both
怎么
incredibly low.
说
Flandre looking for an angle to go in.
They're
Guma
holding this
pushing
choke
them
so
back.
AL can't
AL
walk
low,
in.
but everyone is
I'm pretty sure they just get to start the dragon for free. 他们没有
AL look like they concede defeat here. They're going to back off and give the third dragon. T1 again stands their ground.
AL didn't have the HP, they didn't have the resources, and they did not have position on the dragon.
They choked against the kill on Doran, the pick on Doran.
Way was crucial to the success of that play, and now
波兰是不是有点太滑溜了？
And when he got back, the pressure towards the mid lane side of the fight that he's putting out, even down
Doran was clean, that is true. He somehow survived Arcanal and Vessel ult and Senna ult.
The Corki though, the 2-item power spike is
完
so
了，
big
3条
for
龙
this
盾牌了
champion.
喂。
Really making use of those
Okay,
rockets, really making
okay.
use of that chunk damage to get T1 to soul
Senna has the
points.
Tickle
They're
Me
building so
Timbers
much
build.
tension in this
塞
game,
纳
and
纯
Flandra's actually
挠
even
痒。
starting up this Otacon here
How
for
did
AL.
T1 benefit the triple O for soul point? What do you mean? They just AL without triple O can't walk past this choke that T1 was holding really well. Playing for objectives is all about not allowing the enemy team to walk into the area by controlling these chokes really well. So Dragon Pits, there's two ways of entering a Dragon Pit, either through the mid lane or the bot lane, or top for Baron it's top lane or mid lane. There's two chokes. They want to contest Baron or Dragon, one of the pits, they have to walk through that choke, unless you can jump over the wall. But not every champion can jump over the wall. So you have to play with your team to try and force your way in by either catching someone out or by zoning them out with CC.
Sometimes people will go into a more aggressive build from here, but elected to go for the rapid fire for the poke.
And that's why it is
It's like the trench wars, you know, you fight for land, you fight for the trenches, or through the trenches, I guess. I'm using my modern history knowledge to good use. The one thing I remember from World War I were the trench wars.
But they have to use it very wisely. They have to get, you know, good sleep
How do we rate the
from owner
modern
and
history?
carry it with a good charm engage.
You can see 2 items for both Faker and Guma. These 80 carries scaling incredibly well.
我说实话，为什么这个飞机的伤害这么
Quite a bit
高
up in goal, but Shanks has been battling back, finding kills in these fights, not to be outdone. Wants to try to close the series here. But T1 continually fighting for vision here. Shanks gonna get aggressive. Can he find the absconded dog? Just out of range is Faker, and Faker now trying to turn and fight back. Trading Corki rockets. Faker gets the best of him though.
Who considers World War I modern history? Well, my school apparently.
Was just perfect. Sidestepping all of the Sylas skills, dodging the rockets, and then throwing rockets back of its own, forcing Shanks back. Will he have enough money for his upgrade?
Sleepy time. Oh.
Have to imagine that he will. There is the Cosmic Drive now completed.
I guess T1 are just chilling until 2 minutes. 这纯等龙魂呐。Also, their comp does Baron super quick. T1 could realistically fake pressure Dragon and then just do Baron. T1 其实可以让龙，然后去 run 一下大龙，怎么说法？莉莉娅加霞，加武器都可以 run。Oh my god, Carriot is 滴滴滴滴滴。
Confident he would be able to get away there. Doran finally finishes off that tier 1 top, but they see him there, and AL have started up the
starting Otacon because they see Doran top.
As T1 is around, Doran gonna base, look
They're
to buy,
trying
and then
to
he does have
get
his teleport
Doran's
if they feel
TP, and
he
he will
needs to join.
TP. Doran 要踢过来了。
Still on his way over here.
Flash
Otacon
check.
down to about half HP. The
Sylas
TP gonna be spent as Doran is
是大招
looking
偷
to
谁
join.
的
He
？Oh
just
my
spotted
god, that
Seekers. That could be
TP.
critical. Will he go
He
in?
has
Does it look
Seekers，
for
还有
just
金
yet? It's
身
getting
呐，
lower
这个
and
贾克
lower as
斯。
Flandre is getting poked down by Faker on the
Okay,
side, down to
3K,
going to the mids of everyone.
2K, 1K, T1 gets Otacon. Flandre's in the middle of everything. Flandre's dead. They fucking lost the team fight, by the way. Ah! Carriot! Oh, Carriot missed everything. Wait, can Hope cook now? It's a 2 for 1.
Pushing them back.
I forgot Senna does no damage.
Lose Guma. They do get 2, and Guma claimed the Otacon.
T1 clutch it out.
Wait, what did I say like 30 minutes ago?
They lay down the feathers
我刚才3分钟前说的什么来着了？我忘了。
He teleports in.
I suddenly have amnesia, guys.
Doran goes in.
I suddenly have amnesia.
Right there, along with Owner, and they burst it. Just 28
this sun is
left
so
after this fight
American.
went through. Meanwhile, Faker had done so much work on Flandre on the
To be
side,
fair, Doran
and
was
he
genuinely
able to
1v4
push
right here.
Flandre,
多兰
get that
1v4
kill
有
on
没有
the
人看
side
到？
and gain momentum for T1.
The fact that they were able to kill Guma was the biggest surprise to me.
It's looking like a
Doran's
Silver
flank, I
Scrapes
think, was
angle. It'd be
instrumental.
crazy
A
if this series is
teamfight
also a
from
Silver
T1.
Scrapes. We've
Everyone seeming to
literally
know
gotten
exactly
like,
what they needed
out
to
of
do.
4
They
games in
secured
the past 4
Archon,
days,
and the
3 of them were
Dragon
like Silver
will be
Scrapes.
spawning
Deadass.
in a second.
难道真的打满了？圣枪哥在干嘛？圣枪哥这一整把，只能说老母这个英雄太脆了，武器带金身很扛打呀。Okay, it's sold for T1, which is fucking crazy.
The Broken Seekers is going to do nothing until he gets gold to upgrade that into his Zonius.
Doran has been doing so
感觉
low.
龙没了呀。
Going Tarzan trying to get in. They're going to burst it down. They do claim it. T1 claim
Oh,
the soul.
OT onto Faker.
Public execution back in onto him. But Carrier is there to peel. They're turning on his Shanks. Shanks in trouble. Going to get gobbled up by Kael. But it's Doran in the back line.
That's a 3-man sleep. 他把3个人睡啦。
And it is an eternal sleep for AL as owner makes no mistake. The multi-man
完
ulti
了，
was
伊利亚真的超神了，大欧。 Dude, Lily really did 1v9 this game. It's fucking GG思密达。
T1 on the international stage here, synonymous with clutch.
AL choked so hard this game.
Not to be outdone. They find their window.
AL 打太急了呀。
They're knocking on the Nexus, and you know what's coming. What else could it be? In a battle between
What
teams
the
like this,
fuck?
it's going to 5.
I gotta say, Doran did so much work with such low resources.
不
this
是
game.
呀，
In a game where the two top
这
laners
能
had the 2v1
输？
for so long.
3杠7 能
So
输？
much gold. He made critical plays near the end game team fights, escaping first on the bottom side, the 3-person attempt
Well,
in his life before
you know
that
what?
dragon fight.
At least
Coming in with
best
the
of
flank
5
on the
game
Otacon.
5s are fun, right,
I mean,
guys?
value there.
打满了还是非常有节目效果的哟。
We're being pushed to Game 5, LPL versus the LCK.
This series is
T1
delivering
aren't happy
dust.
with
Who do you think
that.
takes in Game 5?
Holy fuck, dude, I'm feeling scared for AL. AL haven't won a Game 5 yet. Who did AL verse? They versed MKOI? No, sorry, they versed AL 在 MSI 打的都谁啊？他们有赢过第5，就是 BO5 里面有赢过第5把吗？
And they were right. For me, Doran had such a major impact.
They lost the
It was
Game
the
5 to
Otacon fight
Genji
where I
pretty
felt like he
much.
was doing
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
don't
Here's another
remember
example.
them winning
He is
any
sticking
Game
to the
5 so
backline
far.
and making Senna's life impossible to fight
T1
through.
almost lost this game. Didn't really feel like T1 was losing. They had all the towers, they had all the dragons, they had all the objectives pretty much. 4-man sleep, literally. Owner is sleeper carrying.
Ruler gets that clutch second Drake steal, right? I think anyone's Legend did such a good job playing these team fights early and the skirmishes early, especially Shanks. But the Carrier Smite steal.
The unsealed spellbook
actually
they have mental advantage for Game 5.
Huge for T1
you know, my brother was like, every player that is going to MSI is talented. They're all nearing the same pedigree of mechanical skill. It's literally all about mental once you get to these international games. I feel like that's, I mean, they're obviously the top 1% of gamers or pro players around the world. It really is about mental at that point.
Why is no one zoning for him? Yes. And it's just like,
真的很看自己的
It's
心
just
态。
excellent team fighting, especially if they lost the last few skirmishes because Shanks had a
That
great
dragon was
game.
killer, literally won
They
the
come
game for
back the next time, and I
T1.
was focusing on Doran. Another
Oh,
star for
Carry
these
is so
fights was Owner.
1v9
His Lilia,
小
a
K
pick
不愧是
that
小
I didn't
K 啊。
see coming going into this game.
塔赞不该玩大树吗？没有输出。塔赞玩个就是那种路人英雄就 没得了。Probably matters if you pick Zillion Game 5 too.
This entire fight actually starts because they blow so much onto Doran. He ends up escaping. TP's back in, right?
怎么说第5把？要不要开个沙皇？
He's just keeping Shanks
Pantheon Azir will probably still be permaban. What do you play for the next game? 下一把玩什么 AD 玩什么东西啊？玩啥呀？有什么阵容啊？
In this same bot side river, but yeah, Doran is doing work on this Jax.
He is, and I love that you brought up Shanks. And when we look at Shanks versus Faker in this series, I do feel like I
12 to 10, 12
more
to
of the plays
8.
from Shanks. I see where
All
he's trying
that
to kind of
14
push the
is
issue,
minus 200.
whereas Faker is just relying on the rest of his team. They all do
Colette
it together.
top lane.
That being said,
Dude.
that last game was hell for AL's
Wait, that
early game.
That badge is like the light sign
all
is so
three
cute.
lanes were getting shoved in. Specifically,
The
mid lane was
only
like
big
down
bans
like
are
10
that are
or
left
15 CS
are Azir,
extremely
Taliyah,
early on.
Pantheon.
They were getting sieged constantly through top side. They didn't
Cook
allow Senna to
something up,
really
Tabe.
stack up because they ended up swapping pretty
Let
easily. And that
Tabe
allowed
cook.
Jax to be able to get, what was it, Ruby Crystal longsword bot lane while Doran shielded and Bessa is stuck top.
Kyria is truly the only support player that you can say is a consistent carry as a support. It's so crazy. Well, I guess in the modern day and age, Kyria is the only person that you will admit that he is carrying T1 most of the time.
Wins now for T1 as well. And this one, I do want to top it off with
Force T1 to pick Kalista?
Yeah.
Wait! Kalista Renata!
Again, I just want to say that you cannot overstate
Kalista Renata, true.
Every single skirmish.
Kyria is Kyria in T1. Haha, good one, good one.
Yes, and just take a look at Doran. They see him on the flank,
So
but they know it's coming to a 50-50 on Otacon, so they focus on him and just let Hope deal with.
Okay, but look at how much
Jax,
time
which is
Doran
crazy.
buys here. He's zoning out 3 people. Pantheon, Taliyah, Azir, Bard, Poppy, TF. TF is also in the category of having 0 bitches and 0 wins at MSI.
That also split the fight. Tarzan actually moved up away from the Otacon. That is excellent.
He's tisking.
Moved Tarzan up off the Otacon, right? So
Vancouver fans have been so
easily
funny.
Able to grab that objective as well.
Yeah,
Can't touch this.
You guys are absolutely awesome.
感觉女警要出场了吗？可以，但是女警配什么呢？没有 Nico， 没有 Karma， 配也没有泰坦啊。57% win rate. 57, not bad, but not good either.
At international events, I think what this picture shows is that it's never easy.
Chat,
even if you're the favorite
can
going
I
into
drink
game 5, even if
Atlanta
you're the
tap
underdog
water?
going to
Will
game
I
5,
die?
it is always very difficult because the tensions are never higher.
I'm out
the
of
thing
water.
Is, right now, T1 has to trust so much that they've
我可以
done
喝
this
美国的
so many times before.
Remember
这
what
什么
MSI started with?
What's tap water in
first
Chinese? I
MSI
don't know.
I
in
do.
Tallahassee. Game 5, EDG versus T1. Game 5, it was
It's
like a major
Atlanta,
situation.
not
Of course, T1 lost in that one,
Michigan.
but it means so
I
much
don't
for
know.
T1
I just know
as
like all
world
the water
champion
in
after
America
world
is like
champion.
literally
MSI
poison,
is the
no?
tough one. As you can see right
Well,
here,
that doesn't have a
2022
filter.
was
Well,
the last time they were in
I
finals
haven't
for this
been at
one.
my
So-
brother's home for like 5 years.
EDG
I
was actually
don't know
not
how
the
to
favorite
get
in
water.
that final game. We get the
Well,
Evelyn
I know they
moment.
have an
We get
ice cube
Clear Love. We get
machine,
LBL
and I could
Magic,
get a
right?
cup
And,
of
on
ice
their side,
cube
that's a
and wait
huge
for the
victory
ice
and
cube
maybe
to
something we
melt
wanna
and
channel
eat
going
ice
into this game 5.
And a
cube,
small thing too,
like,
the
and drink
last
water
time
through
T1
that way.
even won an MSI
就我
was
可以去
2017. That
接
was
冰
the
块，
roster with
然后冰块
Bang,
可以就是
with Huni,
可以化
Peanut,
掉
Wolf,
就
like,
可以变成水喝
Exactly. That was such a long time ago, and they want to be able to reach that peak again.
And on the other side, though, Emily, we do have to give credit to AL as well because they love playing these brawls in the LPL. They do it all the time, so I don't think they'll be
Rat around his
particularly
fridge full
phased.
of
But the question is
water.
also, now you're at the edge of Fearless.
Okay,
Now you're
I'm gonna
actually
go get some
at
water.
that
You guys
moment where you
behave,
have to make
yeah?
crucial
我去找点
decisions.
水，我有点渴
How
了，
do you
兄弟
think
们。
AL is going to pilot
I'm
this
gonna get
one?
some water.
Yeah, I'm actually super curious to see what they do in draft because with this one, they had 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
That's great.
And even though they were able to come up ahead in a few of these early skirmishes and actually set themselves in a pretty good position until some of those team fights started going wrong and Doran started ripping through them, not fun to play with.
The
right?
dreaded K word might be coming.
Yeah. Oh,
For draft.
Nada,
Let's
maybe.
bot lane
Hey.
cryo.
So, predictions on the desk where we went for T1, you went for AL. Do you want to flip-flop or not?
I'm not going to flip-flop, but I didn't ask the crowd before. I didn't ask them what their prediction was, and I'm going to start. Anyone here rooting for AL? And now I have to ask the bigger question. Who's a T1 believer in here?
And finally, I hope everyone will will cheer for this. Who wants to hear some silver scrapes? Coming right up, it's going the distance. AL versus T1, one last game to decide who gets to face Genji in the grand finals. Let's scrape some silver.
Dude, I was literally ratting around the kitchen and I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what anything was, and it was like pitch dark. It was pitch black in the living room, and I was wearing headphones so I couldn't hear, and then my brother just like waves to me in the distance because he's in the living room. He jump scared me. 就我刚才去求水，然后真的巨黑，然后我哥竟然在客厅，然后他也没跟我说什么，我戴着耳机我听不到，巨吓人。I'm so scary. Anyways, I asked him, T1 AL, who do you think is going to win game 5? And he said, looks pretty close. I think T1 have the mental advantage, so I think T1 will win. 我刚才问我哥 T1 打 AL 谁会赢，他说 T1 会赢，怎么说，有没有说法？ My brother thinks T1 will win. I think AL will win. 我还是支持 AL. 我哥支持 T1. 我觉得 AL 会赢。有没有说法？
Could be Seoul though.
Will be a part of the stream tomorrow. I don't know.
T1 claim the Seoul. They're gonna look for Faker though. The public execution back.
AL fans are shaking right now.
They're turning on his Shank. Shank's in trouble. Gonna get gobbled up by Kyle, but it's Doran.
I am shaking, bro. I do think it's a bit for like players that are playing international for the first time. Losing game 4 is pretty mentally traumatizing. 主播你好，郑，谢谢。下午好，下午好。How come your brother can do league analysis, but you can't do neurosurgery? Well, you see, I think it's more impressive to be able to analyze League of Legends than it is to do neurosurgery.
Welcome back. Game number 5 about to kick off here. Both these teams took Genji to 5. We knew that they could be evenly matched coming into today.
That's it.
But we're getting treated to the full 5 here once again.
That's the quote of the day.
A record for international tournaments. We have already had more game 5s than ever before at any event before. And I'm so happy that it is here in Canada to be back home with this incredible crowd.
Faker 困了吗 Faker's tired? No, bro. Faker starts feeling himself the longer the series goes. Faker is literally the only guy that never gets tired in a game number fucking 5. 你说谁困都行，不能说 Faker 困啊，人家越打越来劲儿啊。 Is your brother watching your stream? I have no idea. I have no idea if my brother's watching my stream or not. I think he's working. I think he's being a very responsible adult and he's working at like 12 a.m.
A team that showed struggles in spring, but these struggles never seem to hold them back when it comes to the international stage.
Game 5 draft. Game 5 draft.
A team that has sought after
Red
an
Bull
MSI
is
trophy
Baker's
for many,
blood.
many
W
years. And they are on the precipice of looking for a rematch against Genji.
Nocturne, Pantheon ban, no Oriana,
Let's get into
no
the all-important game number 5, Fearless Draft.
Azir,
will remain
Ari,
ban the entire series here.
No Talia.
Owners Nocturne as well getting
There's
a nod
Ari,
as we get super deep. You have to believe that Azir is going to be
Akali,
banned as well. There's no way either of those two champions are getting through. Nobody is trading that. And so we still have
maybe?
yet to see
no,
the
Azir and Pantheon are permaban for T1.
Like
they know something that we also know. Let's go Kalista
Also
Renata.
very valuable, especially if we're thinking about a slower, more team-fight-oriented game.
They
the
banned
respect towards Gumayushi could be taken away. Gentlemen, I hate to say it, but Kalista does rise in value as we get into Game 5. So many.
Would you rather have a Jinx or a Kalista, chat? 你宁愿选滑板鞋还是金克斯啊？
I mean, Jinx also. Jinx to me has a lot of priority now too. Tabe sometimes says, you know, it's Game 5, Jinx, we just win with Jinx.
哎呦，加油加油加油！姐
，07,
he did it. He's gonna just pick Kalista Renata
at MSI, but it is a champion that if you can execute well on, you can dominate the side lanes, you can find picks, you can control movement on the map.
I mean, I would say it hasn't been successful at all. 0-7 here at MSI, a champion that, alongside the Kalista, has not been able to win teams many games. AL putting a lot of faith in Shanks here in Game 5. The Alistair, an engaged champion that we often see early in the draft, has been left open all the way until the end. And that Jinx that you were talking about, Kobe, in the hands of Gumayushi.
对面把金克斯选走了。
This T1 team, they
What do you play into Jinx?
This T1
Zeri?
team that this year,
do you just play Zeri?
So many changes.
Oh, double AP.
Oh.
后口玩炸弹人也行。 但是没有因果。 Poppy flex. There's no melee supports left. There are no melee supports
and this
left.
can be really difficult because what they're going to look to do is gold card onto the Jinx, Ziggs ult immediately on your head. They're looking for this sort of combo where you can dive into the backline.
I don't really like Poppy support to be. 我觉得塔赞拿波比会比卡尔拿波比会好一点吧。
players. We have to see how well Hope can actually perform on it. He has played it a couple times
already. Poppy is
so he should be locked in and ready to go.
Top tier.
It gives you a lot of potential for playing the map. When Ziggs can blow up towers on the side lanes, create more space for Twisted Fate to work with.
You can't play Akali anymore in TF. It's literally impossible to play Akali.
What T1 have as a foundation though for their draft?
Tarek, dude, they're not playing
straightforward, front to back. Put your trust in Guma. This Jinx in the clutch has just been so valuable, especially in these Game 5s where the pressure is really high. Teams will show that extra bit of respect, which for a Jinx means that all she has to do is concentrate on farming, getting that first item. And if a member gets low and she connects that ultimate, the snowball
it's called Nugget Ice, and you can just chew it. Poppy is picked by AL, the mid lane and top lane, currently question mark. Poppy is probably going to be flexed to jungle because I don't know what else you would pick into Skarner.
Also, Camille really good for split push, so they don't want to have to deal with Twisted Fate
backing up split push Camille. I do like that is a good call. I don't know if I like Cassidy with Jinx, but Cassidy into TF.
They want to start fights, it's not going to be an easy thing for them to do. You have a very solid front line, so they're looking for things that can match into the Twisted Fate with Rise down, with Silas gone.
Ulti is a blink, it's not a dash. Isn't it fine?
Removed, I think, is a smart ban.
卡萨丁要是大的话，波比应该 W 不了吧
free farm in the bot lane. The Bard would have a lot of access to roam around the map. Well, that is going to be denied. I wonder if things like Pike rise in priority for Kyle.
Pike?
Things like the Gragas a possibility as well for a little bit more disruption.
Early. I mean, I would play aggressive into Jinx. You wouldn't want to play something that scales and shakes hands with Jinx, right? So you want to kind of disrupt T1 scaling in Game 5. 要是玩一个派克可以带起节奏
still up and available.
A bit risky into the Twisted Fate.
If you do want to control Mage Way, definitely
double
fits
long
the bill.
range carries and double
It also
scaling.
fits nicely with this front to back style comp that they're going for. You see how much range AL is going to get, especially when that RC comes through.
He did it! Oh. Oh no! Oh dear! Oh dear!
As he will lock in the way.
This does mean that they have 2 low mobility carries at their disposal here. The Jinx and the Hui must be protected.
吓死伯伯了。
The debate right now for Flandre. Does he want to go full towards the tank?
Playing with
or does
us,
he want a little bit more of backline access, a little bit more carry power? He will go for the Aatrox instead.
The pressure will be on Doran to
blind
do something with this counter pick. Doran, the newest member of the team. All eyes have been on him.
Oh, of course, the Poppy support. My expectation was that
Poppy
it would immediately go into the jungle. But they're bringing
Olaf
out into the jungle. They want to run this Jinx down.
It's very good against, Skarner and Alistar CC here. If you're looking at those 2 low mobility carries, and the only thing you have to get past is hard CC peel, that could be your way in.
I don't understand AL's draw. Hold up, let me think. 有点不太
Aatrox plus Olaf.
了解 AL 这个阵容。
T1
Strap, very stuck in stand. Alright, chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you like to vote ads, make sure to channel Twitch Prime to vote ads for the month. That's okay. We will be back for game number 5 between AL and T1. The final game for tonight, and also the final game, the lower bracket finals. Winner will play Genji in the MSI finals tomorrow.
Is a champion that he's brought out and had. I've lost the word. He's truly had amazing performances on it. He's been so clutch, and it's been one of those picks that, as you highlighted, Azael, he can default to when he needs to make magic happen. Naturally, as you said, eyes do fall on Gumayushi, but Doran can be the facilitator, can be the playmaker, can be the difference
comp
maker.
Is so well-rounded.
All right,
you want
Olaf
to run down the Jinx, but can you really run down the Jinx by yourself? My mom just DM me 喜欢 Faker， 但是更希望他被到台到上台，一定要看住 Faker。 My mom is cheering for AL. 我不知道我妈有没有看我直播。我刚才跟我哥聊天，我哥说 T1 会赢哎。I don't know if my mom's watching, but my brother thinks T1 will. Me and my mom want AL to win. 加油加油 ，AL 加油 ！The Jersey curse is not real. 我没有毒奶，我没有毒奶 ，OK？
In the last game, Doran on the Jack.
Chat, who do you guys think will win game number 5? Type a team, type a team. 第5把谁赢？第5把支持谁，兄弟们
？The extra range to the soul.
Double spellbook for AL. TF and Poppy both have spellbook. 带2本书。有没有说法
Man with the champion Ocean always going to have another bag of tricks to pull from.
Right now.
The thing is that Gragas, Skarner, Alistar, low-key too tanky for Olaf to even walk through.
If you get tagged by the axe, it could
Olaf
be
is only really good into like enchanters. Damn, they're screaming AL. AL. 感觉欧拉夫好像砍不动9桶斯卡纳和牛头吧
They've got Raptor Ward as well
they
as
have
deep
lane
blue
priority.
Ward.
Also,
track owner because of the invade.
Hold up. Maybe their damage is fine for objectives because of Olaf, but Olaf is so feast or famine. Olaf either goes 10-0 or 0-10, and I've definitely seen where Olaf goes 0-10 then 10-0s in professional play. 我说实话，Olaf 这种英雄真的要不0杠10要10杠0，但是常见的是0杠10的欧拉夫。
Because they have so much deep vision, and he's going Raptors just up to this top side.
You can see T1's placements at MSI. They lost in this match the last couple years, have not won since 2017, back with the roster that had Huni on it, and are looking to get back to the finals to try to claim another MSI title here for T1. Worlds has always been their tournament. They always perform well at MSI.
They need to really, so here's how AL's going to play the game.
Yeah, MSI, last couple years, stopped by the LPL.
It's fine because Ziggs has TP. 炸弹人有 TP， 不亏不亏。Here's what AL's gonna do. Ziggs excels at one thing. Ziggs excels at 2 things. He can take the tower early with his satchel. He can also infinitely clear mid-wave.
Throwing spells back and forth.
And while Ziggs is infinitely clearing mid-wave and being really hard to engage on, AL will utilize his time frame for the TF and the Olaf to catch whoever is caught on the map. 他们会靠炸弹人在中单他们会利用炸弹人在中单那一段时间去清线清完线后，他们会让卡白和奥拉夫去抓人，但反正你也推不进炸弹人啊，除非你去杀炸弹人，应该也杀不动。开野路线很特别吗？他想去帮下路，他想去按这个金格斯，但金格斯换线了。They wanted to put pressure on Jinx, but Jinx already lane swapped out, and they don't know. So Carry is still bot. 他们不知道金格斯在上单。Okay, well now they know Jinx is top.
Respecting the potential for this
TP
dive,
check
I think they're going to try to look
from
for
everyone. There's no TP. Flash Q. He is. Oh, that's so smart from T1. T1 真的好聪明啊。They swap the AD carry up. They put carry at bot, so they don't think they're gonna lane swap. But Guma usually secretly swaps up, and the wave is set up perfectly for Owner to look for a dive, and it works.
And then they could just teleport Doran back over to cover.
A flawless dive, flawless timing.
That is really well played by
T1. As they do find that kill onto Flandre, not only do they alleviate that pressure that Flandre is putting down onto Doran. The only downside is that kill didn't go over to Guma. If they had, they could have started the snowball on this Jinx, because meanwhile Hope was just free farming on the bot side of the map. You can see he has about a wave of an advantage, which is equalized due to Gumayushi being a part of that kill in top lane.
Part of the kill and also part of the plate that they were able to grab right off the back of that on that top side. So Guma does get paid. Shanks gonna be a little bit annoying here as he interrupts Faker's recall.
I stop watching, all of a sudden then I see Jinx diving top. Honestly, that's probably not the strangest thing we've seen all day today.
Obviously very safe, a lot of wave clear
多兰的酒桶算不算绝活呀 ？Does Doran's Gragas count as one of his one tricks?
Doran still with his potion as well as the double biscuits. Meanwhile, Flandre is out of juice.
Out of juice? Flandre is out of juice?
And he is on the Null Magic Mantle, obviously, because of the double AP solo lanes and because of laning against
Flandre is literally getting the orphan treatment.
Will start up the early dragon
完了，这上单
positioning
纯恶心人啊 ！TF is level 5， 卡牌在5级。Oh, he's 6! He's 6! 他6级了，就他妈得。Oh, they called it. They called it. They saw TF taking over to 6. They saw. 他们看到了，他们看到了。
They're doing a good job of denying Flandre a lot of farm. But once he gets this wave, he should tick over to level 6, and he'll have a little bit more self-defense against the threat that T1 is posing on the top side.
Yeah, there were actually some red question mark pings inside
the wave.
the jungle over there. So T1 were clearly without the
炸弹
extra
人
vision
不是
of
L
Kyle.
玩
I'm
没
not
那
sure
个
if it was
位，
just Tarzan
什么
on
意
the
思
dragon or
我
if
觉
there
得
was a
LPL
copy coming through to
会玩
defend
炸
the
弹人
dive.
的
So
蛮多的
they
呀。
call off the play in case
I actually
there was
really
defense
like Jackie
from
loves
AL.
Ziggs. I don't know.
And AL get
我
their
其实
dragon.
蛮喜欢看杰克玩炸弹人的，我也不知道为什么。
Mid lane, wanting to drop some wards to provide information to both Shanks and Tarzan, who now has hit level 6. The TP into mid lane from Carrier, something we've been seeing a lot more.
Literally my favorite champion, Jinx. The one from Arcane and Fortnite?
Tarzan, though, just power
No
farming
way.
through his jungle.
I hacking love Jinx from
the
Fortnite,
route that he's
dude.
chosen means that just on spawn, he's immediately back on those camps, and he's starting to build
Guma
a
has a
small
BS sword.
farm lead
Oh
and experience
my.
advantage over Owner, but Owner should be able to close that in no time.
And it's going to be really important for Tarzan to stay ahead of the pace
喜
of
欢
the
看
game.
APA 玩，人家
There's
APA
no
是炸弹人
utility
和
on
龙
this
王
pick. The Olaf does one thing,
绝
and it does it
活
really
吧
well. But you
绝活
have to be
哥
strong enough to get into that back line to send it for these carries. This is not a
Isn't
champion
APA,
that has
Ziggs,
a good
and
fallback
Aurelion Soul
plan.
two
You
trick?
need to put yourself in a great position to succeed. And Tarzan has been stellar for
Is she
AL,
really
not only in this
Fortnite?
series, but really
Don't
all
they
year
have
for
like, they have Jinx Vi?
A leader on the team.
They have Jinx Vi,
Vi,
Sabrina Carpenter, Ariana
really at the heart of
Grande.
this AL team. And as you say,
in Fortnite.
if you're
I don't know.
Olaf and you're
they
running
have
down
the
to Jinx,
wildest
you
collaborations.
better have enough threat
Are
behind
you in Fortnite?
I mean, the Poppy
you know
can
you've
help with
made
that
it
too, because
if you're
any
in
wall that
Fortnite.
stands in your way,
Miku? Oh,
Kael's
they
gonna
did
be
a
right there next
collaboration
to
with
you to
Hatsune
move that
Miku.
wall
Nani?
aside and give you access onto that Jinx.
Lady Gaga?
We talked earlier in the series about how when that Varus was playing
Peter
into the
Griffin?
jungle,
Wait,
it's
no,
gonna be
there's no way they
difficult to
did a
navigate,
collaboration
but now
with
that
Peter
pressure's going
Griffin.
to fall onto Guma. Both Flandre and Tarzan are going to be looking to put pressure
Well, that's
onto
the
this
Ziggs
AD
mid
carry.
lane. They
While Hope
did?
and Shanks will be looking to apply as much poke
Okay,
as possible.
Naruto.
T1 more so for that front-to-back team fight as they continue to scale up.
Sasuke.
All right, the grubs here and available.
Okay, grubby start for
Lots of
AL.
extra
Very
experience in here
slow
for the jungle. Would
start.
be very nice for
for
Tarzan
both
to grab
sides.
these for AL.
Who do
Of
you
course, they're
guys
the
think
team with the
scales
Twisted
better?
Fate
I
and
mean,
the
I
split
guess
push
Jinx is
possibilities
just
as well
so
for
strong
later.
later. Plus the
Like they're going to try to look for a steal just wide of Tarzan. The timing was
Tarzan,
on
you're
point.
so
The aim
skinny.
just wide.
Tarzan 减
Might
肥
have been
了，
able to
兄弟
steal
们，
one
刚才
away.
没中就是奇迹了。
Area.
That was gonna
Exactly,
steal
interrupted
one
there by
grub.
Kael, who does take over to 6.
This is interesting. This could be a trap play. The
Oh,
Skarner's going
they
for
want
counter jungle,
kill.
but Twisted Fate has ultimate ready.
We'll see if they're going to be able to spot
They
him
want
out
to look
here.
for cross map play.
Baker
Bot
pushing
side
in
and
on that
Kale is
bottom
currently
side,
hovering.
has eyes on the TF, so shouldn't be able to actually get that
Okay.
ulti off. Owner has to bail out
Had
and
my
actually take the
butthole
red buff.
puckered.
Yeah, good defense there. The
Y'all,
threat of the Twisted Fate
y'all
ultimate
butts better
and
be
the
puckered
Poppy
from
here.
minute
Kael
0
comes
to the
over,
end of the
defends
game.
his jungler's
That's
red
your
buff.
workout for the
As
day.
you said, the resources for the Olaf critical. They don't want to give away anything on the other side of the map.
You can feel the tension as Tarzan is just kind of quietly playing his game.
Okay,
of course,
but
he is
like,
behind in gold, but full objective control
is
going his
Carrier
way.
gonna
They did
build
leave a
Mikhail's
grub
or
up
something? No, there's no
top side of
way.
the map as Tarzan wanted
Mikhail's
to
first
quickly
and the
get
Alistair,
back
no way.
into his jungle and continue his clear. Red
So
secured.
you just
He's
have to
gonna
play
now go
around
back to the
Jinx
Raptors and
Cleanse
start
timing,
moving
I
his way
guess.
through the jungle once more.
Jinx needs a.
I think this
Actually,
first fight,
does she
when it does
need
break out, is going to be so
BT?
critical.
Will Ziggs
Tarzan
poke be
can
okay
pick up
to
some
deal
early
with?
kills, can get ahead in gold.
Oh shit!
All
I
of the
touched the screen.
peel
Sorry.
from
Touch the mouse.
T1 is Magic CC. You know, it's
It looks
being
like
able
a
to just
Mikhail's
ignore
first.
everything there. Run through the Gragas, the
Kara,
Skarner, the Guayfear, the
直接
Alistar
出
combo.
干锅吗？
Kael, look at this deep vision.
Protect the
Kael is getting
president.
super deep into the jungle. Both Krugs and Raptors warded up. Tarzan now finishing his re-clear up towards the top side. He can easily pick up
There's
the third
no
grub,
significant
which
gold
is
lead
so
outside of
nice
mid
when you
lane.
have this Ziggs that
But that's
can
because
blow
TF
up
is hacking.
towers.
Dorian
AL
is
have
so
the
good at
possibilities of
gag
ballooning a lot
rest.
of mid-game gold through tower destruction.
His
Once Ziggs get those
his
down,
gag
once
rest
they
is
proc the
really
Void
getting
Grub
us like
and
gagged
open up
up.
some territory for the Twisted
Yep.
Fate to work with.
Tarzan now back for this third grub. They hadn't actually collected it earlier, so he's going to be able to grab it.
Nicely done.
T1 Genji will be a great game tomorrow.
surprised if he
Hey,
goes back to base and starts full
LCK
clearing once again. He's
rematch.
probably sitting on a decent amount of gold.
Ooh.
Going to clearing what
Ooh.
camps he can, but it feels like the Tarzan is just one step ahead of him in terms of the clear.
And meanwhile,
3 grubs for
T1,
AL.
they've
Not
built
bad with the
this comp
Ziggs and
for the
TF that can
5-on-5.
pressure side lane.
built it to
卡牌
try
可以
and
去
keep
推边
Guma
线，
and
加个
Faker
炸弹人，
safe.
前期可以去拆塔。怎么
Low
说？
mobility,
你觉得
big
谁
carry
赢？
champions
我都衣
here.
服都穿好了。
Need the extra safety. Carrier doing his job with the extra vision on the bottom side, so you can try and hover up there.
The Sundered Sky now finished for Tarzan. Of
Ooh,
course, with
major
Shanks going
spike
for the Rod
for
of Ages,
Olaf.
it's
Olaf
going to
已经
be
套了。
low damage
Hold
here
up.
in the early game, but Faker hasn't
Will
completely
they
designed
force
either.
this one?
Perhaps
Because
Tarzan
Tarzan
feels
has
that
a
he's strong
major
enough on this
spike.
Olaf to just force
感觉要
the
看
issue.
团战了，兄弟
Faker a
们。
little bit low on
卡在
HP
一
as Shanks
键。
found some nice trades. Flandre pushing out that top wave as Doran has just reset.
How's the water?
Both
I
top
really
lanes
want
have
to
TP
crunch the
available.
ice.
If
我很
T1's
想
just trying
吃
to buy
冰
time for
块。
Faker,
It's
I think
actually
he
so
has gold for his first
crunchable.
item. He's heading back to base now with that
I don't
teleport,
know.
so
It's so
they want to make sure
crunchable.
that AL doesn't have an angle to start before Faker can get back here. And he is
Okay,
teleporting,
they
and there is
have
that
control of
Blackfire
the
torch
banana
as
bush with
expected.
the pink ward.
Provide a huge amount of AoE damage here. AL going to start it out. And here comes
Poppy has
the
ulti.
contest.
波比大招看一下，波比大招怎么用吧，看一下。Second dragon for AL to get it. Kitty up. He's gonna cancel. Oh, he fucking stole him! He has a reset!
Tarzan pops the ghost.
Oh,
In comes the teleport.
oh,
Doran is
no,
there.
yo,
Knocking Shanks
why
back.
is Shanks there?
Flashing out, but can he get away? Carrier zoning them off. The zap
香克
connects.
斯怎么到
Shanks is in
坑
trouble.
里去
Shanks
啦
is in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. Guma gets gifted the kill. T1 win the fight off the heroics from Owner.
Owner comes runs up huge.
Owner was literally out of vision, so Poppy couldn't see.
They get their dragon.
刚才 Owner 没有视野 Bobby 看不到蝎子的位置。
Can they punish it? Looks like no. Doran was there trying to cover. Both teleports were used.
Oh, late game heroes. How does T1 lose?
We were talking about how tense
if they start having mouse problems again.
Tarzan felt so strong on the
T1 这个阵容真的越
就是
游戏打得越久 ，T1 的这个感觉就是越打得越有感觉 ，you know? Like the later the games go, the longer the series goes, T1 start like seriously feeling themselves. Okay, what happened to Shanks? I understand what happened to Kale. What happened to Shanks? 香克斯。 怎么了，香克斯？
Back over.
And now Shanks finds himself in a very awkward position. The TP comes through from Doran.
He just walked onto Doran's head.
Shanks is forced to flash, but he's just flashing to his death as Flandre retreats and leaves his mid lane at a fall.
And that's TF flash too.
And in the arms race between an Olaf and a Jinx, with the Jinx getting 2 early kills. You can look at the disappointment there.
And that shows it. They're going to look for a play here on the
that's the side lane pick. Gold card.
And loaded. The stun does connect. And there's the ulti pop here by Tarzan. Faker has nowhere to go.
That's the play you want to be making, but like times 5.
To get one in the side lane.
Okay, the Olaf trying to catch back up there in the arms race. Then Tarzan gets some money too.
Do 5 more plays like that.
Should be fine. Wave clearing bottom side there with the Ziggs.
That one felt sus.
No problem. It doesn't look like there's going to be an early
感觉
push
有点晚
before this Rift Herald.
太
50
了
seconds
吗？
waiting on the arrival of that Herald.
得靠塔赞西啊！这个阵容不靠塔赞还能怎么办呢
？T1 members out on a side lane, threatening that collapse.
1083 international assists.
The 7th all-time for the total number of assists at international games.
You almost jinxed them, but not quite.
Very close.
Do you think the scriptwriter should be more creative?
The first tower of the game.
Well, the normal script for MSI is that T1 will lose to an LPL team in the semi-finals, and it will be LPL versus LCK for 2 years in a row. However, they hired Netflix series scriptwriters for this MSI.
Most of T1's vision has been on that bottom side to play around the dragon. But this T1 here first at the Herald. Going to be pulling it, starting that up. You can see everyone from AL coming
just
out.
a reminder, I'm the same motherfucker that put BLG in the finals against Genji.
T1 are incredibly dangerous.
Early poke there from Faker onto Kyle. Gets him somewhat low.
Damage.
Carrier popping the ghost, looking for an angle. As the Ziggs
That
also
shit
does not
hit me.
connect, just barely onto
这大招
Faker.
人哪里
Getting
去
chipped
了
down some. AL know they need to chip them down before they fully engage. Doran is on the side.
Guma
has the covering fire. Look at Faker over
They're
the wall.
tanking
Rift
Herald damage.
The Herald's getting quite low. Kyle looking for the knockout.
Ah!
Find it. No sidestep there.
Kale's choking. Kale's seriously choking.
And Guma gets another objective.
Oh, Guma gets so happy! 人家有冠军皮肤，人家有冠军皮肤，不公平。He has a fucking world skin. It's not fair, bro.
The fight goes the way of T1. Hope will fall, and it is an ace.
Oh my god. He literally just sniped and faded away his ulti on Ziggs, bro. Do you see the Ziggs? 你们看炸弹人是怎么死的 Oh no, sorry. Just watch how Kale died. 这个波比。Oh, the red buff, 红 buff.
The pick in the tri-brush, everything going the way of T1, and Ona securing the 2-person ultimate. A perfectly executed team fight puts them firmly in control of Game 5.
I mean, Doran with the heroics, body slam flash over
It's
the
not
wall.
fair. He has a fucking skin on Jinx.
Shanks could do nothing. And you can see the excitement on the faces of the T1 staff. They are so far ahead in this pivotal Game 5.
Game 5 heroics are what matters. And T1
If I take the jersey off, do you think it'll help? 我要是把衣服，我要是把队服脱了，会不会好一点呢？那你不要想太。What if I take it off?
Extremely well at this tournament, but now with the lead that T1 have. They're gonna have to find some
Dude, I'm not gonna be naked underneath my shirt, dude. I'm literally wearing something underneath the shirt. I'm not gonna be naked.
The dragon is alive.
不是啊，你们很
T1
变
they just
态
want to keep fighting.
And Guma still has
What the
both
fuck?
We were mentioning this
That's so
before the
weird.
last fight.
You guys are weird.
He still
You guys are
has
weird.
Flash and Cleanse available, so he can play so aggressively. with the amount of peel that the T1 frontline have.
Do you have a T1 jersey? I don't have a T1 jersey today. I left my T1 jersey at home. 我的 T1 队服在家，谁懂？好标！ Holy shit, they're spacing Poppy so well. Doran's out of the fight. Doran's out of the fight. Jinx. Jinx. Oh no, Jinx resets and kills everyone. Dude, Guma Yushi is literally dodging everything. Guma Yushi is literally dodging everything. Guma Yushi, 你看你这拉扯的，人家都扔不出卡。TF can't even get his fucking gold card off because of how well Guma Yushi is spacing this guy.
Continues to deliver these kills to Guma Yushi. 7, 0, and 5 for the AD carry of T1. Another tower is secured. Faker in some danger.
Faker potentially in trouble. Flandre gonna pop the ulti, trying to catch up. Faker still has his flash.
天使下凡。
Fear to peel
天
from
使下
himself.
凡。
Guma arrives. Owner still in some trouble. The teleport is gonna arrive now from Hope, but T1 get out. Faker survives. Doesn't even need to flash.
Tarzan on the hunt here, looking to find something that at least does stop the recall there, but can't get anything
Who's
more.
the one guy that died?
Faker
is the only person with a death on T1 right now. 今天晚上宵夜 Faker 起了。Faker is gonna be the one shouting everyone
with the utility that he's
midnight
providing.
food.
And you'll see how in the entrance it's very difficult for AL to approach. Flandre comes in from
Look how
over the wall
disciplined
with the
T1
TF
is.
ulti, dissuading T1 from engaging.
They literally
Kyle connects an
all
ulti onto
unanimously
Doran. He TPs
back
back into the
off.
fight. But once they get the objective,
I thought
AL
Jinxo was
can't
gonna
stay in the
take
fight.
it,
The
dude.
damage has been done.
Jinxo
A nice
差一点
ulti
没
from
把
Faker
这个给
comes
抢
through,
掉了耶。
and they just go pick up the bit. And look at Kerry on the back line. The two-man knockup. He's gonna just
Isn't this the
shepherd
same
Hope,
fucking
wait for his
champion
team
that
to
is
arrive.
0 and
The flash comes
7
through from Shanks,
losses?
and then just look at this beautiful
卡牌
delivery
现在的
from
战绩
Carrier,
不是0 杠 7
delivering him to
吗？
And Guma hitting zap after zap on Shanks, keeping him in range, slow after slow to be able to chase down the extra one.
When was the last time LPL won MSI 2023? JDG.
The last 5 international winners, 4 of them have been from the LCK. If T1 does take this series, it would be an all-Korean affair in the finals, guaranteeing the 5th straight international title
they
for
had
the LCK.
Kanavi and
they
Ruler.
are headed that way right now, and Guma is leading them there. 100% kill participation from the Jinx.
Comes through.
Jinx has 100% KP. Jinx 是100%参团率。
That T1 have loved to force around in this series. They know that they're stronger in the fight. AL are going to have to find some magic in this game 5.
只能说 AL 还是太年轻了，
is so strong, and here
选
we
手
go.
不够老。
They're starting it up already. Carrier and Doran on the side, trying to block them out. The Herald will be summoned as a distraction, but Tarzan, Kyle, and Hope coming in on the side. TF ult is going to be popped.
Okay,
is trying
TF
to join
ult,
from above.
TF blank, gold card, ulti onto Faker. Faker 1 HP. Guma Yushi. He is poking down Shanks.
Onto that Otacon, so it's back to
TP
full HP.
back from
Faker's
Faker
he has his
probably.
teleport, so he can rejoin, and T1 could look to force. They're going to
They're forcing onto Flandre. They're forcing.
Flashes out. You can see Kyle looking to knock her away.
Run for Shua! Oh my god.
Flandre is down. Guma is legendary. Owner in the midst of everyone. Shanks trying to get the damage out, but they just don't have enough. Owner is still standing on no HP. He survives, and T1 want more. Carrier goes in.
Once one person dies, Jinx is just that guy. 晋克斯的这个被动也不能再变态一点吧 ？It's over. It's fucking over. It's 5-0.
It's a swallow, and T1 are the executioners.
This game feels the same as T1 versus Gen G, and T1 stole this trap from Gen G. 这个跟前2天看 T1 打真这个剧本是一模一样的 ，T1 抄人家真这的剧本呢。
Shanks TP's in. Tarzan thinks he can turn it around, but they just don't have the damage. T1 pick apart AL, and they are tearing them apart in game 5.
What's more depressing?
Nobody
FlyQuest versus BLG Game 5 or T1 versus AL Game 5?
Constantly holding down each and every member of AL.
What's more depressing?
Tarzan knows, Shanks knows.
Oh
This could be the end for them.
Oh,
It's going to take a miracle, if not multiple, to be able to try to come back in this game. An over 8,000 lead now for T1.
Tarzan is deep in enemy territory right now.
And they're going to hunt. Keria is moving up there. Will they be able to actually chase him down? Tarzan has been spotted. Double TP here to try to cover AL. Has their jungler spotted though, and Tarzan is still hanging around. The rest of the T1 members are down for that dragon, so AL trying to surprise here. Can they actually catch Faker? Heal used for the move speed. Gold card comes in. Ziggs ulti through. Faker in trouble. Flashes out, but Tarzan is hunting. And Tarzan gets the shutdown. The teleport's coming across here. Are they going to be able to turn around?
Is it the first time all players are going to MSI for the first time?
Faker from the grave. Dorian arrives now. T1 low on damage, but they just want to keep them around. Guma is coming, as is Owner. He's taunting them.
Karia's literally fucking emoting.
Owner is almost here now.
Karia 在嘲讽 dude.
Keria is dancing on AL, and he's soon to be dancing on their graves. Flashes out, but does
thank you
get
for
shut
the
down.
donation. 谢谢
In
Karia
trouble.
送的
Great
头。
sidestep though. Owner does not connect. Guma still on the way. Not here just
The
yet.
fadeaway
But
rock
can
did
there
not
be an
work.
angle
It's
for
Guma.
AL? Guma now arrives.
天神
Owner
下
still
凡，天神下
surviving.
凡
The ulti gonna expire from Flandre.
Do a for舒华 bro, do a for 舒华
Never ending here. They get another shutdown though. Hope with another kill maybe gives them some way in. But Keria styling on him. I've never
100%
seen him playing
KP
like
Jinx.
that.
Well,
On the
actually,
international
he is
stage,
now
the confidence
18
is
out of
just
20
oozing out of T1.
kills
People
KP.
lovingly say the T1 circus, and they are starting to have some fun here. Maybe a bit too much. Some shutdowns going back the way of AL.
I've
And you can see
seen
the idea of AL's
10K
composition as well.
gold leads
Faker did get the
get
double kill
thrown.
in that fight, but the idea was well
我
executed as they
有
caught him out on the
曾
top
经
lane.
见
The
过
follow-up
1
from the
万
Ziggs
多
ulti,
经济
and that's the type of poke
领
that
先
AL
的
has available to them with this composition. It's true that if T1 don't show proper respect, there's a world in which they can concede one too
I've
many
seen
objectives.
10K gold
A single
leads.
Baron could still
I've
flip
seen
this game on
10K
its
gold
head.
leads, guys. It's just they
Big
don't
gold swings
they're not
are possible
outscale.
when objective
They-
bounties are up. But right
they
now,
don't outscale.
T1 with such an
他们
advantage
后
that they
期
can go clean it out
阵
and
容也
force
打
you
不
to
动
walk
啊。
into darkness versus Keria, Owner, and Doran. This front line that has been so good at setting up for the carries. Here we go with the scuttle crab. They'll
Dude,
see
Keria
all of the wards.
0117
Keria is looking. Tarzan could be in
为
some
什么一
trouble
个
here.
牛
Doesn't
头
want to
0
use the
0
ulti
杠
just
1
yet,
杠
but he's in so
17啊
much trouble now. Gonna pop and try to turn around here.
Popio
Shanks
for
coming in
Doran,
from the
they're
side with the
forcing
red card.
45.
Flandre is
Flandre
rooted
first
up,
one to
and
go
Tarzan
down.
is
Jinx has
already.
like
Doran now
triple
coming,
resets.
and Flandra's gonna
man.
fall as well. Guma legendary again as Owner goes forward. He's looking for Kyle. Hope trying to lay down some covering fire, but he can't do much. Shanks now retreating back. The carry's still alive here for AL, but Owner looking for the dive. Carry is behind him. Shanks is locked up, and Shanks is gone. The ignite pop there onto Hope. He's got to get back to safety if they have any hope of holding
I
on to
have
this
no
game.
hope. I have no hope. I have no hope.
T1 is
Hope
hungry
missing.
for blood. They find another
Hope
4.
missing.
It's only Hope left alive as another tower falls. The Baron is there for the taking, and T1, they are dominating in Game 5.
Hope is
It's like
missing
a
chat.
waterfall when all of the tension just releases in game number 5. T1 fight after fight after fight, just crushing
还有
it.
1万多差距
Having
了
fun
吗
now on the stage.
Actually nearing a
And the
10K
Baron
gold lead. Well, it's
will
gonna be 10K
be
gold lead after
there.
this.
Tarzan trying to get there as fast as he can. But it was
11K gold
obviously
lead.
too late. Hope even teleporting
Which team
out.
will
They're
you
trying to see,
support
can we find
tomorrow?
someone on a late recall, catch someone, get some
I hope
purchase
we
in this
have a
game.
good game.
T1, I think most people
I
were betting
hope we have
against
a
them
good
coming into the
game.
series, but it always feels like when you count out T1,
You're a
they
GT
just
fan,
get
of course
stronger
you've
and
seen
stronger
10K
and
gold
stronger.
leads
The
die.
struggles they're always able to overcome never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, a crazy
有没
year
有
for
早
them.
八起的
Zeus for Doran, swapping Guma and Smash.
Anyone waking up at 8 a.m. as an
so
LPL
much this
fan
year.
just to
Everyone
see
just
AL
thought
get their
it was going
assholes
to be
pummeled
HLE
in
and
Game
Genji,
5?
the representatives, but T1 climbing right back up, and they're moments away from looking to a rematch with Genji.
And I was right there with everyone, thinking that it was going to be HLE and Gen G, thinking that T1 wouldn't even qualify, and yet here they are. Game 5, 11,000 gold advantage. Potentially moments away from closing the series and looking for that all LCK rematch. They took Gen G to 5 last time. They certainly want to do one better.
To be fair, T1 Gen G was pretty close as well,
pushing
man.
in 2 waves here.
You can hear the roar of the crowd supporting T1 as they break into the base. The ulti comes down.
Like 6 to 4,
low
key 6-4.
Andre does back up, but the wave clear, not enough. Owner gonna get knocked out here. But there's no real angle for an engage
Jinx
from
is deadass like
100%
winner at MSI right now. 金克斯好像在 MSI 的胜率是100%吧。I actually think it's 100% win rate so far. I haven't seen this motherfucking blue hair girl lose, man. It's because she has a whole show about herself.
Gumayushi is monstrously strong.
我已经打开虎扑看评论了吗？有没有一些好玩的评论？能不能给我念一念？
The tower is going down.
Can I have some comments as well? It's the skin, then the show. It's not fair. He's using a world skin that's literally named. Oh, one reset. Oh my god, it's a fucking fade away.
Owner is there with the CC, and it's T1, baby. The more improbable
it's GG. There's gonna be no LPL team in the finals for MSI for the first time in 3 years. Wow. What was it saying? 最长的河，最高的山。
And with that, the LCK will show their dominance once again.
Nah, this fucking draft is so shit. AL 这个阵容选的就很奇怪呀。Anyone can't be a legend. Honestly, shout out to AL. AL literally had a miracle run for their first MSI ever.
It's been a few years since they were last in an MSI
final.
But it was hard for
AL. It's very, very hard for.
But in Game 5, they showed their resolve.
Super
they
unexpected for AL to do this well in their first MSI.
And they find themselves in a rematch against Gen G once more.
Sally's gonna take Faker for interview. Wait, really?
An honorable tournament. They can stand proud.
G2 CFO BLG AL who's next? What does this have to do with me? 这跟我有什么关系啊？不是，他们自己选的卡牌0胜7负，跟我有什么关 I did not tell Tabe to first pick TF with 0 wins and 7 losses. This game is
excited to see him return to the international stage. A player that has worked so hard.
这跟我沾什么锅啊？
I have high expectations for him in the future, but what can you do against the inevitability of T1?
Please wear a T1 jersey for Choli. Oh, she's so pretty. 她好看. She's so pretty.
But he showed up massively multiple times in 5-game series when T1 needed him. Back against CFO, he was heroic. His engages here as well.
TF means the fuck.
Fantastic on the Gragas.
I mean, him and Carrier, they were just bullying AL. The fact that Carrier was dancing on them in the top lane as well.
Would win.
What a performance from this duo.
Maybe my brother should replace me. My brother said T1 was gonna win Game 5. Fuck this shit, I'm quitting them.
Gen G, the reigning MSI champions, a formidable foe.
Absolutely.
I mean, we basically said one LCK final.
Yeah,
wasn't
brother
enough,
on.
So we're gonna
I
go
don't know
to
if my brother is still.
We are joining Lord G-Sun and Owner for the Verizon post-game interview.
I think my brother's sleeping now.
T1 is inevitable here.
Brother, better league analysis than professional rat. So you're telling me he's 180 centimeters, he has a PhD in neuroscience, he has a loving family, and he's better than me at analyzing League of Legends. He's taking everything.
이번 MSI에서 5세트에 가면 굉장히 원사이드한 경기가 많이 나왔습니다. 그 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시는지, 그리고 이번 5세트는 왜 이렇게 원사이드한 경기가 나왔을까요?
이제 5세트 정도까지 가면은 이제 집중력 싸움이라고
Wait, he's wearing his
생각하는데
jacket properly.
초반에 처음 실수가 나왔을 때 그게 좀 가장 크리티컬하다고 생각하고 있고 그 이후로 약간 집중력 문제로 계속해서 손해보는 팀은 계속 손해봐서 이렇게 원사이드하게 좀 나오는 것 같습니다.
I want to say, once the series goes all the way to Game 5, it's all about the focus, all about
Why
the
is she so
concentration.
cute? Why are they all
once
so
you start
cute?
making a minor mistake, it's so critical. You know, it affects your concentration. And I think the one who started making mistakes, it's just going on and on, and it's a very big impact overall.
I see. And looking at T1's composition, I feel like you guys are blessed with 2 junglers. How does it feel to have Gumayoshi as your secondary jungler, securing objectives all the time?
또 T1의 라인을 보면 요새는 정글러가 2명이 있는 것 같습니다. 구마유시 선수가 아주 중요한 순간에 또 오브젝트를 잘 좀 확보해 주시는 스틸도 많이 나오고 있는데 이렇게 구마유시 선수가 세컨드 정글러로 있어서 든든하진 않으신가요?
사실 이제 구마유시 친구가
T1 has 3
글로벌
junglers,
굉장히 잘
true carry as
써가지고
well.
제가 스틸할 수 없는 상황일 때도 많이 스틸해줘가지고 그런 부분에서 믿음직스럽게 생각하고 있습니다.
Can you go get a Genji
Gumayoshi
jersey
is really
now?
good at global
Oh my god, my
ultimates,
mom's
so
texting me.
when
Hold up.
I'm in a position where I cannot actually commit for stills, he's always there with global ults to take the objective, so very reliable for sure.
Absolute
Super
teamwork from the team, and something that is crazy is that thinking a few weeks back, we didn't even think that you guys would make MSI, and yet again you are getting ready for another final. So tell me about what has been going on backstage for you guys to bounce back the way you did.
사실 불과 몇 주 전만
没有
해도
看住
T1이 과연
Faker
MSI를
说实话
진출할 수
这
있을까?
第5把也不是
자체가 굉장히
Faker
불투명한 그런 질문이었는데 이제는 다시 한번 결승 자리에 오르면서 또 한 번 증명해냈습니다. 경기를 치르지 않는 그런 백스테이지에서 어떤 노력이 있었기에 이런 변화가 가능했나요?
I don't think Faker was the main character of that game. I think Gumayushi was seriously
오랫동안
good.
좀 많은 국제 대회도 나가고
결승전도
결승전을 좀 많이 갔기 때문에 그런 경험들
Wait,
때문에 저희가
wait,
조금
chat. That means Kale was right.
끌어올릴 수 있었던 것 같고
Kale was
그래서 그런
right.
부분들의 믿음 때문에 저희가 다 같이
卡尔采访中说 LCK 不 MSI 决赛会是2支 LCK 队 Kale literally said that the MSI final will be the 2 Korean teams.
Together.
Kale interviewing Faker? Wait, seriously?
T1 plot
I don't have
is
Twitch
real,
open. Hold
and
up.
you guys are gonna do your first MSI final since 2017 in a rematch.
I want to listen. I want to listen.
Versus Genji.
I want to listen.
Genji. Now, last time they put you guys.
You lied.
다시 한번 젠지를 결승전에서 만나게
You
되었고요. 이번에
lied.
승리를 한다면 2017년 이후로 최초로 다시 한번 MSI 우승을 T1이 가져올 수 있게 됩니다. 저번 경기는 사실 5세트까지 가는 접전이었는데 이번 리매치에서는 어떤 점이 달라서 승리를 가져올 수 있을 거라고 자신하시나요?
이제 저번에 이제 젠지랑 했었을 때도 저희가 1세트 같은 부분에 이겼어야 되는 경기들을 저희가 아쉽게 놓쳐가지고 그런 부분들이 좀 크지 않았을까 생각하고 있고 그래서 1세트부터 저희가 준비한 대로 잘만 한다면 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라 생각하고 있고 그럴 수 있도록
Chinese chat already blaming Kill so hard.
For example, like
knew
game
it,
number
man.
1, there were a lot of games or moments where we should have won, but we could not. So this time around, if we can follow our plans and make things go as we kind of prepared, I think we are strong enough to beat them.
And do you have any closing thoughts and words for all the fans who are here cheering for you today and making this incredible atmosphere here in Vancouver?
마지막으로 밴쿠버 현장에서 뜨거운 열기와
Honestly,
응원
W
보여주신
crowd
팬분들께
from
한마디
Vancouver.
부탁드립니다.
Vancouver crowd super fun. American crowd is always fun. Any crowd, sorry.
여러분들 너무나 감사드리고
crowd.
여러분들의 힘찬 응원 덕분에
现场粉丝真的很
5세트까지 가는
很
와중에
热情
이렇게 또 승리를 했다고
W
생각하고 있고요. 이제 마지막 젠지 전에도
石油备件嘛，
이런
确
힘찬
实石
응원이
油备
있다면
件。
저희가
哈哈
충분히 이길 수 있다고
So
생각하기
Genji
때문에
T1 will
저희
finish
끝까지
the
믿고
finals
응원해주시면
tomorrow on the
좋겠습니다.
12th, and then they will probably fly to. They will have 1 day off and then
Thanks
probably
to your
fly on the
love, energy,
14th.
and support,
他们好
we
像
were able to
12
fight through this
号打
5-game
完
battle
决
and get
赛
the win today. I really
14号
appreciate
就要
it.
去石油
And if I
杯
can
了
get
They have to
another
fly on the
loud one
14th.
tomorrow up against Genji, I think we will get the power to defeat them. Thank you so much. I love you all.
You heard that, Vancouver. Honor.
Alright, well,
너무 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the translation. And T1 advances to finals once again.
T1 versus Genji finals, man.
This team, I cannot believe they are doing it again, and through the LP LPL.
LCK
Once more, we have a very special guest on the desk, Becker, the GM for T1.
Becker. Ooh,
Did you believe going into Game 5?
Yeah, Becker.
Going to Game 5, I think
that's
I
the
did.
LCK hand sign, no?
Yeah, I think we were very well executed with the pick and bans, and the players are very calm, and I think they were ready to take a Game 5. So
LCK finals. Alright, chat. Before you guys leave and before I head off, can we get a prediction for tomorrow? 明天的决赛预测一下谁赢 Let's give a prediction. Let's get predictions going for tomorrow. Genji vs T1. 明天是 Genji 打 T1 的决赛，兄弟们。
So we always try to be aware and make sure that because the waiting time is so short, so yeah.
That makes a lot of sense because one thing that we heard from Doran in joining the team is people ask them like, oh, what is the T1 magic, right? And his response was,
well, there's actually T1
we are,
believers.
how well the
There's actually T1
us.
believers.
How has it been integrating him with the rest of the crew?
I think given that Doran's already a veteran, I think
你明天穿谁的队服？我明天没有队服了呀，他们没给我队服啊。I don't have any jerseys for tomorrow. What should I do? 我明天没有队服，我穿什么 What should I wear tomorrow? I found out last minute that I'd be subbing in play-by-play for T1 vs AL and was quite nervous going through my first international tri-class in a series with these stakes and was incredibly excited. Ooh, that's so cool.
I think for past 2 years, we always got knocked out at this stage. So we really wanted to win today, and I think it really meant a lot winning here. Tomorrow we are going to face a very big rival of us. Great team, Genji is, but I think
wear nothing, 丢雷龙 will wear nothing.
We can do well tomorrow as well.
You can probably buy T1 jersey on Amazon. Wait, you might be right.
At Worlds, T1 is practically unbeatable, but usually at MSI is not where you have all the reps.
穿滔博的队服吗？没有滔博队服。
I think it's a mix of staying at the one city or to multiple cities. So I really got a props to all the managers and staff that
17 to 9 T1's record in international elimination games. So you're telling me their win rate in international elimination games is like double? They're like 66% win rate. His English is so fluent.
I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, we can see it.
I think a lot of the T1 staff can speak perfect English, like actually no accent English.
17 and 9, Emily. That is starting to tick over, right? And when we talk about this last game specifically, I feel like it was get behind me, President, and the president is Gumayushi, and then Gumayushi says, no, I'm the president, let me shoot him. It's just unbelievable, but a very risky comp.
Where are you?
A risky comp considering how many ways that anyone's legend did have to get onto you, but I actually did like how much the focus was
they brought in people who can speak English because of Joe.
Early.
Oh, I did not know that.
So I don't know how much
I met Becker
and too many questions about
their
draft, but
COO Wawa, and they both speak very good English. It's Roller vs Guma, not Chovy vs Faker. That is true. Honestly, is it fair to say that both Chovy and Faker have had, compared to their normal standards and what we've seen, a quiet international? Is that fair to say, like quiet international?
We were very happy to achieve that win because AL is a great team and they were very tough.
Most international wins. Owner and Gumayushi 4th at 103. Holy fuck, what a flex.
And this might be a tough question,
Chaps is there, what the hell?
Just seeing most international wins, a lot of these players like Faker, of course, first. Keria is in there, Owner and Gumayushi.
Owner and Guma, because of this
Falling
series.
meta? No, I think they're just having a relatively quiet
gets forgotten, right? I mean, we talk about the stars and then the ADC pops off and the jungler, but I feel like we need to honor him here.
Major Chovy fans are admitting to the same thing.
He was so instrumental, and I feel like that being the point,
anyone who's a manager above for T1 generally speak
player
English.
Of the series is Owner.
Nice job, Raz.
Yes, he was
Owner
amazing from the entire series.
Alright, chat, we will be back tomorrow. I have to wake up early, so I'm gonna go to bed.
It's like, okay, so it's a T1.
明天 MSI 的决赛 be there or be square. Okay, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. 明天不见不散. See you guys. Unfortunately, LPL have been eliminated from MSI. There will be 2 teams left tomorrow. Genji T1, LCK finals. So I'm gonna head off. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't have a jersey for either team, so I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll update you guys on socials. Say goodnight to me. Thank you for all the subbies and follows and primes. I appreciate it, everyone. Say goodnight. 主播下了，晚安，晚安。Good night, Fight Me. Good night, Shiro. Good night, Panda. Good night, Squall. Good night, Willy. Good night, Fight Me. Good night, OG. Good night, Mix. Good night, Yellow. Bye, Mystic. Bye, Cuz. Bye, Uchi. Bye, Skylar. Bye, Luon. Bye, Emmy. Bye, Jabe. Bye, Lux. Bye, Imugi. Bye, Burrito. Bye, Sunny. See you. Bye, Dreamy. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. I'll let you guys know how my Chick-fil-A tastes. See you.